Chapter 486. Junior Li's perception is indeed at full points. Junior Morong is still slightly inferior. The inner sect monarch class disciple that placed his bet on Li Fuchen grinned. A momentary victory doesn't mean anything. From the perspective of the future, it is obvious that Junior Morong is superior. That's right. Right now, Junior Morong is at the 8th level of reincarnation realm. In just a short while, he should be able to progress to the 1st level of battle spirit realm. If Junior Li wishes to progress to the 1st level of battle spirit realm, it will take at least a decade. The inner sect monarch class disciple that placed his bet on Murong Tianqing said with displeasure. Li Fuchen defeating Murong Tianqing was something that some people were happy while others were worried. The happiest person was none other than Bai Lingshuang. She placed a bet of 5 million low-grade spirit stones and 500 mid-grade spirit stones on Li Fuchen. Now that Li Fuchen had won, her wealth had instantly doubled. But as compared to Li Fuchen, it was undoubtedly a minor sorcerer. Li Fuchen placed a bet of 20 million low-grade spirit stones, 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 red rainbow elixirs, and 2 perception Dao elixirs. This was almost the entire wealth of a high-level battle spirit realm master. I lost? Below the stage, Murong Tianqing still couldn't believe it. He possessed the 7-star bone frame and had never been defeated in his short life. Today, he was defeated by Li Fuchen without any suspense. Is this the meaning of full points in perception? There will be a day when I surpass you. Murong Tianqing turned and left. This battle had nearly destroyed all of his pride, but this was just the beginning. He might have lost now, but it didn't mean he would lose again in the future. With the 7-star bone frame, he believed that he wouldn't be inferior to anyone apart from 8-star Emperor-class disciples. Junior Li, my name is Du Kong. Just like you, I am from the South Forest Martial Institution and I am also mentor Meng Qihang's in-room cadets. But I have been in the Red Rainbow sect for 15 years and I am 18 years older than you. A gentle and refined youth walked over and smiled. Senior Du, I have heard about you from mentor. Li Fuchen nodded. Before Meng Qihang accepted Li Fuchen and Wang Heilong, he accepted another in-room cadet. That in-room cadet was Du Kong and he possessed the 7-star wind spirit bone frame. Looking at his qi presence, he should be at the 3rd level of battle spirit realm. Furthermore, he was only slightly over 40 years old. According to the 500-year lifespan of a battle spirit realm master, 40 years old wasn't even worth mentioning. He still had 10 times the lifespan waiting for him. Du Kong laughed and said, Junior Brother Li, you are now famous. You have just arrived at the Red Rainbow sect for over a month and have already cultivated the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration to the completion stage. Only Emperor-class disciples can compare with such perception. Li Fuchen replied humbly, Senior Du is overpraising me. Junior Brother Li, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Wang Yang. If there's a chance in the future, let's drink together. One by one, the inner sect monarch-class disciples walked over. As monarch-class disciples, everyone was very prideful, but it also depended on who the target was. Li Fuchen might not be a 7-star bone frame, but his full points perception was too terrifying. His comprehension speed of cultivation techniques and martial arts was far beyond them. They might be able to step into the primary sea realm earlier and become monarchs. But with Li Fuchen's perception, it wouldn't be a problem for him to step into the primary sea realm too. Once Li Fuchen became a primary sea realm monarch, he would definitely be an extremely powerful existence in the same realm. It was necessary to have a good relationship with him now. They might have to go on missions and venture together in the future. Greetings to all the seniors. Li Fuchen addressed Du Kong as a senior because they were both Meng Qihang's in-room cadets. As for the others, they naturally had to address them as seniors. Looking at Li Fuchen, who was surrounded by a group of inner sect monarch-class disciples, the Monarch District's contest stage elder thought to himself, this child's perception is exceptional. If he has a fated opportunity, he might be able to become the pillar of the Red Rainbow sect. The Red Rainbow sect might be a monarch-class sect and the ruler of the Red Soil continent. But the seven-color continent had 6 other monarch-class factions. Outside of the seven-color continent, there were even stronger continents of higher grades. For elite prodigies, the Red Rainbow sect would always nurture them at all costs. After all, the Red Rainbow sect had enemies too and wanted to develop into an Emperor-class sect. An Emperor-class sect would need a Law Phase Realm Emperor and also a group of elite Primary Sea Realm Monarchs. Without a doubt, Li Fuchen would become a pinnacle Primary Sea Realm Monarch in the future. It will be hard to have such an opportunity in the future. After obtaining 20 million low-grade Spirit Stones, 1,000 mid-grade Spirit Stones, 2 Red Rainbow Elixirs, and 2 Perception Dao Elixirs, Li Fuchen was very satisfied. But he knew that he only had one opportunity. At least before progressing to the Battle Spirit Realm, no one would challenge him. Among the Seven Kingdoms Monarch-class disciples, even if there were people stronger than Murong Tianqing, there was a limit. So many Spirit Stones, it is enough. Li Fuchen let out a smile. He wasn't a person who was insatiable. It was fine as long as he had enough Spirit Stones. It was meaningless to pursue an unlimited amount of Spirit Stones. Once his strength increased, the speed of earning Spirit Stones would only increase. In the blink of the eye, it had been over half a month since Li Fuchen defeated Murong Tianqing. During this half a month, Li Fuchen's blazing flame bone frame pattern had already been comprehended to 6 segments and was getting closer to the 4th segment. On this day, Li Fuchen was comprehending the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration. When the sword was brandished, Li Fuchen's mind suddenly had a rumble and he was frozen in place. In his soul spirit sea, the final trace of blue had vanished and had turned into pale purple. The pale purple spirit soul was magnificent and didn't have a trace of flaw. On the surface of the pale purple spirit soul, there were pale purple electric arcs that were flickering. Every time the electric arcs flickered, Li Fuchen would feel countless surges of inspiration. Cloud incineration. Li Fuchen's frozen body suddenly moved. When he brandished his sword, the sword light surged like a fire cloud and instantly filled the entire space. If one took a closer look, they would realize that the fire cloud was formed by countless fine sword lights. Each fine sword light was like a flame that was exploding and expanding. It was filled with a tyrannical and destructive aura. 10 Incineration. When the sword was brandished, the second sword was also brandished. This time, the fire cloud was even denser and more violent. The layers of fire clouds stacked together and caused the void to tremble. The sword lights were even finer and more tyrannical than before. It was like a lump of magma. The pale purple spirit soul is actually so powerful. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration had a total of 4 moves. When the third move, 100 Incineration, was cultivated, the sword art would be considered to have reached the perfection stage. But with the transformation of the spirit soul, Li Fuchen only used 2 moves to push the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration to the perfection stage. Such perception was already something that 8-star bone frames couldn't compare with. In fact, Li Fuchen's previous perception was already extraordinary among the 8-star bone frames. It was very hard to figure out what level he was at. After consolidating the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration, Li Fuchen immediately went into seclusion and continued to comprehend the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. 3 days later, Li Fuchen exited from seclusion. Right now, his Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique was already at the 27th rank. The quality of his chi was much stronger than before. Just by standing there, he was emitting a terrifying flame-like prowess. Chapter 487. The pale purple soul spirit increased my perception by an unknown amount, but it is impossible to cultivate the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 28th rank in a short period of time. If I want the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration sword art to reach the trance stage, it will be hard to achieve with just 2 sword arts. It seems like it is time to earn some contribution points. Even if one's comprehension was strong, they still needed something to cultivate. The other outer sect monarch class disciples would normally seclude themselves in the sect for at least 1 or 2 years. They would only venture out to complete missions to earn contribution points after reaching the peak level of Reincarnation Realm or the first level of Battle Spirit Realm. But such a method was a waste of time for Li Fuchen. There's no rush. Let's consolidate our cultivation and cultivation technique first. With 4 red rainbow elixirs and 4 perception Dao elixirs, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about not having enough elixirs to consume within a short period of time. After consuming 1 red rainbow elixir, Li Fuchen's qi was much purer and his cultivation technique had completely stabilized at the 27th rank. As for the perception Dao elixir, Li Fuchen didn't consume it yet. He had just broken through to the 27th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique. Even if he consumed the Dao Comprehension elixir, he wouldn't be able to make any breakthroughs. He would have to wait for a period of time before consuming the Dao Comprehension elixir. Only then would he be able to maximize the effects of the Dao Comprehension elixir. Let's go to the mission hall to take a look. After exiting the Monarch district, Li Fuchen arrived at the Red Rainbow Sect's outer sect. There were many people in the outer sect mission hall, and they were all outer sect disciples. After all, outer sect disciples were different from king class disciples. They didn't have contribution points as rewards. If they wanted to earn contribution points, they could only do missions. It's a king-level disciple. Noticing Li Fuchen's attire, some of the outer sect disciples were shocked, but their eyes lit up. Doing missions with king-class disciples was the easiest. Each king-class disciple was invincible in the same realm. As long as they didn't encounter any unexpected situations or accidents, they could definitely shorten the mission time. Senior Marshal Brother, you're here to accept a mission, right? Why don't you come with us to Crimson Beach? That place is rich in crimson shells. 1 shell can be exchanged for 10 contribution points, so 100 of them will be 1,000 contribution points. How can a crimson shell be so easy to obtain? Senior Brother, let's go to the Black Wind Gorge. There are black wind fish there, and if we catch one, we'll get 50 contribution points. One by one, the outer sect disciples came forward to invite Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was a little tempted. He had never done a mission before and didn't know much about these missions. So for his first mission, his goal wasn't to earn contribution points, but to understand the difficulty of each mission. Senior Brother, we're planning to go to the Demon Ring continent. Are you interested? A mature and steady young man walked over and invited them. Demon Ring continent? The expression of the surrounding outer sect disciples changed. The mission to the alien continent was extremely dangerous, and the Demon Ring continent was one of the more dangerous continents among the alien continents. There were no humans living on this continent, only endless demons. Fortunately, this continent could only give birth to level 5 demons, so it was impossible for level 6 demons to exist. An alien continent? I'm quite interested. Li Fuchen nodded. If one's cultivation wasn't at the primary sea realm, it would be extremely dangerous to traverse the ocean and head to different continents. But it was different with the teleportation array, as one could instantly arrive at a foreign continent. 3 days later. Red Rainbow Sect's outer sect teleportation plaza, there were teleportation platforms here. These teleportation platforms could teleport to the 7 great king cities of the Red Soil continent and some special places. In addition, they could also teleport to foreign continents. However, the cost of teleporting to a foreign land was extremely high. One person would need at least 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. If the teleportation to a foreign land was far away, 500,000 or 1 million low-grade spirit stones would be normal. Everyone might be able to afford it once or twice, but after a few times, even Monarch-class disciples wouldn't be able to afford it. Of course, Monarch-class disciples didn't need to pay the teleportation fee. There were 4 outer sect disciples who were heading to the Demon Ring continent with Li Fuchen. Including Li Fuchen, there were 5 of them. Apart from Li Fuchen, the rest of the 4 were at least at the 8th level of Reincarnation Realm, while the strongest were at the 9th level of Reincarnation Realm. There were 2 females and 2 males. Teleport to the Demon Ring continent, 150,000 low-grade spirit stones per person. An outer sect elder walked over and said, "Here." The steady young man handed over a storage bag that contained 600,000 low-grade spirit stones which were paid by the four of them. Li Fuchen didn't pay the spirit stones as he was a monarch-class disciple and could teleport for free. Standing on the teleportation platform, there was a flash of light before the five of them vanished without a trace. When they reappeared, the five of them were in a dusky world. This is the Demon Ring continent. Li Fuchen could feel that the heaven and earth qi here was completely different from the seven-color continent. It contained a large amount of demon qi. It wasn't impossible for martial artists to refine demon qi, but the efficiency was very low. The steady young man was called Zhuangsheng and he said, "The Demon Ring continent has a total of 5 rings. The first ring has the densest demon qi and correspondingly, the class 5 demons there are the strongest. They are even able to contest with low-level battle spirit realm martial artists. We are currently in the 5th ring and this place is relatively safer. But after so many years, the resources in the 5th ring have basically been collected. If we wish to have a greater harvest, we will have to head to the 4th ring or even the 3rd ring. As for the 2nd ring, it will depend on the situation. As for the 1st ring, it is best not to head there." After walking down the teleportation platform, Li Fuchen could feel that the demon qi in this place was even denser. The teleportation platform contained spatial power and once it was constructed, it would have an extremely powerful defense. Furthermore, it could isolate the heaven and earth laws from the outside world. This continent is naturally suitable for demons to grow. Li Fuchen could imagine how powerful the demons that resided on this continent were. If the class 5 demons from the East Unicorn continent came here, they probably wouldn't be able to dominate the 5th ring. The 5th ring was very big and it was the outermost region of the Demon Ring continent. "They are humans. Eat them." From a distance, a large group of class 5 demons flew over. There were horned demons, Herculean demons, and winged demons. "Everyone, be careful." Zhuangsheng didn't dare to be careless. He didn't put a single class 5 demon in his eyes, but if dozens of class 5 demons worked together, they would be instantly killed if they weren't careful. Mountain Blast Fist. Golden Edge Saber Art. Soaring Feather Sword Art. Crabapple Sword Art. The 4 of them yelled out and executed their absolute arts. Bang boom. In the first clash, both sides were evenly matched. The 4 of them had the advantage in individual strength while the class 5 demons had the advantage in numbers. Cloud Incineration. Li Fuchen didn't have any intention to conceal his strength. He drew his scarlet blood sword and brandished it. Blaze! A cloud of fire spread out, and more than 30 level 5 demons were instantly burned to ashes. Such incredible sword art. No wonder he is a monarch-class disciple. The outer sect female disciple named Yunwei opened her mouth wide while her eyes were filled with radiance. Chapter 488. This is one of the Red Rainbow sect's 5 great sword arts, Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration. Another female outer sect disciple named Lu Qinghua recognized Li Fuchen's sword art. The Red Rainbow sect's 5 great sword arts were her dream sword arts, but the first half of the 5 great sword arts required around 10,000 contribution points. How could she afford it? Furthermore, as of now, she had yet to cultivate the Earth-class high-tier crabapple sword art to the trance stage. It was still too early for her to cultivate an Earth-class peak-tier sword art. Zhuangsheng and the male outer sect disciple named Guo Wenwu had a change of expression. The Earth-class peak-tier sword art was much stronger than they imagined. In terms of the sword art's profoundness, it was at least a few times stronger than Earth-class high-tier sword arts. If the difference between Earth-class low-tier martial arts and Earth-class mid-tier martial arts was around 1-fold, then the difference between Earth-class mid-tier martial arts and Earth-class high-tier martial arts was around 2-folds, then the difference between Earth-class high-tier martial arts and Earth-class peak-tier martial arts was around 4 to 5 folds. The legendary low-rank Heaven Realm martial arts were 10 times stronger than the strongest top-rank Earth Realm martial arts, and they couldn't be measured in terms of strength. The 5 of them continued to advance and unknowingly arrived at the 4th ring region. As compared to the fifth ring region, the fourth ring region's demon chi was much more concentrated. The dense fiendish demon yuan chi caused the environment here to appear extremely terrifying and strange. The sky was dusky and there was almost no sunlight. On the black ground, there were stalks of sawtooth grasses that were as tall as a few humans. In the distance, there were strange trees that were a few hundred meters tall. The strange trees were obviously only a few hundred meters tall, but they covered an area of a few miles. Wisps of black smoke were emitted from the strange trees. It is the devil rat herb. While soaring in the sky, Zhuangsheng scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, he shot out like lightning and dove towards the sawtooth grasses below. In the sawtooth grasses, there was a stalk of strange grass that was as tall as a thigh. At the top of the strange grass was a black rat-shaped stamen. The devil rat herb was an earth-class high-tier herb and it was one of the mission items. A single stalk was worth 100 contribution points and it was extremely precious. It was already extinct in the seven-color continent. Just as Zhuangsheng approached the devil rat herb, the motionless sawtooth grasses shook violently and shot spikes at Zhuangsheng. Bang! After all, Zhuangsheng is a 9th-level shedding body realm martial artist. True spirit vibrates and the spikes are smashed. The shock wave pushes the surrounding sawtooth grass away. Then he reaches out and grabs the demon rat grass. Senior brother Zhuang, congratulations. Yun Wei and Lu Qinghua congratulated him. 100 contribution points was not a small number. In the past, when they did missions, they would only get a few hundred contribution points each time. The Demon Ring continent was full of danger and there were many demonic treasures, but it was impossible to get a few thousand contribution points. Getting 1,000 contribution points was already not bad. Luck, luck. Zhuangsheng smiled and put away the devil rat grass. Before they came, they had already discussed that whoever found the treasure would get it. If everyone found it together, the treasure would be distributed according to contribution. What's that ahead? Yunwei pointed at the dark clouds in the sky and asked in confusion. Zhuangsheng glanced at it and his expression changed. He seemed to have thought of something. Let's go. It's a demon. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes and spoke indifferently. Demons? Yunwei and the others were overwhelmed with shock. How many demons were there in the dark cloud? A few thousand? More than 10,000? Zhuangsheng said, this is a demon disaster and it is one of the most terrifying dangers on the Demon Ring continent. A regular demon disaster would have at least a few dozen class 5 demons and 1,000 class 4 demons. A larger demon disaster would have 100 class 5 demons and a few thousand class 4 demons. It is impossible to kill them all. Then let's hurry up and leave. Guo Wenwu said nervously. I'm afraid we can't leave anymore. There are demons at the back and the right side too. Li Fuchen took a glance at the back and the right side and there were also dark clouds moving over. Zhuangsheng said with an unpleasant expression, on the Demon Ring continent, we are like a torch and are very eye-catching. Formidable demons will be able to detect our chi presence from over 1,000 miles away. We can only break through from the left side. Lu Qinghua suggested. We can't go to the left side either. Li Fuchen shook his head. Why? The one who spoke was Guo Wenwu, but once Guo Wenwu said this, he immediately understood Li Fuchen's intention. It was unknown when the dark clouds of demons appeared on the left side of the sky. What is going on? Logically, the fourth ring region shouldn't be so dangerous. Zhuangsheng was very confused. Li Fuchen extended his awareness out to 800 miles away. He said slowly, we have suffered an unexpected calamity. This group of demons isn't here for us. The demons on the left and in front of us are pursuing a group of martial artists. Could they be reincarnation realm martial artists from other continents? Zhuangsheng smiled bitterly. The seven-color continent wasn't the only continent that had teleportation arrays to the Demon Ring continent, the other continents also had teleportation arrays to the Demon Ring continent. Putting aside the others, just the Red Rainbow sect alone had control over a dozen teleportation arrays from foreign continents. The dark clouds of demons were getting closer and everyone could clearly see the martial artists that were being pursued by the dark clouds. They are the outer sect disciples from the Purple Cloud Palace and the Yellow Wind Valley. Lu Qinghua said. The Purple Cloud Palace was a monarch-class sect on the Purple Soil Continent, while the Yellow Wind Valley was a monarch-class sect on the Yellow Soil Continent. It also meant that this group of people didn't come from foreign continents. The seven-color continent had 7 continents and they were named with the colors red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The outer sect disciples from the Purple Cloud Palace and the Yellow Wind Valley were in a miserable state and there would be people dying from time to time. They knew that there were large numbers of demons in the other 3 directions, but they didn't have the chance to change their direction and could only take one step at a time. The Red Rainbow Sect's outer sect disciples are at the front. Hurry up and regroup. The leader of the Purple Cloud Palace's outer sect disciples was a youth with withered yellow hair. When he saw Li Fuchen's group, his eyes lit up. The 7 king-level forces of the 7-color continent had a pretty good relationship with each other. They didn't fight endlessly just because they were on the same continent. Their battlefields were generally in foreign continents. The 7-color continent was just a place for them to cultivate and recuperate, as well as a place to train future talents. Let's fight. Zhuang Sheng took a deep breath. At this juncture, they had to help even if they didn't want to. Only by regrouping would they have a chance to survive. A few hundred miles wasn't considered a distance. In just a short moment, the demons at the front were already closing in on Li Fuchen's group. Rush in and don't become a target. Li Fuchen's body flashed like lightning and rushed into the demon cloud like a flame. In the next moment, there was a burst of sword light and sword chi, causing groups of demons to fall. Go! With Li Fuchen attracting attention, Zhuang Sheng and the others had a much easier time as they flashed into the demon cloud. Just as the 5 of them were in close combat, the demons from the other 3 directions had also rushed over. 4 groups of demons had gathered together and there were more than 10,000 of them. They were like a giant black whirlpool that had devoured Li Fuchen's group, the Purple Cloud Palace's outer sect disciples, and the Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciples. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Cloud incineration. Every swing of Li Fuchen's sword would kill at least 100 demons. Of course, it was mainly because the demons were too densely packed. No matter in which direction, there would be demons. Human, die. A sharp blade demon with blade-like arms lunged at Li Fuchen and slashed at him. Li Fuchen could see that this class 5 sharp blade demon was very powerful and it was several times stronger than the Blood Devil King. If it was Zhuang Sheng and the others, they would probably need to fight for a while before a victor could be determined. It was a pity that Li Fuchen wasn't Zhuang Sheng and the others. The sword light was like a cloud of fire that instantly devoured the sharp blade demon and the hundreds of demons behind it. Chapter 489. There were too many demons, and when tens of thousands of demons were gathered together, even a powerful battle spirit realm master wouldn't be able to kill all of them within a short period of time. Of course, it was fortunate that there were only a few hundred class 5 demons. If there were tens of thousands of class 5 demons, unless a primary sea realm monarch appeared, no one would be a match. Purple Cloud Palm. A gigantic purple palm shot out and slapped dozens of demons to death. The one executing the palm art was the leader of the Purple Cloud Temple's outer sect disciples, the youth with withered yellow hair. The Purple Cloud Palm was one of the Purple Cloud Temple's Earth-class peak-tier martial arts. It was also the Purple Cloud Temple's signature martial art and was famous for its ease of learning and mastery. If this youth was able to learn the Purple Cloud Palm, his strength would be much stronger than regular outer sect disciples. Yellow Wind Saber. The leader of the Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciples wielded a large saber and brandished it. When the saber wind rotated, dozens of demons were also killed. It was a pity that no matter how much the duo killed, they wouldn't be able to kill a lot of demons within a short period of time. When the demons' attacks landed on the duo, they would feel extremely uncomfortable and their chi would be rapidly consumed. In at most 15 minutes, the duo would either die from severe injuries or from qi exhaustion. The qi consumption is rather severe. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen had already killed over 1,000 demons. Due to his tough defense and exceptional awareness, he was able to dodge most of the attacks. Therefore, his qi consumption was extremely low. But after a long period of time, the qi consumption was still considerable. Spirit stones might be able to replenish qi, but it required time to refine the qi from spirit stones too. It wasn't something that could be refined just like that. Sect Origin Swords. After thinking about it, Li Fuchen immediately executed the Sect Origin Swords and stacked it with the Bronze Sword Essence. Buzz buzz! Over 10,000 Sect Origin Bronze Swords appeared, and with Li Fuchen as the center, they started to kill in all directions. In just a few breaths, at least a few thousand demons had been killed. The killing speed was so fast that Zhuangsheng and the others, as well as the Purple Cloud Temple's Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciples, were flabbergasted. Such an incredible 6-star secret technique? The yellow-haired youth from the Purple Cloud Temple murmured. There were plenty of types of 6-star secret techniques. The Sect Origin Swords that Li Fuchen executed was definitely a group attack secret technique, and it should be a top-notch 6-star secret technique. Otherwise, regular 6-star group attack secret techniques wouldn't be this incredible. Where does the yellow-haired youth know that Li Fuchen's 10,000 swords return to origin is only a 5-star secret technique? The reason why it is so powerful is that it is superimposed with the Bronze Sword Essence secret technique, which makes the power of this secret technique exceed the 6-star secret technique level, almost reaching the 7-star secret technique level. If Li Fuchen went all out and burst out with 100,000 Sect Origin Bronze Swords Qi, it would be enough to kill all the demons in a single breath. Let's kill the rest slowly. Li Fuchen's 10,000 swords return to origin Bronze Sword Qi. Each sword Qi can kill a large number of level 4 demon, but to deal with level 5 demon, it takes hundreds of sword Qi. After the tens of thousands of sect returning Bronze Swords Qi were used up, there were still less than half of the demons left. Li Fuchen didn't want to be too conspicuous and could only slash after slash to slay the demons. In the end, the tens of thousands of fiendish demons were slaughtered until they abandoned their armor and fled pathetically. I am Violet Cloud Palace's outer sect disciple, Yan Jingkong. I am Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciple, Luo Feng. Many thanks for saving our lives. The yellow-haired youth from the Violet Cloud Palace and the leader of the Yellow Wind Valley's outer sect disciples walked over and cupped their fists. Li Fuchen said, "There is no need to thank me, I am just doing it conveniently." To others, the demon calamity was a disaster, but to Li Fuchen, it was just a small inconvenience. With his current strength, as long as the Class 6 demons didn't appear, he basically wouldn't be in any danger. Senior, we escaped from the third ring. There is an ancient demon tree there, and the ancient demon fruits on the ancient demon tree have already matured. It is because we were plucking the ancient demon fruits that we were pursued by the demons. It is fortunate that Senior saved us, otherwise, we would have been completely annihilated. Yan Jingkong spoke with lingering fear. Ancient demon tree? Zhuangsheng was astonished. The ancient demon tree was a tree that was unique to the Demon Ring continent. The ancient demon fruits that it produced were Earth-class high-tier fruits, and a single fruit was worth 150 contribution points. However, plucking the ancient demon fruits wasn't an easy task. Putting aside the fact that there were plenty of demons guarding the ancient demon tree itself possessed horrific combat strength. Due to its massive size and countless branches, even a battle spirit realm master wouldn't be able to contest with the ancient demon tree. Furthermore, the ancient demon tree could move. If it was here this time, it might be at another place next time. Therefore, in order to encounter the ancient demon tree, it required extreme luck. Ancient demon tree, huh? Thank you for informing me. Li Fuchen was tempted. He didn't care about 200 contribution points, but he was tempted by 1,000 contribution points. Senior brother, we also escaped from the third ring. There's a small pond there with a peak-tier Earth-class herb, the 7 stars Earth Demon Herb. It looks like it'll mature in a few days. When we found it, we were chased by a large group of demons. There's also a group of demons guarding there. One of them is a white demon, and it's extremely strong. With just one punch, it killed 3 of my junior brothers and sisters. If we hadn't escaped quickly, and the white demon didn't want to leave the pond, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape here. Luo Feng said bitterly. Are the 2 of you leaving now, or are you going to team up with us? After asking for the specific direction, Li Fuchen asked. Shaking his head, Yan Jingkong said, we have suffered great casualties this time. We are preparing to leave the Demon Ring continent. Us too. Luo Feng followed up. Alright then, I wish you a safe journey. Li Fuchen sent off the 2 outer sect disciples with his eyes. Senior Li, are you sure you want to go to these 2 places? Guo Wenwu was rather tempted but also fearful. These 2 places weren't friendly places. If they weren't careful, they might lose their lives there. I am definitely going to these 2 places. What are your thoughts? Li Fuchen asked. Zhuangxing said, the ancient demon tree's combat strength is powerful, but if it is at the border, there shouldn't be any danger. There is no harm in taking a look. Senior Zhuang is right. Yunwei and Lu Qinghua were eager to give it a try. The ancient demon fruit was too tempting. A single fruit was 150 contribution points. If they could obtain a few more, it would be a few hundred contribution points. Since the trio had decided to go, Guo Wenwu had no choice but to follow. Of course, he was tempted too. Following the direction that Yan Jingkong pointed, Li Fuchen and the others finally saw the ancient demon tree after spending 3 days. The ancient demon tree was 1,000 meters in height and was covering the sky. It was different from the strange trees on the Demon Ring continent, as the ancient demon tree didn't emit black smoke. In between the densely packed branches, there were black fruits. These fruits were glowing with black light and were emitting extremely pure demon chi presence. When the 5 of them were 1,000 meters away from the ancient demon tree launched an attack. The branches instantly extended and were like whips that lashed at the 5 of them. Bang! When facing over a dozen branches at the same time, Zhuangsheng and the others were sent flying. No wonder Battle Spirit Realm Masters aren't able to contest with the ancient demon tree. Every branch of the ancient demon tree has attack power that is comparable to a Class 5 demon. If one goes deep inside and faces thousands or tens of thousands of branches, even a Battle Spirit Realm Master would be tortured to death. After seeing the ancient demon tree's attack power clearly, Li Fuchen executed the divine flame transformation and turned into a flaming light as he approached the ancient demon tree. Along the way, dozens of branches lashed over, but Li Fuchen dodged all of them. Seemingly sensing that Li Fuchen was difficult to deal with, the branches that were attacking Zhuangsheng and the others were withdrawn by the ancient demon tree. They worked together with dozens of other branches to form an inescapable net that sealed off Li Fuchen's path of advancement. 10 Incineration. Li Fuchen brandished his sword and stacked with sword lights to split open the net of branches. Crackle. Chapter 490. After one of the ancient demon fruits was snatched, the ancient demon tree was even more frenzied. Previously, it was just some thin branches that attacked Li Fuchen. Now that one of the ancient demon fruits was snatched, the thicker branch that had the thin branches attacked violently. This branch was a few hundred meters long and was around 8 meters thick. It was like a violent dragon and had a massive presence. Li Fuchen reckoned that this attack's power was almost at the battle spirit realm. With no way to dodge, Li Fuchen had no choice but to face the attack with all his strength. Clang! After sheathing the scarlet blood sword, Li Fuchen drew the joint heaven sword and slashed. The sword lights overlapped and burst out like magma, clashing with the thick branch. Swish swish swish, in this strike, both sides were evenly matched. After cultivating the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the 27th rank and the Cloud Flame 10 Incineration to the Perfection stage, coupled with the Earth-class mid-tier artifact sword, the Joint Heaven Sword, Li Fuchen's strength was almost at the Battle Spirit realm. Li Fuchen was sent flying while 8 ancient demon fruits followed closely behind. It turned out that the ancient demon tree's branches had plenty of ancient demon fruits. After clashing with Li Fuchen, the sword chi invaded and caused plenty of ancient demon fruits to fall off. Li Fuchen grinned, and with a wave of his hand, he kept all the ancient demon fruits. On the other side, Zhuangsheng and the others had also seized one or two ancient demon fruits while the ancient demon tree was clashing with Li Fuchen. If it was someone else, they would have stopped after obtaining so many ancient demon fruits. But Li Fuchen wasn't satisfied. After stopping his body from flying back, he turned into a flame and shot at the ancient demon tree again. Boom boom boom, a man and a tree were in a frenzy. Li Fuchen kept all the ancient demon fruits. It is a human. He actually dares to snatch the ancient demon fruits. Eat them. The demons that were guarding the ancient demon tree finally arrived, and there were at least 10,000 of them. Die! At this stage, Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered about shocking the world. He circulated the 27th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique to the extremity and burst out with the Divine Flame Red Rainbow field, enveloping the radius of a few miles. In the Red World, countless Class 4 demons were incinerated to death. The Class 5 demons might be fine, but their movement speed was greatly reduced and they became easy targets. This Senior Li is too ferocious. Even Monarch-class disciples wouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Yun Wei's little mouth opened wide with a look of worship. Human, Scarlet Fiend, will fight you. Enveloped by the Divine Flame Scarlet Rainbow domain, there was a Scarlet Red Fiendish demon that was completely unaffected. When the overwhelming evil prowess spread out, Li Fuchen's Divine Flame Red Rainbow field had collapsed. Li Fuchen looked at him. This 5th-grade fiendish demon was 25 meters tall and covered in crimson scales. Its eyes shot out 2 beams of crimson light, giving it a terrifying appearance. Boom! When the Scarlet Demon executed a fist strike, the Scarlet Fist light was like a comet that rushed at Li Fuchen. The boundless fist prowess forced Zhuangsheng and the others to continuously retreat as they couldn't withstand it. Good timing. Li Fuchen brandished the Joint Heaven sword to counter the attack. Bang! Li Fuchen was sent flying. Li Fuchen wasn't a match for his opponent with regular strength. Flame Heart. Li Fuchen's chest ignited with the flame seed and burst out with blazing flame power as he cleaved at his opponent with a blazing flame sword chi. This time, Li Fuchen was able to suppress the Scarlet Demon. Slash! After 8 moves, Li Fuchen made use of the fleeting opportunity to slash at the Scarlet Demon's neck and wanted to sever its head. However, the Scarlet Demon's defense was extremely tough. Li Fuchen's sword was only able to slash halfway before it was unable to continue. If one sword isn't enough, I shall use 2 swords. Li Fuchen repeatedly slashed at the Scarlet Demon's body, causing it to be drenched in blood and its flesh to be lacerated. From start to end, the Scarlet Demon wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen at all. Flee! The Scarlet Demon wasn't a simple-minded individual. Seeing that it wasn't a match for Li Fuchen, it quickly retreated and fled far away. Li Fuchen didn't give chase and continued to tangle with the ancient demon tree. He didn't go deeper and didn't retreat either. He had been wandering at the borders and seizing the ancient demon fruits that grew at the edge of the treetop. 20 fruits. 30 fruits. 50 fruits. The ancient demon tree didn't just have a few thousand ancient demon fruits, there were at least 10,000 of them. There were plenty of ancient demon fruits that grew at the edge of the treetop. If I knew this would happen, I would have rented a battleship. Li Fuchen was a little regretful. To deal with such a massive existence, a battleship was the best choice. There wasn't a need for a Class 6 battleship, just a Class 5 battleship would be able to contest with the ancient demon tree. The only thing Li Fuchen had to be careful was not to let the ancient demon tree destroy the battleship. It was a pity that the price of renting a battleship was too high. Renting a Class 5 battleship required 1,000 contribution coins per day, and it would be 10,000 contribution coins for 10 days. If the battleship was damaged, Li Fuchen would have to pay 1 million contribution coins. He might be able to repay it in installments, but the pressure was still great. As for the Class 6 battleship, it wasn't worth mentioning. Right now, it was useless to regret. The only thing Li Fuchen could do was to seize more ancient demon fruits. As for the demons, he would kill as many as they came. Finally, the ancient demon tree was enraged. Dozens of ancient demon fruits withered and all the energy was concentrated on this thick branch. Immediately after, the branch emitted a black light and swept at Li Fuchen like a black dragon. Bang! After vomiting a mouthful of fresh blood, Li Fuchen was sent flying. Had it not been for Li Fuchen's dual cultivation, this attack would have turned him into smithereens. Let's go! Once the ancient demon tree was enraged, Li Fuchen didn't have any chance at all. The price of the ancient demon tree's anger was rather huge, but Li Fuchen had only seized 60 to 70 ancient demon fruits. Once the ancient demon tree was enraged, it would exhaust dozens of ancient demon fruits' energy. Alright. Zhuangsheng and the others already wanted to leave. They had each seized 4 to 5 ancient demon fruits and it was considered a great harvest. After leaving the ancient demon tree's region, the 5 of them headed towards the small pool. 3 days later. Over there. Scanning with his awareness, Li Fuchen noticed the small pool and the 7 stars earth demon herb inside. Don't get close. Li Fuchen waved his hand and asked the 4 of them to hide while he turned into a blazing light and flew over. Die! The white demon that was guarding the small pool opened its eyes and revealed an ominous glint. It then executed a fist with lightning speed. When the fist was executed, Li Fuchen felt that his entire body was locked in place and he couldn't dodge. He had no choice but to resist. What a powerful fiendish demon! He's even stronger than that scarlet fiendish demon. Li Fuchen didn't retreat or give way. He burst out with blazing flame power and slashed. Rumble! There was a violent chi wave that swept in all directions. The ground was scraped open layer after layer. Some of the demons that were nearby were immediately split into pieces by the chi wave and had their flesh and bones scattered. Snatch my treasure! Die! The white demon stood up and his hand surged with white light before a bone sword appeared. With a swing of the bone sword, a misty white sword light slashed at Li Fuchen. Clang! When the 2 swords clashed, Li Fuchen and the white demon each took a step back and were evenly matched. With the nourishment of dense fiendish demon Yuan Qi, the fiendish demons here are the truly powerful ones. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. If the demons of the East Unicorn Continent were also so incredible, the East Unicorn Continent would have been ruled by demons and he wouldn't have the chance to rise up. With a flash, Li Fuchen approached the white demon. Chapter 491. The white demon didn't know that Li Fuchen was terrifying in close combat and wasn't on guard, allowing Li Fuchen to close in smoothly. Giant Elephant Trumpet. The giant elephant spirit rose up and the blazing flame power and dragon elephant power intertwined on the joint heaven sword before slashing at the white demon. Crackle! The bone sword shattered and the white demon was sent flying. Li Fuchen's sword was too powerful and the power was increased by at least 20%. How could the white demon's innate ability, the bone sword, withstand the attack? After slashing the white demon, Li Fuchen reacted quickly and instantly kept the 7 stars earth demon herb. The 7 stars earth demon herb was 10 times more precious than regular earth class peak tier herbs. A single stalk was worth 3,000 contribution points and was equivalent to 20 ancient demon fruits. Seeing that the 7 stars earth demon herb was taken, the white demon was enraged. The hand surged with white light and a long bone whip appeared. Swish! When the bone whip was brandished, the sky was filled with whip shadows. In between the whip shadows, layers of invisible power appeared out of nowhere. Even Li Fuchen found it a little strenuous to deal with it. The Demon Ring continent is truly not to be underestimated. They are all Class 5 demons, but those Class 5 demons from the East Unicorn continent can only be considered ordinary Class 5 demons here. This white demon should be at the pinnacle of the Class 5 demons. Not wishing to waste too much blazing flame power, Li Fuchen dispersed the heart of blazing flame and circulated the dragon elephant power before smashing at the white demon with the tiger soul fist. The giant elephant spirit and the fierce tiger spirit complemented each other, allowing Li Fuchen's combat strength to reach the extremity. When he executed the fist, the boundless fist prowess felt like it was going to shatter the void. The whip shadows were all blasted apart while the white demon was sent flying. As a dual cultivator of qi and body, Li Fuchen's strongest aspect was his body refinement strength, and his blazing flame divine ability wasn't comparable. One must know that the dragon form forging body chapter was an Earth-class high-rank body refining technique, and Earth-class high-rank body refining technique was much more precious than Earth-class peak-rank true qi cultivation technique. The South Forest Martial Institution had Earth-class mid-tier qi cultivation techniques, but they didn't even have Earth-class low-tier body refinement techniques. As a Monarch-class sect, the Red Rainbow sect had plenty of Earth-class peak-tier qi cultivation techniques, but they didn't have a single Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. They only had a few Earth-class mid-tier body refinement techniques. It was imaginable how precious body refinement techniques were. His body refinement strength is actually stronger than his true qi strength. In the distance, Zhuangsheng and the others were shocked. The white demon is from the bone demon race. The bone demon is an extremely tyrannical race among the demons. It is said that pure-blooded bone demons can reach the demon emperor's level of growth. Among the demons of the same class, they are considered monarchs. Lu Qinghua stared at Li Fuchen in shock. After staying in the Red Rainbow sect for so many years, he had seen plenty of monarch-class disciples, but none of them were as all-round and terrifying as Li Fuchen. He reckoned that only emperor-class disciples would be comparable with Li Fuchen. Boom boom boom, with his body refinement strength fully bursting out, Li Fuchen was completely suppressing the demon. But the white demon's bone armor's defense was too tough. Li Fuchen's fist would only be able to create traces of cracks on the bone armor. It was almost impossible to completely break the bone armor. The level of Tiger's Soul Fist is still too low. Li Fuchen frowned. There was a huge difference between the path of body refinement and the path of true qi. The amplification of the low-tier Earth-class Tiger's Soul Fist was comparable to a high-tier Earth-class martial art. But it was only comparable to an Earth-class high-tier martial art. If Li Fuchen could cultivate an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art, a single fist would be enough to severely injure the white demon. When I return, I will be able to redeem an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. The Red Rainbow sect had a few Earth-class high-tier body refinement arts, but they required a lot of contribution points and Li Fuchen couldn't afford them. Even if it was an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art, it would require a few tens of thousands of contribution points. The price was comparable to Earth-class peak-tier qi martial arts. Bang! After sending the white demon flying with a fist, Li Fuchen used the rebounding force to skim towards Zhuangsheng and the others. Go! Li Fuchen yelled out. Zhuangsheng and the others were already prepared to escape. They burst out with speed and kept pace with Li Fuchen. Roar! The white demon roared with rage and chased after Li Fuchen with thousands of demons. Both parties chased after each other across the third and fourth rings. During this period of time, there were other demons that were rushing over from other directions. It was fortunate that Li Fuchen's awareness was exceptional and could sense which direction the demons were in. After a few days, the five arrived at the fifth ring. A massive number of low-grade spirit stones were thrown into the hole in the center of the teleportation platform. The teleportation array was activated and there was a radiance before the five vanished without a trace. Red Rainbow sect's teleportation plaza. One of the teleportation platforms lit up and Li Fuchen's group appeared. That was a close shave. Yunwei patted her chest and had lingering fear. The Demon Ring continent was too dangerous. During normal times, it was still possible to travel around the fourth and third rings. Only the second ring was slightly more dangerous and the first ring was extremely dangerous. But if one was unlucky, they might encounter an extremely powerful Class 5 demon in the fifth ring. Like the Scarlet Demon that was guarding the Ancient Demon Tree and the White Demon that was guarding the 7 Stars Earth Demon Herb. Such demons should only exist in the second and first rings. Riches come from danger. This mission is already comparable to several of the previous missions. Guo Wenwu was rather happy to be able to return alive. Furthermore, the rewards from this mission made him even more delighted. Apart from obtaining 4 ancient demon fruits, Guo Wenwu had also found a few mission herbs. After exchanging them for 1,200 contribution points, it was enough for him to redeem the first 27 ranks of the Earth-class high-tier cultivation technique. Senior Li, I am staying in the outer sect's number 385 courtyard. Drop by when you are free. Yun Wei's eyes flickered. As a monarch-class disciple, it wasn't difficult for him to reach the primary sea realm. If she could become his Dao companion, she would definitely have boundless glory. Everyone, Li Fuchen shall take his leave first. Li Fuchen smiled and cupped his fist before flying towards the monarch district. Yun Wei bit her lips and had a bitter expression. A total of 15,100 contribution points. It is enough to redeem an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. Li Fuchen's rewards from the Demon Ring continent were extremely great. He obtained a total of 67 ancient demon fruits, 1 stalk of 7 stars Earth Demon Herb, and a few other mission herbs. The total value was 14,100 contribution points. With the addition of his remaining 1,000 contribution points, Li Fuchen had a total of 15,100 contribution points. It was equivalent to 1.5 years of sect rewards for other monarch-class disciples. With sufficient contribution coins, Li Fuchen headed for the secret manual tower again. On the second floor of the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen picked up the Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art manuals and started to read them. Blood Dragon Leg, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. When cultivated to completion rank, the Blood Dragon spirit can be activated. When attacking, it will be like a blood dragon coiling around the enemy. It is extremely ferocious. First half requires 5,000 contribution coins, second half requires 15,000 contribution coins. Purple Blood Armor, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. When cultivated to completion rank, the body will be able to use Qi power or extraordinary Qi power to form a layer of armor. First half requires 6,000 contribution coins, second half requires 18,000 contribution coins. Chapter 492. A moment later, Li Fuchen finally chose the Vicious Dragon Fist. The Vicious Dragon Fist wasn't a vicious fist, but the fist force was too vicious and violent, hence, it was called the Vicious Dragon Fist. Li Fuchen was left with 7,100 contribution coins and he wasn't in a hurry to redeem other manuals. He was planning to save them to redeem the second half of the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration or the second half of the Vicious Dragon Fist. After registering with the Tower Guardian Elder, Li Fuchen took the first half of the Vicious Dragon Fist and left the secret manual tower. The Vicious Dragon Fist had a total of 2 moves. The first half only had 1 move and it was called Vicious Dragon Emerge. It might only be 1 move, but it had 9 forms and 736 variations. Each form and variation was actually a kind of Qi blood guidance. When each variation was at the pinnacle, this move would be mastered. When the fist was executed, the vicious dragon spirit would burst out naturally and it contained immense power. With Li Fuchen's perception, he was able to cultivate 3 forms and 246 variations in a single day. When he executed the fist, his Qi blood would circulate in a frenzy before finally twisting into a stream. The fist would then burst out with a dragon's roar. Just as Li Fuchen was cultivating the vicious dragon fist, there was a huge change in the distant East Unicorn continent. It was unknown why the dense fog in the Land of Fog had gradually vanished. Some of the secrets that were concealed in the Land of Fog had been exposed to the light of day, including the teleportation platform in the small valley. Ever since the teleportation platform was discovered, there would be people leaving through the teleportation platform every day. Among them were the various sects' supreme elders and heavenly prodigies. Li Fuchen, is this your secret? Everyone was enlightened. No wonder Li Fuchen's cultivation and strength had such rapid progress in a short period of time. It turned out that he discovered a teleportation platform and used it to teleport to another continent. The East Unicorn continent was lacking in resources and the concentration of heaven and earth chi was far inferior to ancient times. This was publicly acknowledged. If Li Fuchen was able to reach a higher class continent, his cultivation would naturally yield twice the results with half the effort. Some of the experts that were stuck at the peak level of reincarnation realm might be able to break through to the battle spirit realm and become a master once they reached a higher class continent. Evil King, if you leave now, it will be hard for you to take revenge in the future. On this day, the Blood Ancestor and the Evil King also arrived at the small valley with the teleportation platform. After leaving the East Unicorn continent, the duo might be able to break through to the battle spirit realm within a short period of time. If they were heading to the continent that Li Fuchen was at, they might have a chance to take revenge. If they were heading to another continent, they wouldn't be able to see each other anymore. After all, there was a vast ocean between continents. Unless there was a teleportation array or their cultivation was at the primary sea realm, otherwise, it was very unlikely for them to head to the other continent. The one-armed Evil King said faintly, compared to a higher realm, not being able to take revenge is nothing. He wanted to rule the East Unicorn continent for the resources of the entire continent. Only by gathering the entire continent's resources would he be able to break through to the battle spirit realm within a short period of time. Right now, he didn't need to rule the continent in order to progress to the battle spirit realm or even higher realms. The Evil King naturally didn't care about taking revenge. Of course, if he had the chance to take revenge, he would naturally not give it up. Hua! The teleportation platform flashed with radiance before the Blood Ancestor and the Evil King vanished. The temptation to head to other continents was too great. The various sects were still fine as they had enough spirit stones to operate the teleportation arrays. Those who didn't have enough wealth had started to take the evil path and wantonly killed for treasures. For a moment, the entire East Unicorn continent was filled with blood light. Li Fuchen didn't know what was happening on the East Unicorn continent. He was currently immersed in the world of fist art. Roar! There was a resounding and vicious dragon roar. On the Fuchen Peak, a black and sinister vicious dragon spirit soared up. The powerful force caused violent winds to rise on the Fuchen Peak and sent sand and rocks flying. This was with the protection of the array. Without the protection of the array, a single fist would definitely shatter the Fuchen Peak. No wonder it is an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. The completion stage is already far superior to the trance stage of the Tiger Soul Fist. Li Fuchen's eyes revealed radiance. The Tiger Soul Fist's power was comparable with Earth-class high-tier martial arts. But as compared to the Vicious Dragon Fist, it was rather insignificant. The completion stage of the Vicious Dragon Fist's power was actually close to the perfection stage of the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration. This was only an Earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. If it was an Earth-class high-tier body refinement art, wouldn't it be close to Heaven-class low-tier chi cultivation arts? Li Fuchen didn't know that the body refinement Dao was a heaven-defying Dao. The human body was frail and couldn't be compared with demonic beasts and demons. But if one walked on the body refinement Dao, one's body would be able to contest with demonic beasts and demons. It might even surpass demonic beasts and demons. When cultivated to the extremity, one would be immortal. Therefore, body refinement manuals were extremely rare and powerful. After all, how many individuals could truly defy the heavens? It was far inferior to the Qi cultivation Dao. Of course, it didn't mean that the Qi cultivation Dao was inferior to the body refinement Dao. The Qi cultivation Dao was superior in that it had a long source, it was superior in that it was broad and profound. It was superior in that it could comprehend the heaven Dao and nature. When the Qi cultivation Dao was at the extremity, it wasn't inferior to the body refinement Dao. Furthermore, there were many variations and it was as unfathomable as the heaven Dao. After the Vicious Dragon Fist reached the completion stage, Li Fuchen didn't stop cultivating. With his current perception, just the first half of the manual was enough to cultivate the Vicious Dragon Fist to the perfection stage. In order to cultivate the Vicious Dragon Fist to the perfection stage, Li Fuchen reckoned that he would have to reduce the transformations of the Vicious Dragon Fist. The first move of the Vicious Dragon Fist had 736 transformations. In fact, many of the 736 transformations were interlinked and could be fused into a single transformation. The creator of the vicious dragon fist didn't reduce the transformations mainly to make it easier for the later generations. After all, everything had to be done from shallow to deep. If the difficulty was raised to the highest level, apart from those absolute prodigies, who could cultivate and reach the entry stage? Li Fuchen only took 7 days to cultivate the vicious dragon fist to the completion stage. It took Li Fuchen half a month to reduce the 736 transformations of the first move of the vicious dragon fist to 625 transformations. Right now, when he executed his fist, there were fewer transformations, but the power was more concentrated and deeper. Of course, there was still some distance before reaching the perfection stage. With the completion stage of the vicious dragon fist, my body refinement strength has increased greatly. But if I can increase my body refinement level, it will be even better. Sinking his awareness into his heart, the pale golden elephant appeared vividly in his mind. As compared to before, the elephant's body size seemed to be bigger and purer. Li Fuchen knew clearly that body refinement techniques and body refinement arts were closely related. When the body refinement art was successful, it would stimulate the qi power, allowing the qi power to gradually grow stronger. In turn, it would nourish the dragon elephant power. With a stronger body refinement level, it would be much easier to cultivate body refinement arts. On the next day, Li Fuchen arrived at the Monarch District's Dragon Pool. The Dragon Pool was a giant pool that the Red Rainbow sect used countless body refinement materials to construct. It was similar to the body tempering pool of the major clans in the Cloud Mist City. But there was a huge difference between the two. The body tempering pool could only increase a few hundred kilograms of strength, but the Dragon Pool could increase a few tens of thousands of kilograms of strength. Chapter 493. Reincarnation Realm martial artists will need 500 contribution coins per day to enter the Dragon Pool. If you have enough contribution coins, you can pay the fees for 3 days first. Outside the Dragon Pool, an outer sect elder was standing guard. Here. Li Fuchen handed over 1,500 contribution coins. The Dragon Pool wasn't free to use. Reincarnation Realm Monarch class disciples would need 500 contribution coins per day, while Battle Spirit Realm Monarch class disciples would need 2,000 contribution coins per day. In the inner sect, there was also a Tiger Pool which was one class lower than the Dragon Pool. Outer sect disciples would only need 100 contribution coins per day, while inner sect disciples would need 500 contribution coins per day. The Dragon Pool was inside the stone pavilion and it was around 30 meters in radius. It was separated into 30 small spaces with special screens. The Dragon Pool was surrounded by mist and with the obstruction of the array, it didn't spread out. After entering the Dragon Pool, Li Fuchen took a breath of the mist and instantly felt his qi and blood boiling. This wasn't mist, it was obviously an extremely boundless qi and blood essence qi. No wonder it is a monarch class sect. With such extravagance, even if the entire East Unicorn continent's resources were gathered, it still wouldn't be enough to create a Dragon Pool. Li Fuchen took a glance and noticed that there wasn't anyone in the Dragon Pool. It made sense as there were only a few people who walked the body refinement path. Unless they possessed the body refinement bone frame, otherwise, few people would choose to walk the body refinement path or dual cultivate. After hanging the occupied sign on the screen, Li Fuchen took off his clothes and leaped into the Dragon Pool. SS. After entering the Dragon Pool, there was extreme comfort. After a moment, there was extreme soreness, pain, and numbness. In just a short period of time, Li Fuchen's body underwent several changes and he couldn't help but take a deep cold breath. After a moment, Li Fuchen finally adapted to the Dragon Pool and started to circulate the Dragon Elephant Body Forging chapter to temper his qi, blood, and Dragon Elephant power. Huff. Inhale. In between inhaling and exhaling, 2 cloud snakes drilled into Li Fuchen's nose and exhaled 2 fainter cloud snakes. When Li Fuchen was inhaling and exhaling the mist snakes, the small elephant in Li Fuchen's heart let out a trumpet. Its body was flickering with pale golden radiance and with each flicker, the radiance seemed to be stronger. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's qi and blood power and dragon elephant power were rapidly strengthening. Later on, a cloud python that was as thick as an arm coiled around Li Fuchen, bringing along even more cloud qi. 1 day, 2 days, after 3 days, the small elephant in Li Fuchen's heart had grown 1 size bigger. The luster on its body had gradually turned from pale gold to gold. The effect of the dragon pool is better than I expected. I might as well cultivate for a few more days. With 7,100 contribution coins, Li Fuchen could cultivate in the dragon pool for 10 days to half a month. On the 4th day, a young man walked in. After a moment, Li Fuchen felt that plenty of mist essence qi was attracted over. Battle Spirit Realm Body Refinement Master? Li Fuchen frowned. The dragon pool had plenty of mist essence qi. To be able to draw away some of the mist essence qi here, it must be a Battle Spirit Realm Body Refinement Master. On the 7th screen on the right side of Li Fuchen, there was a majestic youth soaking in the dragon pool. His body was emitting a golden halo and gave off a ferocious and iron-blooded aura. On the 5th day, a woman walked in. A large amount of mist essence was attracted over, as if there was a whirlpool there. What a powerful body refinement cultivation base! Li Fuchen smiled bitterly. As compared to 2 days ago, the mist essence qi here was only left with 60% to 70%. It was fortunate that the dragon pool had enough mist essence qi and he couldn't absorb too much at once, therefore, it didn't affect him much. Is it Junior Lu? A loud and clear voice echoed as the youth spoke. Yes. The female voice was magnetic and full of heroic qi. Junior Lu's Jade Phoenix technique seems to be at the subcompletion stage of the 6th rank. This senior is inferior. The youth said. The female voice said, Senior's Blood Wolf Sky Stomp technique is also at the subcompletion stage of the 6th rank. Jade Phoenix technique? Blood Wolf Sky Stomp technique? Li Fuchen flipped through the 2 body refinement techniques. These 2 cultivation techniques were Earth-class mid-tier body refinement techniques. The Jade Phoenix technique was said to be the #1 body refinement technique in the Red Rainbow sect. When cultivated to the highest rank, one would become a body refinement monarch. Its specialty was the ice skin, jade bones, and immunity to poison. The Jade Phoenix Chi power had the Jade transformation ability. No matter how severe the injuries were, as long as one was still breathing, one would be able to recover quickly. If one was injured by the Jade Phoenix Chi power, the body would turn into jade. Once one turned into jade, even immortals wouldn't be able to save them. As for the Blood Wolf Sky Stomp technique, it was an extremely tyrannical body refinement technique. To cultivate this technique, one would need to consume a large number of Demon Wolf's demon cores to cultivate the Blood Wolf Chi power. It was said that at the later stages, once the Blood Wolf Chi power was circulated, the entire person would turn into a half-human half-wolf existence. Even demons would be far inferior. It should be Senior Lu Wan and Senior Wu Tianlang. In the entire Red Rainbow sect, there weren't a lot of monarch-class disciples. In the recent century, there were only over 100 monarch-class disciples that joined the Red Rainbow sect. Among them, there were only a few who mainly cultivated the body refinement Dao. Lu Wan and Wu Tianlang were one of them. Lu Wan had the 7-star Jade Marrow Bone Frame, while Wu Tianlang had the 7-star Iron Rock Bone Frame. The duo might have only cultivated their body refinement technique to the subcompletion stage of the 6th stage, which was equivalent to mid-level Battle Spirit Realm martial artists. In terms of combat strength, the duo were considered the kings among the mid-level Battle Spirit Realm martial artists. However, Earth-class mid-tier body refinement techniques could only allow the duo to step into the primary Sea realm. Earth-class peak-tier Qi cultivation techniques could allow others to cultivate to the 9th level of primary Sea realm. In this aspect, the duo's future was bleak, unless they could find Earth-class high-tier body refinement techniques or even Earth-class peak-tier body refinement techniques. On the 10th day, the small elephant in Li Fuchen's heart had doubled in size and already had the vigor of an adult elephant. Once the small elephant grew into an adult elephant, it would mean that Li Fuchen had cultivated the dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter to the perfection stage. By then, Li Fuchen would be able to dominate the reincarnation realm with just his body refinement. When complemented with his body refinement art, it wouldn't be difficult to contest with low-level battle spirit realm monarch class disciples. 11th day, 12th day, 14th day. In the end, Li Fuchen still wasn't able to improve the dragon elephant body forging 5th chapter to the perfection stage. It wasn't because the mist essence chi wasn't enough, it was because his body had reached the limits. If he continued to absorb the mist essence chi, his chi and blood would be corrupted if he was lucky, but he might explode if he was lucky. The dragon pool is indeed formidable. If I rely on body refinement elixirs, I will never be able to improve my body refinement to this level within 2 weeks. Li Fuchen lamented. The dragon pool didn't just contain a massive amount of body refinement essence, there seemed to be an extremely horrific transformation array. This transformation array could transform different types of body refinement essence into a higher grade of chi and blood essence chi. Li Fuchen temporarily called it dragon chi. When Li Fuchen emerged from the dragon pool, he was surrounded by mist. His upper body was slender and strong, as though it was forged from steel. The flexibility was filled with astounding explosive power and ferocious force. It was faintly emitting an undying aura. After putting on his clothes, Li Fuchen walked out of the dragon pool. A total of 7,000 contribution coins. You will need to make up for 5,500 contribution coins. The dragon pool elder stated. Here. Chapter 494. I only have 100 contribution coins left. I have to continue with the missions. Li Fuchen let out a bitter smile. He originally planned to accumulate contribution coins to redeem the second half of the Vicious Dragon Fist or the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration, but he couldn't help but spend them. However, Li Fuchen didn't regret it. His current body refinement strength was more than 2 times stronger than when he went to the Demon Ring continent previously. With just his body refinement, he was able to contest with the White Demon. If he executed the Vicious Dragon Fist, he was confident he could shatter the White Demon's body in a single fist. Li Fuchen didn't form a team and was preparing to explore by himself while carrying out missions. His trump cards were hidden and he would only be able to burst out without any worries when he was alone. After arriving at the teleportation plaza, Li Fuchen headed to the Demon Ring continent again. Only 1 month had passed and even if the ancient demon tree could move, it probably couldn't have moved very far. Swish! There was a flash of light and Li Fuchen arrived at the Demon Ring continent's 5th ring. Following his memory, Li Fuchen flew towards the 3rd ring. As expected, it isn't at the same place anymore. Li Fuchen frowned and scanned the surroundings when he saw that the ancient demon tree's original location was empty. Soon enough, Li Fuchen captured a trace of the ancient demon tree's chi presence. His awareness was comparable with a primary Sea Realm monarch. This trace of chi presence might be able to hide from the most formidable battle spirit realm masters, but it couldn't hide from Li Fuchen. Swish! Following the chi presence, Li Fuchen increased his speed. It is that human again. Kill him. From far away, tens of thousands of demons noticed Li Fuchen. One of the scarlet demons roared with rage and it was the scarlet great demon that was guarding the ancient demon tree. Apart from the scarlet great demon, the white demon was also beside him. In between the 2 demons, there was an even stronger demon. This demon was covered in blood scales and was very similar to the East Unicorn continent's Blood Devil King. Is this person the one that defeated you? The blood-scaled demon's voice was deep and evil. Lord Blood General, it is him. The scarlet demon nodded. In the Demon Ring continent, the hierarchy was very strict. Even though the 5th-level demons were all at the same level, there were subdivisions. The lowest level were the ordinary 5th-level demons, and above them were the elite 5th-level demons. Above them were the great demons. The Scarlet Demon and White Demon were both great demons, but the White Demon was slightly stronger. In terms of strength, a regular Class 5 demon would be equivalent to a 9th-level reincarnation realm martial artist that cultivated a mystic class peak tier cultivation technique. Elite Level 5 Demon corresponds to the Shedding Body Realm 9th layer martial artist who cultivates the Earth level low rank cultivation technique. The Great Demons corresponded to 9th level Reincarnation Realm martial artists that cultivated Earth class mid-tier cultivation techniques. Above the Great Demons were the powerful Demon Generals. Generally speaking, Devil Generals were used to address Class 6 Fiendish Demons. However, there were no Class 6 Fiendish Demons in the Demon Ring continent. Those extremely heaven-defying Class 5 Fiendish Demons called themselves Devil Generals. The Demon General's strength was comparable with low-leveled Battle Spirit Realm martial artists and would normally be active in the first ring. After knowing that a powerful human had arrived at the Demon Ring continent, they came to the third ring and planned to capture this human alive to devour his essence blood. Blood Demon. I wonder what the purity of its bloodline is and how far it's from a pure-blooded blood demon. Li Fuchen raised his brows. There were pure blood and impure demons. The limit of a pure-blooded blood demon's growth was the Demon Emperor. They were the Blood Demon's Emperor race. The East Unicorn Continent's Blood Devil King was just a regular blood devil and its bloodline purity was obviously inferior to this blood-scaled demon. Of course, even a pure-blooded blood demon would find it hard to grow to the limits without any fated encounters, let alone an impure blood demon. It just so happens that my vicious dragon fist is at the completion stage and my body refinement has improved greatly. I am lacking a formidable opponent. Li Fuchen was eager to give it a try as his chi prowess burst out. Kill! With the Scarlet Demon and the White Demon leading the charge, thousands of demons charged at Li Fuchen. The Scarlet Demon was from the Fire Demon race while the White Demon was from the Bone Demon race. The Scarlet Demon's growth potential was inferior, but it was still a great demon. The White Demon was from the Bone Demon race. A pure-blooded Bone Demon's growth limit was the Demon Emperor, just like a blood demon. Therefore, as a great demon, the White Demon's strength was much stronger than the Scarlet Demon. The two of them attacked Li Fuchen from the left and right. As for the other Class 5 and Class 4 demons, they were either closing in on Li Fuchen with extreme speed or attacking from a distance. The scene was extremely horrifying. Vicious Dragon emerge. The giant elephant trumpeted while the vicious dragon roared. The giant elephant spirit and the vicious dragon spirit rose at the same time. When Li Fuchen executed his fist, the vicious dragon spirit was like a world-destroying demon dragon that shook the void. Bang 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 bang. Hundreds or thousands of demons were turned into blood mist by Li Fuchen's fist. Even the Scarlet Demon and the White Demon couldn't block Li Fuchen's fist prowess. Their skin and flesh were lacerated by the fist force and blood was spurting everywhere. Die! Li Fuchen executed another fist. The horrific vicious dragon spirit was wreaking havoc and finally shattered the Scarlet Demon and the White Demon into pieces, causing them to die miserably on the spot. If it is a one-on-one, I should be able to kill the White Demon in a single fist. Li Fuchen roughly estimated the strength of his fist force. What? The blood-scaled demon was shocked and enraged. It was fine if it was the Scarlet Demon, but the White-Bone Great Demon was a pinnacle existence among the Great Demons. Even the blood-scaled demon wouldn't be able to kill the White-Bone Great Demon within a short period of time. Didn't this human's strength say that he was only slightly stronger than the White-Bone Great Demon? Could it be that Li Fuchen had improved in just over a month? Blood Spear. The blood-scaled demon took a deep breath. His hand surged with blood light and a blood-colored spear appeared. The blood-colored spear was emitting blood-colored electric arcs and had appalling prowess. Swish! There was a flash of blood-colored electric arcs as the blood-scaled demon tossed out the blood-colored spear. When facing the blood-colored spear that was approaching at extreme speed, Li Fuchen executed a single fist to instantly shatter the blood-colored spear. Blood armor. The blood-scaled demon roared and as there was a surge of blood light, a blood-colored armor appeared on its body. In the next moment, there was a flash of blood light as the blood-scaled demon charged at Li Fuchen. Boom boom boom. The duo's fists clashed and instantly clashed for 8 moves. PFFF. When the 9th fist clashed, the blood-scaled demon couldn't withstand Li Fuchen's fist force anymore and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Li Fuchen didn't show mercy after gaining the upper hand and executed a fist on the blood-scaled demon's chest. The blood-colored armor on its body caved in, and the powerful force caused the blood-scaled fiendish demon to fly back. "Where do you think you are going?" Li Fuchen chased after and used a fist to shatter the blood-scaled demon's blood-colored armor, causing a blood mist to spread out. "Flee!" The blood-scaled demon knew that it wasn't a match for Li Fuchen and fled frantically. After executing 8 fists in the air, Li Fuchen didn't give chase. His only shortcoming was his movement speed. After all, movement speed was related to his cultivation, and his cultivation happened to be his weakest point. His body refinement might not be weak, but his body refinement was far inferior to his chi cultivation when it came to traveling. After killing over 1,000 demons with 2 fists, even the Blood General was repelled by Li Fuchen. The rest of the demons didn't dare to stay. In just a short moment, over 10,000 demons had escaped cleanly. Following the chi presence, Li Fuchen continued to pursue the ancient demon tree. Half a day later, Li Fuchen found the ancient demon tree. The ancient demon tree had obviously recognized Li Fuchen's chi presence. When it saw Li Fuchen arriving, dozens of ancient demon fruits withered and gathered all the energy on a thicker branch. It then lashed at Li Fuchen in a frenzy. Li Fuchen grinned and smashed his fist. There was an explosion of horrific chi waves. Li Fuchen didn't move, but the ancient demon tree's branch exploded. With quick hands, Li Fuchen collected 8 ancient demon fruits in an instant. The ancient demon tree was enraged. This time, close to 100 ancient demon fruits withered and the energy was gathered on a thicker branch that was closer to Li Fuchen. "It is too wasteful. Give me over 100 ancient demon fruits and I might just leave." Li Fuchen felt that it was a pity. This ancient demon fruit was too stubborn and would rather give up the ancient demon fruits to contest with him. How could it not know that Li Fuchen was here for the ancient demon fruits? A man and a tree had a frenzied battle. During the battle, Li Fuchen was waiting for an opportunity to harvest the ancient demon fruits. As the ground shook, the ancient demon tree's roots that were hidden underground emerged. It felt as though it had countless legs as the ancient demon tree rapidly approached Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen was flabbergasted. He didn't expect the ancient demon tree to move like this. He didn't dare to let the ancient demon tree get close. With the ancient demon tree's massive body, once it got close, Li Fuchen's pressure would increase by 100 times. By then, countless branches would attack and even a formidable battle spirit realm master wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone Li Fuchen. While retreating, Li Fuchen had been wandering at the edge of the ancient demon tree. It was fortunate that the ancient demon tree's movement speed wasn't too fast, otherwise, Li Fuchen's only way out would be to escape miserably. After harvesting over 100 ancient demon fruits, the ancient demon tree's low intelligence finally understood. It couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Its instincts told it to distance itself from Li Fuchen. One fled while the other chased. A few days later, the man and the tree arrived at the second ring region. In the distant horizon, there were 3 streams of light that were flying over. After noticing Li Fuchen, they were even faster and arrived in front of Li Fuchen in the blink of the eye. They were 3 demons with tyrannical and horrific chi presences, and one of them was the blood-scaled demon. "This person is stronger than me. Let's work together to kill him." The blood-scaled demon brought 2 demon generals and rushed over. "3 will do." Li Fuchen sneered and didn't even flee as he faced the attacks. One of the 2 demon generals was a winged demon with wings on its back, while the other was a power demon with immense strength. The 3 demon generals were in a great battle with Li Fuchen. The winged demon had unparalleled speed and was like a shadow that revolved around Li Fuchen while attacking violently. The power demon had a tough body and was only slightly injured after receiving a fist from Li Fuchen. The blood-scaled demon used its innate ability, Blood Spear, to attack Li Fuchen from a distance. As for the ancient demon tree, it didn't flee anymore. With its weak intelligence, it knew to assist the 3 demon generals and would use its branches to sweep at Li Fuchen from time to time. With the release of the giant elephant spirit and vicious dragon spirit, Li Fuchen repelled the winged demon and power demon in a single move. With a single fist strike, the blood-scaled demon was also sent flying. Li Fuchen made use of the opportunity to pull the ancient demon tree's branch and ripped off the entire branch. There were over 30 ancient demon fruits on the branch. How can this person be so formidable? The winged demon was bewildered. I reckon that only the top 10 demon generals are a match for him. The blood-scaled demon was extremely enraged. In the first ring region, he was only an ordinary demon general, and so were the other 2 demon generals. During normal times, he wouldn't even leave the first ring. After all, the first ring had the best cultivation environment and it was the easiest to evolve into a class 6 demon. Winged demon general, go and summon more demon generals over. The blood-scaled demon transmitted a message to the winged demon. Among the 3 of them, the winged demon was the fastest. All right. Chapter 495. Calling for reinforcements. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. He wasn't afraid of 3 devil generals, but if there were 5, 6 or even more devil generals, he would be a little restrained. Especially when his speed wasn't fast enough, he would definitely be in a miserable state. Forget it, I shall go back and redeem the second half of the vicious dragon fist. After executing the divine flame transformation, Li Fuchen turned into a stream of flames and flew out. Trying to leave. The blood-scaled demon wasn't happy and flashed to obstruct Li Fuchen. Get lost! Li Fuchen executed a fist and the vicious dragon spirit caused the blood-scaled demon to vomit fresh blood. Stay behind! The power demon general's speed was also faster than Li Fuchen and his massive body blocked in front of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's speed didn't decrease as he executed a fist attack. Boom! The power demon general was sent flying and there was a fist mark on his chest. However, the power demon was one of the demon races with extremely tough bodies. This fist attack had only caused him to suffer light injuries and he was much more durable than the blood-scaled demon. Boom boom boom, with Li Fuchen's current speed, if he was to travel at his own pace, it would take him at most 10 days to travel from the second ring to the 5th ring. But if he was obstructed, it would take him 10 days to reach the 4th ring. During this period of time, the power demon general and the blood-scaled demon weren't constantly obstructing Li Fuchen. After all, even the power demon general wouldn't be able to endure Li Fuchen's repeated attacks. The 2 of them would only obstruct Li Fuchen after a certain period of time. Don't let him escape. From afar, the winged demon general led 4 other demon generals and caught up. Human, today shall be the day of your death. Seeing that the reinforcements had arrived, the blood-scaled demon grinned sinisterly and was much more confident. Li Fuchen was expressionless as he sent the power demon general flying with a fist and continued to travel. Stay behind. The winged demon general and the other 4 demon generals joined the encirclement of Li Fuchen. Get lost. When facing the encirclement of 7 demon generals, Li Fuchen wasn't fearful at all. When he executed a fist attack, the vicious dragon spirit shook and felt as though it was going to shatter the void. 3 of the demon generals were sent flying while Li Fuchen himself only took a few steps back. Body refinement martial artists were so fearsome because of their overwhelming frontal combat strength, allowing them to easily resist the rebound force. If it was a chi cultivation martial artist with the same ability as Li Fuchen, it wouldn't be as easy as Li Fuchen. Let's attack together. I don't believe he can hold on for much longer. The blood-scaled demon led the charge to attack Li Fuchen. Courting death. Li Fuchen endured the attacks from a few demon generals and instantly closed in on the blood-scaled demon. He then punched at the demon's head. Gotcha! The blood-scaled fiendish demon's head split open, almost exploding. The blood-scaled fiendish demon fled in panic. He didn't dare to get close. As for those demon generals that struck Li Fuchen, they were appalled too. They had already used their full strength in that attack earlier, but Li Fuchen couldn't even vomit a mouthful of blood. What kind of defense was this? It was reckoned that even the top 10 demon generals wouldn't have such tough defenses. How could they understand that Li Fuchen, who was close to perfection of the dragon form forging body 5th chapter, was covered with the strength of dragon form, coupled with the earth-level mid-tier treasure armor, silver-scaled treasure armor, there was no one below the battle spirit realm who could hurt him. It was because of his exceptional defense that Li Fuchen dared to be so unbridled. After enduring the attacks from the 7 demon generals, Li Fuchen pushed forward. His speed might be a little slow, but he was at least approaching the 5th ring. Damn it, do I have to invite the top 10 demon generals over? The blood-scaled demon had an extremely unpleasant expression. It was said that demons had tyrannical and terrifying bodies, but today, he realized that Li Fuchen was even more insane than demons. The strength of the dragon form is much more condensed. After a series of battles, Li Fuchen's body had consumed a huge amount of the dragon form power. After all, be it offense or defense, they all required the support of the dragon form power. The heavier the enemy's attack, the more severe the consumption of the dragon form power. In comparison, Li Fuchen's own attacks would consume a lot less dragon form power. But as the dragon form power was rapidly consumed, Li Fuchen's body's dragon form power was getting purer. It was like a rusty iron wire that was peeling off. The dragon chi in the dragon pool might seem extremely pure, but dragon chi was dragon chi, while the dragon form power was dragon form power. The two of them needed to be converted, and during the conversion process, there would inevitably be some impurities. These impurities were the impurities. During the intense battle, the impurities were constantly shaken out. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had already advanced to the 5th ring, and the 7 demon generals weren't able to stop him. When Li Fuchen stood on the teleportation platform, the blood-scaled demon let out an enraged roar. "Human, if you come to the demon ring continent again, it will be the time of your death." Li Fuchen sneered and turned into a stream of light that vanished without a trace. A total of 180 ancient demon fruits, it is 27,000 contribution coins. Li Fuchen appeared at the teleportation plaza. Without stopping, Li Fuchen headed to the contribution hall to exchange the ancient demon fruits for contribution coins before flying towards the secret manual tower. After spending 24,000 contribution coins, Li Fuchen obtained the second half of the vicious dragon fist. On Fuchen Peak, Li Fuchen started to cultivate the second half of the vicious dragon fist. The second half was the same as the first half and only had one move called Vicious Dragon Soar. This move had 3 forms and 81 variations. But Li Fuchen could see that the 3 forms and 81 variations were much more exquisite than the 9 forms and 736 variations of the first move. If the first move was the leaves of a tree, then the second move was the branches of a tree. Previously, Li Fuchen had already cultivated the Vicious Dragon Fist to near the perfection stage. Now that he obtained the second half of the Vicious Dragon Fist, he only needed to cultivate for a short while to break through the bottleneck and reach the perfection stage. Roar! The poisonous dragon roared. The poisonous dragon spirit was extremely condensed, as though it was going to shatter the void. The arrays on the Fuchen Peak were all activated, constantly reinforcing the Fuchen Peak to prevent the Fuchen Peak from being shattered by the poisonous dragon spirit. Not bad, it actually increased my strength by 30%. When the Vicious Dragon Fist reached the perfection stage, Li Fuchen's strength increased by 30%. It didn't sound like a lot, after all, it was only 30%. It wasn't double or triple. But Li Fuchen's current strength was extremely powerful. Let alone 30%, even if it was increased by 5% or 10%, it was still significant. Right now, Li Fuchen was confident that a single fist was enough to severely injure the blood-scaled demon. 2 fists was enough to kill the blood-scaled demon. Li Fuchen wasn't confident if he could kill the blood-scaled demon. After all, the blood demon had extremely tough survivability, and even if he shattered the blood-scaled demon's body, it would still be able to survive. As for the other 6 demon generals that surrounded him, apart from the power demon general, Li Fuchen was confident he could kill them in a few fists. As the Vicious Dragon Fist reached the perfection stage, Li Fuchen's chi power was getting more exuberant. He stood there like a demon god and was emitting an extremely horrifying chi presence. There is no hurry. The Demon Ring continent is unfathomable and is far superior to the East Unicorn continent. I will go there after I cultivate the Vicious Dragon Fist to the trance stage. It was fine if the Demon Ring continent was barren and Li Fuchen would only go there once. But it was obvious that the Demon Ring continent was rather rich in resources and there were rare herbs like the ancient demon tree. If Li Fuchen didn't go there a few more times, he would be letting himself down. When cultivating the vicious dragon fist, Li Fuchen didn't neglect his chi cultivation and sword art cultivation. On this day, Li Fuchen consumed another red rainbow elixir. The chi in his body was extremely pure and had reached the peak level of 5th level reincarnation realm. It had only been a few months since he broke through to the 5th level of reincarnation realm. Of course, as compared to body refinement, no matter how fast the chi cultivation progress was, it was still far inferior. Li Fuchen's current body refinement was equivalent to the 9th level of reincarnation realm, and this realm corresponded to his chi cultivation. Li Fuchen cultivated the Earth class peak tier cultivation technique, Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, and it was far superior to regular reincarnation realm cultivators. Li Fuchen understood this very well. Qi cultivation was born from Qi, and Qi came from the heaven Tao and nature. In order to progress in Qi cultivation, one had to comprehend heaven and earth. Only then would one have the mental state to control the Qi and refine it. In comparison, body refinement was much more barbaric. Unless one reached the limits of the body, one would be able to progress rapidly. Of course, the prerequisite was that there couldn't be too many impurities. If there were too many impurities in the Qi, it would affect the cultivation. If there were too many impurities in the Qi, it wouldn't just affect the cultivation. If it was serious, the body would explode or the Qi and blood would collapse. In the blink of the eye, half a month had passed. The first breakthrough wasn't the vicious dragon fist, it was the Qi cultivation. With the 27th rank of the Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique, the 6-star Blazing Flame Bone Frame, and sufficient red rainbow elixirs, Li Fuchen's cultivation was like a rocket that was rising steadily. He had suddenly broken through to the 6th level of reincarnation realm. When his Qi cultivation reached the 6th level of reincarnation realm, it didn't affect Li Fuchen's extreme combat strength and merely increased his Qi cultivation strength. But with the increase in Qi cultivation, Li Fuchen could feel that his awareness was sharper and his perception had also increased. A person's awareness and perception would increase along with the progress of the cultivation. A battle spirit realm master's awareness was called spiritual awareness. Once the awareness evolved into spiritual awareness, it would be extremely useful and the range of detection would be further. Apart from Li Fuchen, regular reincarnation realm experts would only be able to extend their awareness over a few dozen miles. A battle spirit realm master's spiritual awareness could easily extend over a few hundred miles. A primary sea realm monarch's spiritual awareness would be able to extend over a few thousand miles. Li Fuchen was an anomaly as his awareness had yet to evolve into spiritual awareness and was already able to extend over 1,000 miles. It might not be comparable to a primary sea realm monarch, but there wasn't a qualitative difference. As for perception, it was closely related to the cultivation level. Li Fuchen's perception might be heaven-defying, but it was only comparable with a top-notch battle spirit realm master. If he wanted to contest with a primary sea realm monarch, he was still inferior. Be it the foundation or perception of primary sea realm monarchs, they were at an astounding level. It was reckoned that only heaven-class cultivation techniques and martial arts were difficult for them. Cultivation techniques and martial arts below the heaven class weren't difficult for them. After another half a month, Li Fuchen's vicious dragon fist had finally reached the trance stage. No matter what, the vicious dragon fist was only an earth-class mid-tier body refinement art. Its power might not be inferior to earth-class peak-tier Qi cultivation arts, but the comprehension difficulty was much lower. With Li Fuchen's current perception, it was easy for him to comprehend it completely. Chapter 496. Body refinement martial arts focused on breaking through with force. But in fact, this power was not brute force. Instead, it was the power rule. The so-called power rule, when broken down, was actually power and technique. A body refinement martial artist couldn't just rely on strength, nor could it just rely on skill. Only with the combination of strength and technique would one be able to erupt with lethality that far exceeded one's own limits. When one's strength and skills fuse to a deep degree, the body refinement true meaning would be born. With the complete vicious dragon fist intent, each of Li Fuchen's fists contained a deep level of power that could destroy things to the finest level. That's really scary. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. After comprehending the vicious dragon fist intent, Li Fuchen couldn't sit still and headed to the demon ring continent for the third time. This time, the ancient demon tree hid very deeply and Li Fuchen couldn't find it even after 5 days. Could it be in the first ring? Li Fuchen raised his brows and flew towards the first ring without hesitation. As expected. After arriving at the first ring, Li Fuchen felt that the ancient demon tree's chi presence was slightly denser. Following the chi presence, Li Fuchen flew at high speed. Human, you are too arrogant. You actually dare to barge into the first ring. Die. A horned demon general discovered Li Fuchen and pounced over. Li Fuchen couldn't even be bothered to speak. He blasted out a fist and smashed the vicious dragon spirit on his opponent's body. Bang! A faint blood mist drifted, and the corpse of the horned demon general was gone. The vicious dragon fist intent was much more terrifying than Li Fuchen imagined. After the horned demon general's massive body exploded, it wasn't just a blood mist, but flesh and blood were scattered. But under the attack of the vicious dragon fist intent, the horned demon general was destroyed by Li Fuchen at a subtle level, leaving behind a faint blood mist. After killing horned demon general, Li Fuchen continued to track the ancient demon tree. Finally, in the depths of the first ring, Li Fuchen found the ancient demon tree. However, a large group of demon generals had gathered under the ancient demon tree. The 7 demon generals that pursued Li Fuchen back then were all here. Apart from them, there were 5 unfamiliar demon generals. Human, you still dare to come? The blood-scaled fiendish demon was furious. He originally thought that Li Fuchen wouldn't come this time. If Li Fuchen didn't return after waiting for a few months, they would disperse. But just over a month had passed and Li Fuchen was actually here again. The other party simply treated the demon ring continent as his back garden. He could come and go as he pleased. Blood General, don't attack first. I'll deal with him. A pitch-black demon general flew over and stood a few hundred meters in front of Li Fuchen. Yes, Black Demon General. The Blood General glared at Li Fuchen and spoke respectfully. The Black Demonic General was the 7th demonic general of the Demon Ring continent. He was strong enough to heavily injure him in one move. In his opinion, the Black Demon General's strength was superior to Li Fuchen by 1 level. With the Black Demon General around, they would definitely be able to keep Li Fuchen here. Thinking of this, the Blood General felt delighted. Li Fuchen sized up his opponent. This was a Black Devil. The limit of a pure-blooded black demon's growth was Demon King. It couldn't compare to pure-blooded blood demons and pure-blooded bone demons. The black demon in front of him might be a pure-blooded black demon. As for the Blood General, he was merely a blood demon with a purer bloodline, not a pure-blooded one. Of course, there were no absolutes in this world. Fiendish demons with weak bloodlines might have a chance of becoming strong, but the chances were lower. Human, leave behind your name and die. The Black Demon General didn't have any scales and his skin was pitch black like cowhide. No, it looked 1,000 times tougher than cowhide. It gave off an indestructible and extremely tough feeling. You aren't qualified to know my name. Li Fuchen said indifferently. I originally wanted to let you die a quick death. It seems like there isn't a need now. Die. The Black Demon General roared with rage while his body burst out with a large amount of black light. The black light gathered on his right fist before he blasted a fist at Li Fuchen. This fist contained a vast and concentrated power. Before the fist force arrived, the entire void had already been locked. There was a distortion in heaven and earth that looked like ripples. Just in time. Li Fuchen didn't even execute a fist. The sinister and horrific vicious dragon spirit rose up and protected him. For Earth-class martial arts, as long as the intent was comprehended, the martial artist wouldn't need to execute the martial art to burst out with the intent. Because the moment the intent was comprehended, the martial artist would have completely grasped the essence of the martial art. Bang! The Black Demon General's fist had only caused the Dulong aura to sway a little, but he had been sent flying by the powerful recoil. What? The Black Demon General was dumbfounded. He was the 7th Demon General and the 7th expert of the Demon Ring continent. Even if the 2nd Demon General didn't retaliate and received a fist from him, it wouldn't be so easy and he would be injured. A mere human was actually able to block his attack just by relying on his aura. Furthermore, he was sent flying back. How was this possible? What is going on? The Blood General and the other Demon Generals looked at each other and didn't understand the situation. Courting death. The Black Demon General was enraged and forcefully stopped his body from flying back. He then launched a frenzied fist at Li Fuchen. Bang! With a heavy fist, the Black Demon General suffered a heavy backlash too. This time, he even vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. Attack together! The Black Demon General's expression changed as he yelled out sternly. The situation isn't right. Attack together and don't let him escape this time. They might feel that Li Fuchen's strength was too abnormal, but including the Blood General, all the Demon Generals attacked together and prepared to kill Li Fuchen in a single move. They didn't believe that Li Fuchen could block their combined attack. Useless people, all of you can die now. After testing out the mystical ability of the vicious dragon spirit, Li Fuchen didn't plan to waste any more time. He executed a fist and the vicious dragon spirit expanded violently. It was like a world-destroying demon dragon that swept out and froze the void for an instant before shaking once. Bang 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 bang, all the demon generals that made contact with the vicious dragon spirit had instantly burst into blood mist. Only the Black Demon General was able to resist a little, but he was also nearly split into pieces and was severely injured. Damn it, Li Fuchen must have concealed his strength more than a month ago. The Blood General is trying to harm me. After feeling the prowess of Li Fuchen's fist, the Black Demon General's heart turned cold. Li Fuchen wasn't just one level weaker than him, Li Fuchen was obviously several levels stronger than him. In the entire Demon Ring continent, only the 1st Demon General was this powerful. Flee! There was a surge of black light. The Black Demon General's figure shook and instantly vanished. Can you escape? Li Fuchen's awareness was extremely sharp. The instant the Black Demon General vanished, Li Fuchen blasted a fist over. Bang! A large amount of flesh and bones burst out in the air. With Li Fuchen's awareness, the Black Demon General's movement trajectory was easily captured. When facing Li Fuchen's fist, the Black Demon General's body couldn't withstand it and immediately exploded. But unlike the others, the Black Demon General didn't explode into a faint blood mist or a dense blood mist. Li Fuchen's vicious dragon fist intent wasn't able to destroy the Black Demon General at the minute level. However, the Black Demon General was still the Black Demon General and his survivability wasn't as strong as the Blood Demon. If his body exploded, the Black Demon General would have already died. Li Fuchen's awareness locked onto the rapidly running ancient demon tree and chased after it. Gradually, the man and the tree started to enter the core region of the 1st ring. The core region of the 1st ring had always been the cultivation place for the 10 demon generals. The demonic chi here was extremely concentrated and the plants on the ground were all like towering trees. As for the trees, they were as large as mountains and their crowns covered a few dozen miles. The ponds, lakes, and rivers were flowing with black water. The sky was filled with dark clouds but there wasn't any rain or thunder. Even Li Fuchen felt uncomfortable in such an environment. Soon enough, Li Fuchen caught up to the ancient demon tree. The ancient demon tree didn't resist and continued to run. Li Fuchen was delighted as he wandered around the periphery of the ancient demon tree and constantly plucked the ancient demon fruits. 100 fruits. 200 fruits. There were plenty of ancient demon fruits on the ancient demon tree. Even the ancient demon fruits at the periphery of the tree crown were counted in the thousands. When Li Fuchen plucked over 300 ancient demon fruits, the ancient demon tree stopped. Li Fuchen became vigilant and looked at the giant lake ahead. Splash! A black pillar of water rushed into the sky and a translucent black demon figure appeared in the sky. Water demon race. The water demon was the same as the fire demon, their growth limit was at the demon king level. This water demon was definitely a pure-blooded water demon. As for the black demon general, Li Fuchen reckoned that it was a pure-blooded black demon and wasn't certain. This water demon general's chi prowess was too appalling and was even more terrifying than some of the low-level battle spirit realm monarch class disciples that Li Fuchen encountered. Swish swish swish. From all directions, several demon generals rushed over and each of them had chi prowess that was superior to the black demon general. Human, there is a path to heaven but you chose to come to hell instead. The water demon general's eyes were indifferent and were filled with killing intent. Human, since you are able to come to the first ring, you should be very strong. After devouring your essence blood, we will definitely be able to reach the next level. The rest of the demon generals were glaring at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile, bring it on. Splash! As soon as Li Fuchen finished speaking, the water demon general moved. His body was like a stream of water as he shuttled through the void and instantly arrived in front of Li Fuchen before wrapping around Li Fuchen. This water demon general had already used his innate ability to the Acme stage. He was the stream of water and the stream of water was him. Break! Li Fuchen blasted his fist on the stream of water. Bang! The stream of water exploded and covered dozens of meters. But soon enough, the stream of water gathered again and turned into the water demon general. Interesting. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. He actually repelled the number one demon general. The rest of the demon generals were silent. The water demon general was the number one demon general of the demon ring continent and his innate ability was the water transformation technique. He could turn into a stream of water and divert half of the enemy's force. Once the enemy was tangled up, the water demon general would drill into the enemy's body and absorb the enemy's moisture before exploding. Receive another fist from me. The vicious dragon spirit expanded and chased after the water demon general. Rumble. The water demon general was sent flying but wasn't injured. Water tornado. Swish swish swish. The water demon general was only a few dozen feet in size but it had instantly turned into a stream of water. The stream was like a long dragon that was sweeping at Li Fuchen. I would like to see if you can remain uninjured. Li Fuchen yelled out and smashed the vicious dragon spirit into the stream of water. Bang 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 bang. Chapter 497. Gradually, the water demon general's movements turned sluggish. The vicious dragon spirit was able to destroy the minute layers of substances. Even if the water demon general turned into a stream of water, he would still be injured after being attacked by the vicious dragon spirit for a long period of time. How can there be such a powerful existence among the humans? The rest of the demon generals saw some clues and couldn't help being appalled. The demon ring continent was limited by the heaven and earth law. Class 6 demons and battle spirit realm masters couldn't enter. Only reincarnation realm experts could enter. They had seen formidable reincarnation realm experts before, but they had never seen such a powerful existence like Li Fuchen. The water demon general can't hold on anymore. Work together and kill him. The second demon general was a silver horn demon. The silver horn demons were the royal race of the horn demon race and were also pure-blooded horn demons. On the East Unicorn continent, the demonic 10 regions had once invited a silver horn demon from the disordered Devil Island. As compared to this silver horn demon, the silver horn demon on the East Unicorn continent wasn't just 1 or 2 levels weaker. After pulling out the silver horn demon general brandished the enlarged silver horn and smashed at Li Fuchen. Before the silver horn arrived, the phantom of a huge silver horn arrived first. This silver horn was very special. There were natural patterns on it, and as demonic chi poured in, a strong demonic will spread out, as though it wanted to split the void. It was a pity that with the vicious dragon spirit's protection, the silver horn couldn't injure Li Fuchen and was blasted away by Li Fuchen's fist. The rest of the demon generals were weaker than the Silver Horn demon general, and none of them were able to break Li Fuchen's vicious dragon spirit. They were like ants trying to shake a tree and were extremely weak. Li Fuchen still had the upper hand when fighting against a group of demons. Damn it! The water demon general was panting and there were traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. As the first demon general, he hadn't been injured for many years. Even an emperor-class disciple from a certain monarch-class sect wasn't able to injure him. Both parties were evenly matched. Of course, he also knew that emperor-class disciples of sects had extremely fast progression speed. If an emperor-class disciple stayed at the peak level of reincarnation realm for a period of time and accumulated more strength, they would still be able to injure him. It was a pity that no emperor-class disciple was willing to be stagnant. The cultivation of martial Dao had always been to advance courageously and to overcome all obstacles. The faster one progressed, the greater one's future accomplishments. This was the martial Dao principle. Human, what is your purpose for coming to the Demon Ring continent? Water Demon General said coldly. Li Fuchen said, I am just collecting resources. The ancient demon fruits on the ancient demon tree are useful to me. The ancient demon tree is the supreme treasure of my Demon Ring continent. The ancient demon fruit isn't something you can have just because you want it. The Silver Horn Demon General coughed out a mouthful of blood and was furious. Li Fuchen said, then let's fight. While speaking, Li Fuchen circulated the vicious dragon spirit and constantly blasted at the demon generals. All of the demon generals were forced to retreat and didn't have the strength to retaliate. Water. The water demon general waved his hand at the nearby lake. A large amount of water gathered over and formed a translucent black water giant that launched an explosive attack at Li Fuchen. Boom boom boom, when the water giant self-exploded, the power was massive and could easily kill a great demon. As the water giant self-exploded, Li Fuchen was forced to retreat while the vicious dragon spirit was shaking. I wonder how long your bloodline power can last. Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry. Humans would need to consume extraordinary power or special power to perform divine abilities. When demons use their innate abilities, they would also need to consume their bloodline power. The water demon general was a pure-blooded water demon and his bloodline power was extremely pure and vigorous. But after a long period of time, no matter how much bloodline power he had, it wouldn't be enough. Once the bloodline power was severely overdrawn, it might cause his strength to decline permanently and he wouldn't have any more chances to evolve. The water demon general didn't say anything as Li Fuchen was speaking the truth. In just a short period of time, the water demon general had already consumed 5% of his bloodline power. If he wasn't able to defeat Li Fuchen after using more than 90% of his bloodline power, he would consider if he should fight or not. After executing his second innate ability, the water demon general was able to suppress Li Fuchen for a moment. But as time elapsed, the water demon general's expression got increasingly unpleasant. Li Fuchen's chi spirit was too powerful and it contained powerful power law. If the water demon general couldn't break the power law, he wouldn't be able to injure Li Fuchen. Burst! The bloodline power was consumed frenziedly as the water demon general condensed a 100-meter giant water giant. The water giant rushed at Li Fuchen. The closer it was to Li Fuchen, the smaller the water giant. When it was just a few dozen meters away from Li Fuchen, the water giant had shrunk to 3 meters in size. The energy wave contained on it gave off a destructive feeling. This was a phenomenon where the energy was overly concentrated. Li Fuchen's expression changed slightly as he blasted a fist at the water giant. Roar! The vicious dragon spirit had also shrunk and clashed with the water giant. Crackle! Within the radius of a few dozen miles, it felt as though there was a giant earthquake. A horrific chi wave blasted out and sent all the living beings, including Li Fuchen and the water demon general, flying. Li Fuchen and the water demon general were still fine, but the rest of the demon generals had their flesh lacerated and were badly mutilated. All of them were severely injured. When the chi wave dissipated, there was a deep pit that was a few miles in size at the center of the battlefield. It was pitch black. Human, you win. The water demon general forcefully suppressed his anger and dove into the lake with a flash. The rest of the demon generals had no choice but to grit their teeth and leave. Finally, there is nothing to hinder me. Li Fuchen looked at the ancient demon tree. As for the chi wave earlier, it wasn't even able to break the vicious dragon spirit, therefore, it was impossible for it to injure the ancient demon tree. Boom boom boom, the ancient demon tree didn't have any intention to compromise and was in a frenzied battle with Li Fuchen. With each exchange, dozens or close to 100 ancient demon fruits would be drained of energy and would wither. Li Fuchen felt that it was a great pity. Of course, it was fortunate that the ancient demon tree could only extract energy from close to 100 ancient demon fruits at a time. If it extracted energy from a few hundred or 1,000 ancient demon fruits at a time, Li Fuchen would naturally retreat as far as he could and wouldn't have any ideas about the ancient demon tree. After all the ancient demon fruits at the edge of the ancient demon tree's crown were harvested, Li Fuchen finally stopped. Li Fuchen didn't have the strength to harvest the ancient demon fruits at the crown of the ancient demon tree. When facing a few thick branches, Li Fuchen was still able to suppress them. But when facing dozens or hundreds of thick branches, how could Li Fuchen resist? Furthermore, branches were still branches and the ancient demon tree's strongest attack should be the branches. Those branches were extremely thick and should be able to absorb more ancient demon fruits' energy. Li Fuchen didn't wish to take a hit. A total of 1190 ancient demon fruits. It should be enough for the current stage. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. In fact, there were more ancient demon fruits at the edge of the ancient demon tree's crown, but most of them were consumed by the ancient demon tree. Li Fuchen had already done his best to obtain 1190 ancient demon fruits. Li Fuchen didn't stay on the demon ring continent any longer and turned to leave. That malefic star finally left. One of the nearby demon generals said with grievance. After returning to the Red Rainbow sect, Li Fuchen exchanged the 1190 ancient demon fruits for 178,800 contribution coins. With the addition of his own 3,100 contribution coins, Li Fuchen had a total of 181,900 contribution coins. This number was extremely shocking. Even a Battle Spirit Realm Monarch class disciple would need a few years to earn so many contribution coins. However, only Li Fuchen had the ability to earn contribution coins. If it was any other Monarch class disciple, if they chased after the ancient demon tree relentlessly, they might have already been killed by the demon generals. Especially that water demon general, he was extremely powerful and there were very few reincarnation realm individuals that were a match for him. Even after Li Fuchen comprehended the vicious dragon fist intent, he wasn't able to kill the water demon general. The second half of the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration is 27,000 contribution coins. I can redeem a 6-star secret technique and an Earth-class high-tier body refinement art. After planning his future path, Li Fuchen arrived at the secret manual tower. You are here again. The tower guardian elder already recognized Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen visited frequently and would visit once every month. It was hard not to recognize Li Fuchen. Greetings to elder. Li Fuchen knew that he was a little high profile. But he wasn't planning to keep a low profile. He couldn't possibly hide the contribution coins he had, right? It would be a foolish action not to redeem manuals to increase his strength. After arriving at the second floor of the secret manual tower, Li Fuchen first chose the second half of the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration before searching for body refinement arts. This time, he was planning to redeem an Earth-class high-tier body refinement art. Earth-class mid-tier body refinement arts were already so incredible. If he could learn an Earth-class high-tier body refinement art, he wouldn't even be able to imagine how much his strength would grow. Earth-class high-tier body refinement arts were extremely expensive. The cheapest first half would cost at least 30,000 contribution coins. Li Fuchen realized that his contribution coins were only enough to redeem one Earth-class high-tier body refinement art. 9 Dragon's Claw. Wind Cloud Tyrant Body. 9 Calamity Divine Fist. Heaven Striking Palm. Star Shattering Kick. There were a total of 5 Earth-class high-tier body refinement arts. Each of the names were extremely tyrannical and tyrannical. The introductory content of every single one of them was incomparably shocking. The 9 Dragon's Claw was a body refinement claw art. When cultivated to the extremity, the palms would be like giant axes that were indestructible and impervious to fire and water. The Wind Cloud Tyrant body was a body refinement art that combined both offense and defense. When cultivated to completion, the entire body would be able to injure others without any flaws. As for the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, it was the most special because this body refinement art was incomplete and it was severely incomplete. There seemed to be a total of 9 moves and it was known as the 9 Calamities. But the Red Rainbow Sect's 9 Calamity Divine Fist was a portion of the 3rd Calamity and it was extremely difficult to reach the entry stage. In the past century, no one in the Red Rainbow Sect was able to successfully cultivate it. At best, they could only cultivate it to the subcompletion stage. A portion of the 3rd Calamity. Li Fuchen frowned. If it was the 1st Calamity, the cultivation difficulty would be significantly reduced. But if it was the 3rd Calamity, the cultivation difficulty might increase by a few times. Furthermore, it was only a portion of the 3rd Calamity and it wasn't complete. Furthermore, the price is very expensive. The first half of the 9 Calamity Divine Fist required 50,000 contribution coins and the second half required 150,000 contribution coins. It was much more expensive than other body refinement arts. It was already difficult to cultivate and it was so expensive. There probably wouldn't be anyone who would choose it. But from the description, it is indeed shocking. Chapter 498. The following Heaven-Striking Palm and Star-Shattering Kick were also extremely powerful. The Heaven-Striking Palm was a technique that surpassed strength. Under this palm, even ghosts and gods would find it difficult to escape. Star-Shattering Kick was the purest form of body-tempering martial art. It was purer than the 9 Dragon's Claw, but in terms of profoundness, it was slightly weaker than the 9 Dragon's Claw. 9 Tribulations Divine Fist then. The moment Li Fuchen saw the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, he had already made his choice. The complete 9 Tribulations Divine Fist was definitely a heaven-level body-refining martial art. Moreover, it was not a low-rank heaven level, but at least a middle-rank heaven level. After all, a portion of the 3rd Tribulations content was evaluated as an Earth-class high-tier body-refining martial art. The complete 3rd Tribulation was probably a low-tier heaven-class body-tempering martial art. If Li Fuchen didn't choose such an incredible body refinement art and chose something else, he would be a fool. As for the cultivation difficulty of the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, Li Fuchen had automatically ignored it. With his current perception, even if it was a complete heaven-class body refining martial art, he also had the confidence to challenge it. He did not dare to say that it would be easy for him to achieve great success, but he was confident that he would succeed in his cultivation. With the pale purple spirit soul, he believed that even Primary Sea Realm Monarch's spirit soul wasn't as strong as him. However, Primary Sea Realm Monarchs possess true spirits and would be able to cultivate martial arts with half the effort. Furthermore, Primary Sea Realm Monarchs had higher cultivation levels and had a deeper understanding of everything. Once he progressed to the Battle Spirit Realm and condensed his true spirit, he was confident that his perception would surpass Primary Sea Realm Monarchs. Since I chose the 9 Tribulations Divine Fist, I can't choose the 6-star secret technique anymore. The entire manual of the 9 Calamity Divine Fist required 200,000 contribution coins and Li Fuchen only had 181,900 contribution coins. After deducting the 24,000 contribution coins needed to redeem the second half of the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration, Li Fuchen was still lacking 42,100 contribution coins. He might have conquered the Demon Ring continent, but the greatest resource, the ancient demon fruits, had already been harvested. If he relied on other resources, it would be hard to obtain a large number of contribution coins so quickly. Therefore, Li Fuchen had to use the contribution coins sparingly and use them wisely. The second volume of the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration and the first volume of the 9 Tribulations Divine Fist. The Pagoda Guardian Elder frowned. Putting aside the former, the latter was one of the hardest manuals to cultivate in the Red Rainbow Sect and was just inferior to Heaven-class manuals. Are you sure? The Elder asked. I'm sure. Li Fuchen nodded. Okay, I hope you don't regret it. The Tower Guardian Elder didn't try to persuade Li Fuchen. Sometimes, hitting a wall was more useful than any advice. When Li Fuchen hit a wall, he would know what it meant to act within his capabilities. After taking the second half of the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration and the first half of the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, Li Fuchen left the secret manual tower and headed for Fuchen Peak. He would be in seclusion for a long time to come. Most of the Outer Sect Monarch class disciples would be in seclusion until they reached the peak level of Reincarnation Realm or even the low levels of Battle Spirit Realm before venturing out. After all, they would be able to enjoy plenty of resources and there was no need for them to go out and earn contribution coins. A pity that Li Fuchen was different from them. Li Fuchen's perception was too strong and his speed of exchanging manuals was several times faster than them. After returning to Fuchen Peak, Li Fuchen wasn't in a hurry to go into seclusion. He planned to return to the East Unicorn continent first. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he returned to the East Unicorn continent. After all, with the teleportation disc, it was actually very convenient for him to go back. It was just a waste of some low-grade spirit stones. Activating the teleportation board, Li Fuchen turned into a light and vanished from Fuchen Peak. East Unicorn Continent. Alliance Master, you're back. Mu Hanxin said with delight. Li Fuchen scanned the entire Wind Snow sect with his awareness and noticed that the Li clansmen were all here. He then asked casually, Elder Mu, I wonder if the East Unicorn continent is doing well recently? Mu Hanxin laughed bitterly, Alliance Master, something major happened on the East Unicorn continent. Oh, what major incident? Li Fuchen was rather surprised. Mu Hanxin said, it is unknown why the fog in the 100 Battle Region's Land of Fog is gradually dissipating, exposing many ancient secrets. One of the teleportation platforms has also been discovered and many people have used the teleportation platform to leave the East Unicorn continent. If I wasn't waiting for the Alliance Master, I might have left too. The temptation of teleporting to another continent was too great for Mu Hanxin. He had been stuck at the peak level of Reincarnation Realm for a very long time. If he headed to another continent, as long as that continent had a better cultivation environment, he was confident he could break through to the Battle Spirit Realm within a short period of time. But in the East Unicorn continent, even if he could break through to the Battle Spirit Realm before his lifespan, he would be forced to leave the East Unicorn continent and head to the overseas islands. It was no different from being trapped. A teleportation platform that leads to another continent. Li Fuchen narrowed his eyes. Li Fuchen was already mentally prepared for this information. The various continents might be separated by oceans, but as long as a primary sea realm monarch came here, they would be able to set up a teleportation array. The East Unicorn continent did have primary sea realm monarchs in ancient times. During the flourishing Black Sky sect, there was a primary sea realm monarch. Since there were primary sea realm monarchs, it wasn't strange for there to be teleportation arrays that led to other continents. It didn't matter if the teleportation array was set up by a local primary sea realm monarch or a foreign continent's primary sea realm monarch. As long as it could lead to another continent, it was fine. This is the Earth-class cultivation technique manual that I promised you. Li Fuchen took out a cultivation technique manual and handed it to Mu Hanxin. He had asked Shinmei to auction this cultivation technique manual and he still had a few more with him. Thank you, Alliance Master. Mu Hanxin was delighted. He might be able to head to other continents now and would have a much greater chance in the future, but he didn't know anything about the other continents. With an Earth-class cultivation technique manual, he would be able to increase his strength greatly. He might even be able to progress to the Battle Spirit Realm before he left the East Unicorn continent. A Battle Spirit Realm martial artist would definitely have a much greater chance of surviving if he headed to another continent. Of course, if the other continent also restricted the existence of Battle Spirit Realm martial artists, making it impossible for him to teleport over, then staying on the East Unicorn continent wouldn't be any different from staying on another continent. He would rather stay on the East Unicorn continent. After all, this place was already trending towards peace and he could concentrate on cultivation. Most importantly, he was the same as the others and assumed that Li Fuchen could head to other continents freely. Furthermore, those continents would definitely be of a higher grade than the East Unicorn continent. Otherwise, how could Li Fuchen obtain so many Earth-class manuals and equipment? How could his strength progress so quickly? It was simply unbelievable. There is no need to thank me. This is what you deserve. If it was in the past, Li Fuchen was planning to rely on the East Unicorn continent to help him gather resources and spirit stones. But now, he no longer had any requests for the East Unicorn continent. In terms of resources, the East Unicorn continent wouldn't be able to catch up with the Red Rainbow sect. The Red Rainbow sect was connected to numerous continents, and all of those continents had more resources than the East Unicorn continent. As a monarch-class disciple of the Red Rainbow sect, the treatment that he enjoyed wasn't something that the East Unicorn continent could imagine. As for spirit stones, Li Fuchen currently had over 40 million low-grade spirit stones and 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. He didn't lack spirit stones for the time being. Therefore, it was time for him to repay the East Unicorn continent. Li Fuchen was actually very happy that the East Unicorn continent had teleportation arrays that connected to other continents. After all, this was a way out. As a native of the East Unicorn continent, he naturally hoped that the prodigies of the East Unicorn continent would have greater achievements. The Azure Water sect had already moved out of the Wind Snow sect and rebuilt their mountain. With Li Fuchen's deterrence and the assistance from the various major sects, the Azure Water sect was developing like a raging fire. Some of the reincarnation realm experts from the destroyed sects had joined the Azure Water sect, allowing the Azure Water sect to have over 20 reincarnation realm experts, and it was flourishing for a period of time. Li Fuchen still had feelings for the Azure Water sect and had specially gifted 2 Earth-class low-tier cultivation technique manuals and many Earth-class low-tier martial art manuals. With these manuals, the Azure Water sect's potential wouldn't be inferior to any other sect. As for the future, Li Fuchen wouldn't bother about the Azure Water sect anymore. Everyone had their own fortune, and he didn't wish for the Azure Water sect to grow under his protection, as it would cause the Azure Water sect to lose their fighting spirit. Apart from that, Li Fuchen had also gifted an Earth-class peak-tier herb that could upgrade the bone frame to Zhao Mingyue, allowing her bone frame to upgrade from 4-star to 5-star. A 5-star purine bone frame was comparable with a regular 6-star extraordinary bone frame. If he had the chance to obtain a heaven-class low-tier bone frame herb and upgrade Zhao Mingyue's bone frame to 6-star, in terms of potential, Zhao Mingyue wouldn't be inferior to regular 7-star bone frames. But heaven-class herbs were things that could only be chanced upon and not sought. Heaven-class bone frame herbs were even harder to come by. Li Fuchen didn't know if he could obtain them and could only rely on Zhao Mingyue's luck. Finally, Li Fuchen stayed at the Li clan and had a small gathering with his parents. The Li clan was just a small clan, and even with Li Fuchen, it wasn't enough for the Li clan to become an elite clan. Unless the Li clan could produce a batch of reincarnation realm experts. Therefore, it was safest for the Li clan to stay in the Wind Snow sect's territory. Right now, the Wind Snow sect was already the #1 sect in the East Unicorn continent. If the Wind Snow sect wasn't safe, then there wouldn't be any safe place. This time, Li Fuchen brought back plenty of extremely precious resources. Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyen were previously 3-star bone frames. It might be very difficult to upgrade from 5-star to 6-star, but it wasn't a difficult task for Li Fuchen to upgrade from 3-star to 4-star and from 4-star to 5-star. As a monarch-class disciple, Li Fuchen had special privileges in the 7-color continent. Therefore, it was easy for him to obtain elixirs and herbs to upgrade the bone frame. In just a few days, Li Tianhan had upgraded from 3-star bone frame to 5-star bone frame, and it was the 5-star blazing flame bone frame. Shen Yuyen had upgraded from 3-star bone frame to 5-star soft water bone frame. The duo were already at the peak level of the Earth Shatter realm. With the drastic increase in the bone frame star rank, the duo had broken through to the first level of Heaven Dipper realm. The duo was so excited that they couldn't sleep for a few days. Their extinguished martial Dao hearts were reignited. After all, the duo was only around 50 years old and had plenty of time to cultivate. Most importantly, with such a powerful son, it was hard for the duo not to improve. They didn't wish for Li Fuchen to be disappointed. On this day, Li Fuchen left the Wind-Snow sect and flew towards the 100 Battle region. In a small valley in the 100 Battle region, Li Fuchen discovered that teleportation platform. Beside the teleportation platform, the Petrified Queen was also there. After seeing Li Fuchen, the Petrified Queen's expression changed. She quickly took out a large number of low-grade spirit stones and prepared to teleport. Li Fuchen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will not make a move on you. There is no need to be so nervous. Killing the Petrified Queen wouldn't benefit him at all." Furthermore, she was already planning to leave the East Unicorn continent. After letting out a breath of relief, the Petrified Queen didn't slow down and replied, "Many thanks." While speaking, a radiance lit up and the Petrified Queen vanished from the teleportation platform. I wonder which continent this teleportation platform leads to. Li Fuchen was rather curious. But he didn't try. He didn't know if the teleportation board would be able to help him return to the seven-color continent if he headed to a new continent. If he teleported blindly, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Chapter 499. After returning to the seven-color continent, Li Fuchen started his seclusion. He had already cultivated the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration to the Perfection Realm. With the cultivation contents of the third and fourth moves, he was confident that he could push the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration to the Perfection Realm in a short period of time and comprehend the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration Sword Intent. Once he comprehended the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration Sword Intent, the Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration would no longer be limited to its power. True Qi martial arts had never been able to compete with body-refining martial arts in terms of power. True Qi martial arts had endless mysteries. Sometimes, power wasn't that important. If body-refining martial arts were compared to a hammer, then the true Qi martial arts would be a sword. Hammer's style was based on strength. Swordsmanship, on the other hand, was about technique and style. Of course, nothing was absolute. There were also extremely exquisite hammer techniques, and there were also extremely heavy and simple sword techniques. But the overall style is so. As for the 9 Calamity Divine Fist, Li Fuchen was planning to practice it during the initial stages. Since his current strength was already invincible in the reincarnation realm, he wasn't in a hurry to increase his strength. 100 Incineration, 1000 Incineration, each move is more profound than the previous. 10 Incineration and 100 Incineration are still purely stacking sword energy, but 1000 Incineration has clearly surpassed this level, reaching the stage of stacking cycles. No matter what kind of sword technique it was, the final move was always the most perfect and the most powerful. This was because the last move contained the strongest and most complete sword intent. In just half a day, Li Fuchen had mastered the third move, 100 Incineration. After all, the 100 Incineration represented the perfection stage and Li Fuchen had already reached the perfection stage in advance. However, the final move, 1000 Incineration, was very difficult to cultivate. It was much harder than comprehending the Venomous Dragon Fist to the trance stage. After half a month, Li Fuchen only found some opportunities. I have underestimated top-rank Earth Realm martial arts. Li Fuchen let out a breath. Li Fuchen didn't bother about cultivating the 1000 Incineration within a short period of time and started to put his energy into the 9 Calamity Divine Fist. The 9 Tribulations Divine Fist was different from the Tiger's Soul Fist and the Toxic Dragon Fist. It could not cultivate the aura, but it mainly focused on how to cultivate the tribulation power. The so-called tribulation power was extremely tyrannical. It could destroy everything and turn everything into ashes. If this tribulation power was cultivated to the limit, it could theoretically destroy an entire world. Of course, that was only in theory. It is obvious that the calamity power is a higher-level manifestation of the power law. Li Fuchen pondered. It might be difficult for others to enter the entry stage, but for Li Fuchen, it was rather easy for him to cultivate the 9 Calamity Divine Fist to the entry stage. Mortal Tribulation. On the peak of the mountain, a breeze was blowing. Pang, Li Fuchen punched a human-sized boulder on the opposite side. With a flash of red light, the entire boulder collapsed. Not a single speck of dust filled the air, only a small pile of ash was left. Terrifying. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. This power simply pointed to the essence. The boulder seemed to have been destroyed by a powerful force, but in fact, its core had been destroyed. It was like a person without a soul, and what was left of his body was nothing but a walking corpse. It's just that the draconic elephant's power is consumed a lot. Li Fuchen had only cultivated the mortal calamity to the entry stage, but the consumption of the dragon elephant power wasn't inferior to the vicious dragon fist. It was hard to imagine how much dragon elephant power would be consumed once Li Fuchen cultivated the mortal calamity to the completion stage. The third calamity is called the mortal calamity. I wonder what are the other 8 calamities called? Li Fuchen was very curious about the 9 calamity divine fist, but he was even more curious about which great existence created such a horrific body refinement art. Li Fuchen reckoned that Law Phase realm emperors shouldn't be able to create it, and it was probably an existence of a higher level. Time flew by quickly. On the 10th month since Li Fuchen arrived at the Red Rainbow sect, 2 outer sect monarch class disciples progressed to the battle spirit realm. One of them was the Violet Flower Kingdom's Murong Tianqing. The difference between the reincarnation realm and the battle spirit realm was extremely huge. No matter how powerful a reincarnation realm expert was, it was only in terms of combat strength. As for battle spirit realm masters, their soul spirit would produce a true spirit. As long as the true spirit wasn't extinguished, they would be able to reincarnate. Apart from that, once the true spirit was produced, it was the same as leaving a trace of mark on the Heaven Dao law. This trace of mark would allow the martial artist to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth with half the effort. The compatibility with heaven and earth was something that reincarnation realm experts couldn't compare with. If battle spirit realm masters were the sons of heaven Tao, then reincarnation realm experts were just unrelated outsiders. There weren't any benefits and they could only rely on themselves. It could be said that the battle spirit realm was the second stage of the martial Tao. The first stage was a mortal, while the second stage was a martial artist that was considered a celestial. Of course, celestials had different levels and the battle spirit realm was the lowest level of celestials. After progressing to the battle spirit realm, monarch class disciples would be able to enjoy better treatment. 90% of the Red Rainbow sect's resources were concentrated on the monarch class disciples. As for the rest of the regular disciples, they would only be able to enjoy 10% of the resources. If one wanted resources, they would have to earn contribution coins. The more contribution coins one had, the more resources one could redeem. 1000 Incineration. On Fuchen Peak, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. The scarlet sword light was like a hollow fireball that suddenly expanded and burst like bubbles. It might not seem like there was a huge commotion, but anyone who saw such a scene would feel a chill in their heart. 1000 Incineration. The sword light is layered in a cycle. When it explodes, it is enough to instantly incinerate the enemy's body. Li Fuchen nodded slightly. The Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration intent was an extremely powerful blazing flame sword Dao law. Once it exploded, it would obviously show signs of destroying the heaven and earth law. It was like a bubble that would appear and disappear without a trace and contained the aura of destruction. With my current chi cultivation strength, I will be able to contest with low-level battle spirit realm martial artists. At this moment, Li Fuchen didn't just comprehend the Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration intent, his Divine Flame Red Rainbow technique had also broken through to the 28th rank. After his cultivation technique broke through, he broke through to the 7th level of Reincarnation Realm. His chi cultivation strength had a huge leap and it might still be inferior to his body refinement strength, but it was already very close. Li Fuchen was confident that if he fought with Murong Tianqing before progressing to the battle spirit realm, he would be able to defeat Murong Tianqing in a single sword. It didn't matter if Murong Tianqing executed his divine ability or not, the outcome would still be the same. As for the evolved Murong Tianqing, if Li Fuchen didn't expose his body refinement strength, he might still be able to contest with him. But there was still some suspense. After all, once Murong Tianqing progressed, His divine abilities' power would definitely increase greatly. The difference between the 9th level of Reincarnation Realm and the 1st level of Battle Spirit Realm was huge. As compared to his Qi cultivation strength, Li Fuchen's body refinement strength didn't have much progress. His mortal calamity was already at the sub-completion stage. But the sub-completion stage of the mortal calamity was still inferior to the trance stage of the vicious dragon fist. The latter contained the vicious dragon fist intent and was relatively complete. But the mortal calamity is much more useful than the vicious dragon fist. Li Fuchen revealed a smile. Chapter 500. Mortal Calamity. There was a flash of red light as a fist drew across the sky and struck the floating shield. This shield was an Earth-class low-tier shield and it was hard for Reincarnation Realm martial artists to damage it. Even low-level Battle Spirit Realm martial artists would only be able to leave a scratch on it. But when facing the fist that was glowing with red light, the Earth-class low-tier shield immediately decayed and collapsed. Mortal calamity can destroy all living beings. I didn't expect for it to even turn Earth-class low-tier equipment into ashes. The sub-completion rank of mortal calamity naturally couldn't destroy Earth-class low-tier equipment in terms of power. But the mortal calamity power could destroy the core of the equipment and destroy it from the inside out. If the mortal calamity was at the completion rank, it would probably be able to destroy Earth-class mid-tier equipment. When Li Fuchen's body refinement reached the Battle Spirit Realm, the mortal calamity's calamity power would be even stronger. Buzz, 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 buzz. On this day, above the Red Rainbow sect, circles of scarlet light suddenly burst out. It was like a scarlet rainbow and was extremely gorgeous. This is the assembly order. Li Fuchen squinted his eyes and soared into the sky before flying towards the outer sect's plain plaza. The plain plaza was already filled with thousands of individuals and the number was still increasing rapidly. There were people rushing over from all directions. What happened? What else can happen? The war with the sea beasts has erupted. The Red Sea's sea beasts are causing trouble again. It seems like our opportunity to earn contribution coins has arrived. Don't be happy too early. Every time there is a war with the sea beasts, our Red Rainbow sect will lose around 10% of our disciples. Think about how many disciples are there in 10%. It is so exaggerated. Don't the Red Rainbow sect's upper echelons care? Care? How can they care? The Red Rainbow sect doesn't need flowers in a greenhouse, they need iron-blooded experts. Only true experts can develop and strengthen the Red Rainbow sect. Even if there are 1,000 or 10,000 mediocre individuals, it will just be a waste of the Red Rainbow sect's resources. On the plain plaza, the veteran disciples and the new disciples were in a heated discussion. A war with the sea beasts, huh? Li Fuchen heard everyone's words and understood in his heart. The 7-color continent didn't just have 7 continents, there were also 7 internal seas. These 7 internal seas corresponded to the 7 continents. They were called the Red Sea, Clear Sea, Yellow Sea, Green Sea, Blue Sea, and Purple Sea. In the west of the Scarlet Earth continent was the Scarlet Sea and in the east was the Purple Sea. There were large numbers of sea beasts in the 7 inland seas. The sea beasts were ruled by demonic kings, and for countless years, they had been constantly fighting with the 7 king-class factions. It was said that the main reason for their conflict was for the coastal resources. The Red Sea's strongest demonic king was called the Red Sea Monarch. It was a Class 7 peak-grade demonic beast, Red Flood Dragon. Its strength was so formidable that only the Red Rainbow sect's strongest monarch, the Red Rainbow Monarch, could compare with it. However, the monarchs of the 2 factions basically wouldn't make a move. After all, if they made a move, it would be an all-out war that would result in countless casualties. Unless it was a matter of life and death, the kings would only watch from behind the scenes. As such, the elders and disciples under the primary sea realm were the main force of the war. Once the assembly order was given, half of the elders and all the disciples in the Red Rainbow sect had to go out to battle. No one could avoid the battle. Before long, the number of people in the square had reached 7,000 to 8,000. At this moment, a tall and sturdy man in his 50s with a head of scarlet hair flew onto the plain plaza. Li Fuchen found out from everyone that this person was the Red Rainbow Sect's outer sect Grand Elder, Wang Kuei. He was at the peak level of the battle spirit realm and was definitely a top-class expert below the primary sea realm. Since the sea beasts are invading, our Red Rainbow Sect will naturally do our best to welcome them. As usual, killing a Class 4 demonic beast will be rewarded with 1 contribution coin. Killing a great demonic beast will be rewarded with 10 contribution coins. Killing a low-tier demonic general will be rewarded with 100 contribution coins. Killing a mid-tier demonic general will be rewarded with 300 contribution coins. Killing a high-tier demonic general will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution coins. In addition, our Red Rainbow Sect will set up 2 rankings, the Minor Beast Slaying rankings and the Major Beast Slaying rankings. The Minor Beast Slaying rankings will correspond to the Reincarnation realm, while the Major Beast Slaying rankings will correspond to the Battle Spirit realm. Those on the Beast Slaying rankings will be rewarded with additional contribution coins. Once Wang Kuei finished speaking, everyone's eyes were burning with passion. Contribution coins were too important to them. There were plenty of people who didn't have enough contribution coins and were unable to redeem higher-tiered manuals. Therefore, it was hard for their strength to progress. But once they had enough contribution coins, their strength would definitely soar within 1 or 2 years. After clearing his throat, Wang Kuei continued, our Red Rainbow Sect will set up 8 lookout islands in the Red Sea. We will send 1,000 individuals to each lookout island. Next, we will assign them. After Wang Kuei finished speaking, the outer sect elders had already started to assign the groups. Li Fuchen was assigned to the number 5 lookout island and there were plenty of direct disciples who were accompanying him. The so-called direct disciples were those whose cultivation had reached the high level of the battle spirit realm and had passed the direct inheritance trial tower. It was hard to judge the strength of direct disciples. Even a mid-level battle spirit realm inner sect disciple would be able to defeat the top rankers of the Violet Flower Kingdom's master rankings with ease, let alone direct disciples. Apart from direct disciples, Li Fuchen's group had plenty of familiar faces. Like the High Heaven Martial Institution's Ling Yijian, and also the South Forest Martial Institution's Wang Heilong. Back when Li Fuchen arrived at the Red Rainbow Sect, there were 90 youths from the Violet Flower Kingdom. After an average distribution, each group would have around a dozen individuals. After seeing Li Fuchen, Ling Yijian's eyes were filled with battle intent. Li Fuchen might be a monarch-class disciple, but Ling Yijian didn't think that he would be inferior to Li Fuchen in this lifetime. Li Fuchen, I heard that you defeated Murong Tianqing. But Murong Tianqing has progressed to the battle spirit realm and you will never be a match for him. In this battle, Xikong Zhan shall compete with you. A youth that was more than 2 meters tall sized up Li Fuchen. As you wish. Li Fuchen immediately recognized the youth. This youth was the ancient Moon Kingdom's 7-star prodigy, Xikong Zhan. Just like Li Fuchen, he was also a monarch-class disciple. However, Xikong Zhan's cultivation was obviously at the peak level of reincarnation realm and was probably not far from progressing to the battle spirit realm. Li Fuchen's attitude made Xikong Zhan's expression turn unpleasant. Li Fuchen's tone obviously didn't put him in his eyes. As a fellow monarch-class disciple, Xikong Zhan might be envious of Li Fuchen's perception, but in his opinion, perception wasn't as important as bone frame. A 6-star bone frame was ultimately a 6-star bone frame. It might be possible for Li Fuchen to reach the primary sea realm, but it wasn't absolute. As for Xikong Zhan, he was a 7-star bone frame and would definitely progress to the primary sea realm. After all, the Red Rainbow Sect had plenty of resources and what qualifications did Li Fuchen have to put on airs with him? If Li Fuchen didn't crush Li Fuchen's prowess, did Li Fuchen really think that as a monarch-class disciple, he would be on equal footing with 7-star bone frames? Xikong Zhan sneered and didn't say anything else. After the teams were distributed, they started to teleport. Chapter 501. The number 5 Lookout Island was a butterfly-shaped island and was around a few hundred miles in size. In the center of the number 5 Lookout Island, there was an iron tower that was a few thousand meters in height. It might be called an iron tower, but it was more like an iron pillar that was supporting a pavilion. Only a monarch-class faction would be able to do such a thing. After all, it wasn't an easy task to smelt an iron pillar that was a few thousand meters in length. On the Lookout Island, there was a large-scale teleportation platform that radiated with radiance. Close to 1,000 individuals appeared at the same time. This is the Lookout Island. Li Fuchen's awareness could cover over 1,000 miles, and with a single scan, the entire Lookout Island could be seen clearly. There is nothing special about the Lookout Island. It is just that the iron tower and the array that envelopes the entire Lookout Island that is rather shocking. Li Fuchen was certain that the iron tower in the center of the Lookout Island was definitely a killer weapon with astounding power. It might even have the power of a primary Sea Realm martial artist. As for the array that enveloped the Lookout Island, it should be a Class 7 array. Otherwise, it would be hard to protect the Lookout Island. After all, this was the boundless sea and it was the domain of the sea beasts. Rumble. Outside the Lookout Island, there were raging waves. The seawater that should be lower than the Lookout Island was actually a few hundred meters or 1,000 meters in height. The waves were constantly crashing on the barrier of the array. Inside the waves were countless sea beasts. There were Class 4 sea beasts, Class 5 sea beasts, and Class 6 sea beasts. At the back of the sea beasts was a giant shadow that was the size of an island. Even if everyone was foolish, they would know that it was a demonic beast king. The demonic beast king might not be able to participate in the battle, but the sea beasts required his command. On top of the iron tower, a stalwart figure appeared. It was a primary Sea Realm monarch. With a wave of his hand, the array power surged and 2 giant screens appeared in the sky above the Lookout Island. The tokens on your bodies can reflect in real time how many sea beasts you have killed and how many contribution points you have obtained. The final amount of contribution points will be displayed on the beast-slaying rankings. Activate the token's power and fuse it into the beast-slaying rankings. The stalwart figure's voice echoed throughout the entire island. Yes. Be it the disciples or elders, they had all dripped their blood to refine the tokens. After pouring their chi into the tokens, illusory tokens flew towards the 2 beast-slaying rankings. In the next moment, densely packed names appeared on the beast-slaying rankings. Behind the names were numbers, but right now, everyone's numbers were 0. And right at this moment, the rankings on the 2 demon-slaying rolls started to change. On the major beast-slaying roll, the first place was a person called Yuan Long, and the number behind him was 189. On the minor beast-slaying roll, the first place was Tai Chuanxiu, and the number behind him was 18. This meant that the 2 of them had obtained 189 contribution coins and 18 contribution coins respectively. It's senior brother Yuan Long. How terrifying, obtaining 189 contribution coins in one go. Just how many sea beasts did he kill? That's normal. Senior brother Yuan Long is one of the 3 true monarch-level disciples. Apart from the 2 emperor-level disciples, no one can compare to him. Who is this Tai Chuanxiu? For him to be ranked number 1 on the minor beast-slaying rankings, he must not be underestimated when he progresses to the battle spirit realm. Senior brother, Tai Chuanxiu is a 7-star genius of our spring and autumn kingdom. His comprehension has reached 72. A perception of 72? It is indeed very powerful. The comprehension ability of a king-class disciple is usually around 65. Those who exceed 70 are the cream of the crop. Some of the inner sect disciples nodded. Have the other Lookout Islands started fighting? While sizing up the beast-slaying rankings, Li Fuchen squinted his eyes. The top 10 ranks of the major beast-slaying rankings were basically occupied by direct monarch-class disciples. The only one that made it into the top 10 was the Outer Sect Grand Elder, Wang Kuei. After thinking about it, the Outer Sect Elders were usually assumed by Inner Sect disciples and direct disciples after they reached the age of 100. Direct monarch-class disciples wouldn't even assume the position of Outer Sect Elder. They would only assume the position of Inner Sect Elder after progressing to the primary Sea Realm. In terms of status, Be it direct monarch class disciples or inner sect monarch class disciples, they were superior to outer sect elders. After all, monarch class disciples would become primary Sea realm monarchs in the future. As for the outer sect elders, there might not even be 1 in 100 that could progress to the primary Sea realm. The major beast-slaying rankings had close to 7,000 individuals while the minor beast-slaying rankings had less than 1,000 individuals. Those that could enter the Red Rainbow sect were basically 6-star bone frames. After 6-star bone frames entered the Red Rainbow sect, they would be able to progress to the Battle Spirit realm in around 10 to 20 years. Therefore, the number of Reincarnation Realm Red Rainbow sect disciples was actually several times lesser than Battle Spirit realm disciples. The changes on the minor beast-slaying rankings were extremely intense. In just a short moment, the top 10 ranks were basically occupied by the outer sect monarch class disciples. The Violet Flower Kingdoms by Lingshuang and Hai Wuya were also among them. Go and fight. After everyone activated the token's power and fused it into the beast-slaying rankings, the imposing figure on the Iron Tower spoke loudly. Swish 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 swish. Close to 1,000 individuals, including Li Fuchen, flew towards the number 5 Lookout Islands beach. After exiting the array, everyone started to kill. White Rainbow Saber Art. Xikong Zhan drew his snow-white long saber and cleaved. The waves were split apart and at least a dozen Class 4 sea beasts were slain by the saber light. In an instant, Xikong Zhan's ranking rose from the bottom to the top 100. Green Cloud Net. Ling Yijian had also brandished his green longsword. The sword light turned into a net and slew around 8 Class 4 sea beasts. Swish! Ling Yijian's ranking rose to the top 200. Comparisons are odious. These people are killing the sea beasts too quickly. Only the top 10 of the minor beast-slaying rankings will be rewarded with contribution coins. Only the top 100 of the major beast-slaying rankings will be rewarded with contribution coins. We better kill sea beasts honestly to earn contribution coins. Don't even think about the rewards. When some of the outer sect disciples saw the speed at which Xikong Zhan and the others killed the sea beasts, they felt bitter in their hearts. The number 5 Lookout Island was a few hundred miles in size and everyone split up to prevent a situation where the sea beasts were snatched. In the sky above a spacious beach, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. Li Fuchen didn't execute the 1000 incineration and merely executed the first move of the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration, Cloud Incineration. After all, the 1000 incineration consumed too much qi and in a battle, it was most important to conserve qi. The sword light was like a cloud of fire that extended in all directions. Boom boom boom, the waves exploded and water vapor rose. Within the range of the sword light, all the sea beasts were blasted apart and had charred flesh. A single sword move killed around 40 Class 4 sea beasts. The sea beasts are too big in size. It isn't as fast as Class 4 demons to kill them. Li Fuchen frowned. Although the level 4 demon beasts were much stronger than the level 4 sea beasts, and only the top level 4 sea beasts could compete with the level 4 demon beasts, but the size of the sea beasts was too big, and the area they occupied was also very big, while the level 4 demon beasts were generally only 1 or 2 zhang in size. Li Fuchen's sword art's range wasn't as wide. Of course, it was mainly due to the isolation of the seawater. The sword art's power was greatly weakened. After all, the sea was the home ground of the sea beasts and the humans were at a disadvantage. Despite the case, after killing around 40 sea beasts in a single sword move, Li Fuchen's ranking had risen to the top 30. The sea beasts might be endless, but not every region had a large number of sea beasts. There were some regions that had a huge range but only a few sea beasts were active. Therefore, if Li Fuchen wanted to kill a group of sea beasts, he would need to look for opportunities. But to Li Fuchen, it didn't matter if he didn't have the chance. After cultivating the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration to the trance stage and comprehending the Cloud Flame 1000 incineration sword intent, a single sword slash would instantly kill Class 4 sea beasts or Class 5 sea beasts without any survivors. In just 15 minutes, Li Fuchen reached the peak. Chapter 502. Senior Tai Chuanqiu has been surpassed. It is Senior Li Fuchen. What? So fast? When Senior Li Fuchen's contribution points were still at 0, Senior Tai Chuanqiu already has close to 100 contribution points. Who is Li Fuchen? He isn't a 7-star bone frame, but his perception is astounding. It is said that he has full points and is comparable with Emperor-class disciples. Tisk, Emperor-class disciples' perception isn't as simple as full points. But since Li Fuchen has full points of perception, he must not be underestimated. After progressing to the battle spirit realm, he will probably be another formidable figure. As long as they turned around, everyone would be able to see the rankings on the beast-slaying rankings. On the minor beast-slaying rankings, Li Fuchen's ranking was rising like a rocket. In just a short moment, he had rushed to the first rank and was very eye-catching. Be it the outer sect disciples or inner sect disciples, they had all remembered Li Fuchen's name. Li Fuchen, Tai Chuanqiu was very unhappy. During the perception test, there were 2 individuals who had better perception than him. One was Murong Tianqing and the other was Li Fuchen. The former had progressed to the battle spirit realm and was now an inner sect monarch class disciple. Li Fuchen might have a high perception, but his bone frame wasn't something that Tai Chuanqiu cared about. After close to a year, Tai Chuanqiu's cultivation had already reached the peak level of reincarnation realm and he believed that his strength wasn't inferior to anyone. Right now, Li Fuchen had snatched the first rank of the minor beast-slaying rankings and it made Tai Chuanqiu rather angry. Blood Axe Frenzy Wave. Tai Chuanqiu had the 7-star Axe Dao bone frame. Originally, he didn't plan to use the Axe Dao divine ability, but he couldn't be bothered now. The Axe Dao power surged out and Tai Chuanqiu's body burst out with a tyrannical and indestructible Axe Dao Qi presence. He raised the blood-colored axe high and cleaved down with force. Immediately after, a blood-colored axe light that was a few thousand feet in size descended from the sky and cleaved ruthlessly on the sea wave. The instant the sea wave split apart, the blood-colored axe exploded and turned into countless small axes that shot out in all directions. PFFF PFFF PFFF. When the giant blood-colored axe light cleaved down, at least 20 Class 4 demons and a few Class 5 demons were killed. But the following small axes had a wider range of damage. In the blink of the eye, over a dozen Class 4 demons and a few Class 5 demons were cleaved into halves. A single Axe Dao divine ability gave Tai Chuanqiu 100 contribution points. With a whoosh, his ranking rose from second place to first place, and his contribution points reached 342. Li Fuchen's ranking dropped to number 2 with 320 contribution points. Senior brother Tai Chuanqiu has regained first place. The two of them are fighting. Senior apprentice brother Tai Chuanqiu's Axe Dao sacred art is really powerful. With just one axe, its lethality is almost on par with an inner sect disciple. As they killed the sea beasts, they looked at the rankings on the minor beast slaying roll and discussed with one another via voice transmission. Tai Chuanqiu, who was using his Axe Dao divine art, was unstoppable. More than 10 Class 5 sea beasts joined hands to attack him, but they were all chopped down by his axe. His contribution points skyrocketed from 342 points, and an hour later, his contribution points finally broke through 1,000. But Li Fuchen's killing speed wasn't slow either. Following closely behind, he had already killed over 700 enemies. His killing speed is so fast. Did he use his divine ability from the very beginning? Tai Chuanqiu was bewildered. His Axe Dao power couldn't be exhausted endlessly. After exhausting half of his Axe Dao power, he was planning to stop. Once he stopped using his Axe Dao sacred art, if Li Fuchen's killing speed was still as fast as before, it was unknown if Tai Chuanqiu could maintain his first rank. Li Fuchen's ranking kept rising and it didn't just stimulate Tai Chuanqiu, it also stimulated the others. Divine Wind Saber. Xikong Zhan burst out with the wind spirit power and a transparent saber shadow appeared above his head. PFFF 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 PFFF. The transparent saber shadow was elusive and fast like a phantom. Everywhere it passed, the sea beasts would be slain in a straight line. The range of damage might not be comparable to Tai Chuanqiu, but it was superior in terms of speed and endurance. Bai Lingshuang, Hai Wuya, and the other 7-star prodigies from the 6 kingdoms had also executed their divine abilities, causing their contribution points to increase drastically. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's ranking dropped from 2nd to 3rd, then from 3rd to 4th. 2 hours later, he had already dropped to 7th. At this moment, it wasn't a competition of strength, it was a competition of who had a wider range of damage. In normal situations, divine abilities had a very wide range of damage. He merely a so-so. Seeing that his ranking surpassed Li Fuchen, Sikong Zhan grinned. Li Fuchen hasn't used his full strength, right? Bai Lingshuang's Ice Mirror divine ability was extremely bizarre. After executing the Ice Mirror divine ability, her ranking rose steadily and finally rose to the 2nd rank. However, she didn't think that Li Fuchen's strength was only at this level. Perhaps, he hadn't even executed his divine ability yet. The Cloud Flame 1000 Incineration's damage might be powerful, but its range is far inferior to the Green Sun Sword Intent. I can try the Green Sun Sword Intent. Changing his sword stance, Li Fuchen brandished his sword. An overwhelming green light radiated with Li Fuchen as the center. A large number of Class 4 and Class 5 sea beasts were annihilated. Swish, Li Fuchen's ranking rose from 7th to 5th. Subsequently, it rose from 5th to 3rd and 2nd. The Green Sun Sword Intent. The Sword Field, Sword Intent, and Sword Chi were all fused into one and couldn't be differentiated. Wherever the Sword Field reached, it would be the place where the Sword Intent and Sword Chi attacked. If Li Fuchen used his full strength, he was able to expand the Green Sun Sword Field to a few dozen miles. It wasn't possible to expand it any further. The larger the range, the weaker the sword art's attack power. It might be able to kill Class 4 sea beasts, but it wouldn't be able to kill Class 5 sea beasts. Human, prepare to die. Finally, Li Fuchen's unrestrained massacre had attracted an extremely formidable Class 5 peak-tier sea beast. This sea beast was a whale-type sea beast and it was at least 10,000 feet in size. It was much bigger than some of the Class 6 demonic beasts on land. What was the concept of 10,000 feet? If it was converted to miles, it would be 6 miles. An ordinary person at the Qi refinement realm would need a lot of time to travel 6 miles. However, Li Fuchen was already used to it. Sea beasts were already much bigger than demonic beasts. Furthermore, whale-type sea beasts were the largest type of sea beasts, therefore, it wasn't strange for it to be 10,000 feet in size. This was a narwhal and the horn on its head had gathered with thunder light. Immediately after, a thick thunder pillar pierced through the waves and was shot at Li Fuchen. Its strength is roughly at the Demon Ring Continent's Demon General level. Too weak. Li Fuchen cleaved apart the thunder pillar with his first sword and split the narwhal into 2 with his second sword. Ah, hurry up and flee. I cannot kill it alone, I have to work together. Li Fuchen had the strength to kill a powerful Class 5 sea beast, but the others didn't have the strength. On the minor beast slaying rankings, names were extinguished and it meant that outer sect disciples had fallen. In regards to this, some of the disciples who had been tempered didn't have any change in expression. In a war, there would always be casualties. If there weren't casualties, then it wouldn't be called a war. They didn't have the qualifications to pity others as they might be the next to die. After all, there were too many sea beasts. There were close to 1,000 Red Rainbow sect elders and disciples on the number 5 Lookout Island. As for the sea beasts, there were at least tens of thousands. No one knew how many more sea beasts were behind them. The sea was too big and had given birth to countless sea beasts. Their killing speed might not even be able to catch up to the birth speed of the sea beasts. In fact, sea beasts would also have wars because of resources. If there were endless resources, the entire world would be filled with sea beasts. After all, they wouldn't be able to kill all of them. Rumble. A 10,000-meter tall wave was crashing at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen focused his eyes and saw a sea snake that was even bigger than the narwhal in the middle of the wave. Class 6 Low-Tier Sea Beast, Multicolored Sea Snake. Human, this day next year shall be your death anniversary. The multicolored sea snake was over 10,000 feet long and its body was like a long dragon. It lifted its tail, which was glowing with multicolored light, and lashed over. Woo woo woo, there was a shocking air-piercing sound like a thunderclap. The speed was so fast that most of the reincarnation realm experts couldn't react in time. Even low-level battle spirit realm experts wouldn't be able to dodge the tail attack of the multicolored sea snake. Just in time, 1,000 incineration. The blazing sword intent rushed into the sky. Li Fuchen's body shot out and barely dodged the tail attack before he slashed down with his sword. The scarlet sword light was like a hollow fireball that instantly expanded and enveloped the multicolored sea snake. Bang! The fireball was extinguished and the multicolored sea snake's body was severed into several segments while it was writhing miserably. Die! After executing the cloud incineration, the multicolored sea snake's severed body exploded and an illusory multicolored sea snake emerged. Demonic spirit, the true spirit of a Class 6 sea beast. As long as the demonic spirit wasn't extinguished, the Class 6 sea beast could reincarnate. It was a pity that Li Fuchen didn't plan to let the multicolored sea snake go and had scattered the demonic spirit with a single slash. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had reclaimed the number 1 rank of the minor beast slaying rankings. At this moment, he was the only one that could kill the sea beasts quickly. Everyone else, including Tai Chuanxiu, were entangled by powerful sea beasts and their killing speed was greatly reduced. Class 5 sea beasts were killed one after another. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 Class 6 low-tier sea beasts that died under Li Fuchen's sword. Li Fuchen's contribution points had pulled away from the number 2 Tai Chuanxiu by quite a bit. Damn it, I shouldn't have used the Axe Dao power at the start. Seeing that Li Fuchen had surpassed him, Tai Chuanxiu was filled with regret. Right now, the Axe Dao power in his body was already less than half, but the sea beasts that were charging at him were getting stronger, increasing the pressure on him. If he had endured until now to execute his divine ability, it wouldn't be so strenuous. Xikong Zhan and the others were also regretting. After all, they had never experienced a war and the conflict of emotions had put them in a predicament. A bunch of fools. One of the inner sect monarch class disciples sneered. The war had just started and they were already executing their divine abilities. They simply didn't know how to write the word death. 300, 500. 1,000, as the war entered the white-hot stage, Li Fuchen's contribution points had maintained a rapid increase. In just a short moment, he had 1,000 points more than Tai Chuanxiu. The other outer sect disciples were speechless when they saw this. Dragon Strength Technique. If the Class 6 low-tier sea beast, multicolored sea snake, was already strong enough, then the Class 6 low-tier sea beast, one-clawed flood snake, was obviously several times stronger than the multicolored sea snake. The only claw on its abdomen extended and turned into a giant dragon claw that clawed at Li Fuchen. Bang! At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen activated the vicious dragon spirit and clashed with it. But he was still sent flying. It should contain the flood dragon bloodline. Li Fuchen had a grave expression. Regular Class 6 low-tier sea beasts weren't a match for him. Only heaven-defying sea beasts with the flood dragon bloodline would be able to suppress him. A true flood dragon was a demonic ruler class existence. The Red Sea's strongest demonic king, the Red Flood Dragon King, wasn't actually a pure-blooded flood dragon. If it was a pure-blooded flood dragon, it would have already evolved into a demonic ruler. Chapter 503. Claw Attack, Tail Whip, Mouth-Spitting White Light, One-Clawed Flood Snake killed Li Fuchen to retreat. If not for Li Fuchen's extremely strong defense, he would have been injured. No, I'm no match for him with my regular strength. The Mortal Calamity was currently inferior to the Vicious Dragon Fist. If the Mortal Calamity was at the completion stage, Li Fuchen was confident he could contest with the One-Clawed Flood Snake. Retreat! Li Fuchen retreated towards the Lookout Island. Human, where do you think you're going? Behind him, a several hundred-meter tall sea monkey abruptly emerged from the seabed. Rank 6 mid-rank sea beast, Scarlet Water Monkey. Boom 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 boom, Scarlet Water Monkey waved his claws, and dozens of huge water balls appeared. Each ball was formed from compressed seawater, and had the power to sink an island. The dozens of huge water balls exploded, and the world seemed to have fallen into doomsday. Astral energy from the seawater was everywhere, and a few outer sect disciples who were closer to the area were instantly blasted into smithereens. Not good. Li Fuchen activated the vicious dragon spirit to protect himself. The vicious dragon spirit distorted and dispersed layer after layer. When there was only a thin layer left, it was ripped apart by the one-clawed flood snake. The dragon claw that expanded like a dragon claw grabbed onto Li Fuchen ruthlessly. Just as Li Fuchen was about to be crushed into meat paste. Whoosh! The surging waves of fire exploded, causing the one-clawed flood dragon to retreat, and its claws loosened. Between the heavens and the earth, a man of fire appeared. Fire God Art, Heart of Flame. When Li Fuchen's chi cultivation strength and body refinement strength had a drastic increase, it was impossible for his blazing flame divine ability to not have any improvement. As his spirit soul evolved into the pale purple color, Li Fuchen's perception had increased by an unknown amount. His comprehension speed of the blazing flame bone frame pattern had also increased by an unknown amount. The current him had already comprehended the blazing flame bone frame pattern to the 4.5 segment. His blazing flame bone frame only had a total of 6 segments. Surging waves of fire radiated in all directions. These waves of fire clearly contained powerful fire laws. They weren't ordinary flames. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to repel the one-clawed dragon snake. What a powerful fire God Art! Dragon power! The one-clawed flood snake swiped at Li Fuchen again. Scram! Wielding the joint heaven sword, Li Fuchen cleaved at the one-clawed flood snake's claw. Boom! Flames sputtered, and a scorched mark appeared on the one-clawed flood snake's claw. The pain caused the one-clawed flood snake to quickly pull back its claw. Hee, one-clawed general, your strength isn't enough. You can't even deal with a reincarnation realm human ant. The red water monkey tunneled in and out of the seawater with extreme speed while mocking the one-clawed flood snake. The one-clawed flood snake snorted coldly. Crimson Water General, don't be sarcastic. Go ahead if you can. It was obvious that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular reincarnation realm expert. Li Fuchen's blazing flame divine ability made Li Fuchen rather apprehensive. Fine, I'll go. When the red water monkey dove into the sea, there was an additional shadow below Li Fuchen. Get lost. In this boundless ocean battlefield, the chi activity was chaotic and it was very easy for one's consciousness to be disrupted. But Li Fuchen's consciousness was already at the primary sea realm. When he concentrated, the red water monkey wouldn't be able to sneak an attack on him. It was immediately cleaved by Li Fuchen's sword and was sent back into the sea in a pathetic state. Pfft, is this your strength? The one-clawed dragon snake sneered. Splash! A few miles away, the red water monkey emerged from the sea. His body was charred and it was obviously caused by the blazing flame sword chi. He had an unpleasant expression and said, I was careless earlier. It doesn't count. Don't be stubborn. This human kid is troublesome. Work together to kill him and end the battle quickly. The one-clawed flood snake wasn't interested in tangling with Li Fuchen. When the two demonic beast generals worked together, Li Fuchen's pressure increased by several folds. After executing the blazing flame divine ability, Li Fuchen was only able to suppress one of them. After all, be it the one-clawed flood snake or the red water monkey, they were both at the mid-level of battle spirit realm and were comparable with some second or third level battle spirit realm monarch class disciples. Bang! Li Fuchen intentionally suffered an attack from the one-clawed flood snake and used the force to fly back. In just a few blinks of the eye, he had returned to the lookout island. The red water monkey and the one-clawed flood snake were extremely enraged. They had raised a huge wave to crash at the Lookout Islands array. However, the Lookout Islands array was a Class 7 array. Unless the energy pool was depleted or the demonic beast king personally arrived, otherwise, it wouldn't be broken. On the island, many of the elders and disciples had retreated. The attacks of the sea beasts were too ferocious and there were endless attacks. Had it not been for the direct disciples resisting the pressure, it was impossible to fight this battle. During the short break, everyone looked up at the major beast-slaying rankings and minor beast-slaying rankings. The number one of the major beast-slaying rankings was still Yuan Long. His contribution points had reached an astounding 38,000 points. It was 10,000 points more than the number 2 ranker. However, it was said that the other 2 direct monarch-class disciples were in another continent. Otherwise, Yuan Long might not be the number 1 ranker. As for the minor beast-slaying rankings, the number 1 ranker was naturally Li Fuchen. Different from before, Li Fuchen's number 1 rank was seized by Tai Chuanxiu before he could secure it. Afterwards, Li Fuchen took it back, but now, no one was optimistic about Tai Chuanxiu. Because Tai Chuanxiu and Li Fuchen's contribution points were a total of 1,500 points. Li Fuchen's contribution points were now at 3,600 points. Tai Chuanxiu only had 2,100 points. Unless Li Fuchen perished in battle, Tai Chuanxiu didn't have any hope. Quickly look, Li Fuchen's contribution points are even higher than the inner sect disciples that are ranked lower on the major beast-slaying rankings. An outer sect disciple was suddenly astonished. In response, everyone looked up again. As expected, most of the lower rankers on the major beast-slaying rankings had around 3,000 contribution points and there were plenty of people who had less than Li Fuchen. Doesn't this mean that Li Fuchen's strength is stronger than a portion of the inner sect disciples? You can't say that. Perhaps he is rather lucky and didn't encounter any powerful sea beasts. It is still too early to discuss this now. Once the battle is over, everything will naturally be clear. After resting for a moment, Li Fuchen continued to fight. This time, he wasn't careless anymore and was constantly in a vigilant state. Once a powerful demonic beast general appeared in the alert region, he would immediately retreat. With his uninterrupted scouting with his awareness, Li Fuchen was like a fish in the water on the battlefield. His contribution points were increasing at a rapid speed. Not only did everyone on the minor beast-slaying rankings feel despair, even those on the major beast-slaying rankings were surprised. Half a day later, Li Fuchen's contribution points had already increased to 10,000. The number 2 ranker, Tai Chuanxiu, had less than 6,000 points. How can his killing speed be so fast? Xikong Zhan had a rather unpleasant expression. Half a day ago, he was still vowing to compete with Li Fuchen. Right now, everything that happened was definitely a slap to his face. There are too many sea beasts and they aren't decreasing at all. As far as the eye could see, the raging waves were filled with sea beasts and there weren't any signs of decreasing. Li Fuchen smiled bitterly. As of now, he had killed at least 2,000 class 4 sea beasts, if not 3,000. He had killed a few hundred class 5 sea beasts and over 20 class 6 low-tier sea beasts. It was a fruitful battle. He had killed so many sea beasts by himself and with the addition of the sea beasts killed by others, the number of sea beasts was at least 100,000. It was reckoned that only the sea beasts would willfully expend their combat strength like this. The Red Rainbow sect didn't have so many members to lose. Of course, this was mainly because the Red Rainbow sect was taking the elite route. If the entire Red Soil continent's combat strength was gathered, even if the Red Rainbow sect's numbers were far inferior to the sea beasts, it was still rather impressive. After all, the entire Red Soil continent had countless Heaven Dipper realm martial artists and Reincarnation realm martial artists were no different from cabbages. Roar! There was a high-pitched roar that sounded like a dragon or a whale. Above the distant waves, there was suddenly an additional giant island. After taking a closer look, it wasn't an island, it was obviously a cetacean sea beast. Furthermore, it was a superior among the cetacean sea beasts. Dragon whale. Its size was over 10,000 zhang tall, which was 70 li in terms of distance. What kind of concept was 70 miles? It was even bigger than the giant cities in the 7-color continent. This Class 6 Peak Tier Sea Beast, Dragon Whale, carried a destructive prowess as it charged at the Lookout Island. Just the burst of prowess was enough to send a large number of outer sect and inner sect disciples flying while vomiting blood. There were also a large number of Class 4 sea beasts that exploded and died an unknown death. It is one of the Red Sea's 5 unrivaled demonic generals, Dragon Whale Demonic General. One of the direct disciples had a deathly pale expression. The Dragon Whale Demonic General's body contained a trace of true dragon's bloodline, and true dragons were overlords. As long as they matured, they would become demonic beast overlords and didn't even need to cultivate. As compared to an adult true dragon, demon kings and demon emperors weren't even worth mentioning and were just like ants. The Dragon Whale Demonic General might only have a trace of true dragon's bloodline, but this trace of true dragon's bloodline was enough for him to be invincible below the demonic beast kings. He could even contest with low-tier demonic beast kings. Retreat! On the Iron Tower, the imposing figure's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Retreat, hurry up and retreat. There was no need for the imposing figure to say it, everyone knew that the Dragon Whale Demonic General wasn't a match for them. Only the direct Monarch class disciples could barely contest with it. As for the others, if they got too close, they would immediately be smashed into smithereens. The number 5 Lookout Island only had 2 direct Monarch class disciples. The 2 direct Monarch class disciples gritted their teeth and blocked the Dragon Whale's path. Die! The Dragon Whale Demonic General didn't even need to execute any moves. Just a dash from its body was enough to send the 2 direct Monarch class disciples flying. Too powerful. Even Li Fuchen couldn't help but take a deep cold breath. The Dragon Whale's chi prowess was already comparable with some of the weaker inner sect elders. On the Red Rainbow sect side, probably only the 3 direct Monarch class disciples could contest with it. It was a pity that one of the 3 direct Monarch class disciples, Yuan Long, wasn't at the number 5 Lookout Island. The other 2 weren't in the Red Rainbow sect and didn't even participate in the battle. Damn it, is the Red Flood Dragon King planning to start an all-out war? He even sent out the Dragon Whale Demonic General. The outer sect Grand Elder Wang Kuei had a pale expression. His strength was inferior to the direct Monarch class disciples, and it was impossible for him to be a match for the Dragon Whale Demonic General. Soon enough, everyone had retreated to the number 5 Lookout Island. Even the 2 injured direct Monarch class disciples had retreated. Who dares to come out and fight with me, the Dragon Whale Demonic General? The Dragon Whale Demonic General's giant body floated above the waves and spoke with a thunderous voice. I, Lei Donghai, will challenge you. It was unknown when the teleportation platform on the island lit up and a majestic figure appeared. Crackle! The majestic figure instantly appeared outside the island and smashed his hammer at the Dragon Whale Demonic General. Rumble! Chapter 504. It is one of the 3 direct Monarch class disciples, Senior Lei Donghai. That is great, Senior Lei Donghai is back. With him around, the Dragon Whale Demonic General won't be able to take another step no matter how powerful he is. The Red Rainbow sect's elders and disciples were overjoyed. Lei Donghai was one of the 3 direct Monarch class disciples and was on par with Yuan Long. He possessed the 7-star Thunder Hammer bone frame, and his strength was considered invincible in the battle spirit realm. Once he burst out with the Thunder Hammer divine ability, he would be able to contest with regular low-level primary sea realm monarchs. Among the Red Rainbow sect's disciples, the only ones that were superior to the 3 direct Monarch class disciples were the 2 Emperor class disciples. However, the 2 Emperor class disciples were extremely mysterious and only a few people had seen them before. It was reckoned that only the upper echelons had seen them before. 7-star Thunder Hammer bone frame, huh? Li Fuchen naturally knew a lot about the 3 direct Monarch class disciples. Yuan Long possessed the 7-star Arhat bone frame and was a peak-level battle spirit realm body refinement master. His strength was the strongest among the 3 direct Monarch class disciples. Lei Donghai possessed the 7-star Thunder Hammer bone frame, and it was a mutated special bone frame. Its pure attack power was superior to the Hammer Dao bone frame. The other one was a woman called Gu Jui who possessed the 7-star bright bone frame. The trio's strength was superior to the other direct monarch-class disciples. Be it the bone frame, perception, or fated encounters, they were all top-notch. After smashing the dragon whale demonic general with a hammer, Lei Donghai raised his brows and said, "You are one of the 5 unrivaled demonic generals in the Red Sea? You don't seem to be anything special. I am going to devour you alive." The dragon whale demonic general wasn't injured and had an unpleasant expression. He opened his giant mouth and a black whirlpool appeared to devour Lei Donghai. Thunder Divine Hammer. Lei Donghai mocked the dragon whale demonic general, but his actions didn't slow down. The Thunder Hammer power surged out as Lei Donghai burst out with the Thunder Hammer divine ability, Thunder Divine Hammer. Rumble. In the void, a lightning hammer shadow as large as a mountain flew out and smashed into the black vortex. In an instant, electric dragons danced and electric snakes covered the sky. In between the Thunder Hammer shadow and the black whirlpool, there was a burst of bluish-black light that could overshadow the sun. A terrifying black crack flashed by. Li Fuchen's awareness was astounding. The black wind crack might have vanished very quickly, but Li Fuchen still noticed it. Space crack. Li Fuchen's heart tightened. The appearance of a spatial crack meant that the battle between Lei Donghai and the dragon whale Yao general had already damaged the natural laws of that area. Only when the natural laws were damaged would a spatial crack appear. The spatial crack might only be as thick as a strand of hair, but it was able to sever Earth-class high-tier equipment with ease. When caught off guard, even a primary Sea Realm monarch would be severely injured. A sky-shaking explosion rang out. Lei Donghai and the dragon whale demonic general were both sent flying backwards. One of them was an invincible demon general while the other was an invincible grandmaster. It would take at least 1,000 moves to determine the victor. With Lei Donghai restraining the dragon whale demonic general and drawing it thousands of miles away, the group charged out of the island and continued to fight the sea beasts. This battle lasted for a full day and night, and the surrounding ocean only stopped when it was no different from the real Scarlet Sea. After a final count, the Red Rainbow sect lost a total of 72 elders and disciples on the number 5 Lookout Island. It might not seem like a lot, but it was enough to silence everyone. Those that could enter the Red Rainbow sect were all elites among elites. One of them was equivalent to 100 others. Among these 72 individuals, there might be one who would become a primary Sea Realm monarch in the future. In fact, the Red Rainbow sect could avoid casualties. As long as they sent out a large number of battleships, they would be able to suppress the sea beasts with the previous battle situation. But the Red Rainbow sect didn't do so. Flowers in a greenhouse were destined to be unable to withstand too much wind and rain. There must be deaths in a war. Without deaths, it wouldn't be a war. Furthermore, the Red Rainbow sect had a deep foundation and the sea beasts weren't going all out either. If both sides revealed all their trump cards, it wouldn't be long before the monarchs joined the battle. A total of 24,000 contribution points. After another battle, I will be able to redeem the second half of the mortal calamity. Li Fuchen was leading the way on the minor beast-slaying rankings and his contribution points were 2 times that of the number 2 Tai Chuanxiu. With this amount of contribution points, even on the major beast-slaying rankings, Li Fuchen would be ranked below average. This battle was enough to confirm Li Fuchen's invincible status in the reincarnation realm. Most importantly, Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of reincarnation realm. If his cultivation was at the peak level of reincarnation realm, his strength would be even stronger. For the next week, there weren't any battles. Li Fuchen and the others each found a place to cultivate on the number 5 Lookout Island. Li Fuchen felt that his strength was still insufficient. For this week, Li Fuchen placed all his energy on the mortal calamity. Once the mortal calamity was at the completion stage, the power wouldn't just surpass the vicious dragon fist, the impurities would also be refined by a drastic increase. With the dragon elephant power, Li Fuchen would be able to increase his body's limits to a higher level within a short period of time. By then, he would be able to continue to increase his body refinement level. The mortal world is turbid, using the body to deal with the calamity. This mortal calamity seems to require a certain mental state. The incomplete mortal calamity was much harder to cultivate than Li Fuchen imagined. Some of the cultivation contents were completely mystical and could only be understood but not explained. It seemed to be related to the spirit soul too. There is no hurry. It is useless to be impatient. When cultivating martial arts, there are times when one's mental state is required. On the short mountain, Li Fuchen stood up and flew out of the island. This sea region belonged to the coastal waters of the Red Soil continent. It was rich in resources and there were plenty of resources at the bottom of the sea that the Red Soil continent didn't have. After flying over 1,000 miles away from the lookout island, Li Fuchen flashed and shot into the sea. The pressure in the sea was extreme and the water pressure of 10,000 meters was enough to flatten a Heaven Dipper realm martial artist. The water pressure of 100,000 meters was enough to flatten a reincarnation realm martial artist. However, the coastal waters were already extremely deep at a depth of 100,000 meters. At least, the area that Li Fuchen was diving at was only 60,000 to 70,000 meters deep. To him, it was just a drizzle and wasn't worth mentioning. At the bottom of the sea, it was extremely quiet and it felt as though Li Fuchen had arrived in a world without sound. When Li Fuchen's feet stepped on the mud, his heart was like still water. All sorts of experiences were like fleeting clouds that were appearing and disappearing in his mind. A mystical ethereal state assaulted his mind. Gradually, Li Fuchen's body glowed with red light. The red light was extremely tyrannical and had annihilated a large portion of the sea into nothingness. It caused a vacuum black hole to appear where Li Fuchen was standing. Li Fuchen didn't expect that he would suddenly have the Heavenman connection when he was originally planning to search for resources at the bottom of the sea. The mortal calamity would naturally enter the completion stage. It felt as though he had worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching only to find it effortlessly. Li Fuchen didn't know that after cultivating the mortal calamity for a week, he was still in that kind of atmosphere. As for the underwater world, it was eternal silence and contained a kind of law intent. When the two made contact, it was just like the heavenly thunder igniting the earth fire. It was hard not to break through. Chapter 505. At the completion stage of the mortal calamity, Li Fuchen only needed a single thought to transform a large amount of dragon elephant power into the mortal calamity power. The mortal calamity power seemed to contain traces of spirit soul power, or in other words, willpower. It was this trace of willpower that facilitated the birth of the mortal calamity power. I wonder how powerful is the completion stage of the mortal calamity. Li Fuchen executed a fist strike and there was a flash of red light. The seawater in front of him was turned into nothingness and a trace of vacuum was drawn out. Without the support of the mortal calamity power, the vacuum trace quickly collapsed and let out a rumbling sound. With the completion stage of the mortal calamity, Li Fuchen didn't have the mood to search for resources at the bottom of the sea. He immediately returned to the number 5 lookout island. For the next few days, Li Fuchen had been understanding the completion stage of the mortal calamity. The current mortal calamity power was already able to damage Earth-class mid-tier equipment. Even high-level battle spirit realm masters would find it hard to damage Earth-class mid-tier equipment. Of course, this didn't mean that Li Fuchen's strength was already comparable or beyond high-level battle spirit realm masters. In this world, everything had its counter. The mortal calamity power countered physical substances. In terms of destroying physical substances, the mortal calamity power was able to perform exceptionally well. Now that the mortal calamity was at the completion stage, the mortal calamity power's ability to eliminate the impurities in the blood had increased drastically. It was several times more effective than the dragon elephant power. Li Fuchen could feel that the impurities in his body were decreasing at every moment. Once he circulated the mortal calamity power, the impurities would decrease even faster. His body would feel extremely light and comfortable. The profoundness of the mortal calamity is far beyond the dragon elephant body forging chapters. Li Fuchen could imagine that the complete mortal calamity would definitely be a heaven-class body refinement art, while the dragon elephant body forging chapters was only an earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. As for the complete 9 Calamity Divine Fist, Li Fuchen couldn't imagine what grade it would be. Woo woo woo, there was a horn sound. The sea beasts attacked again. The originally calm sea surface was now surging with waves. The densely packed sea beasts were approaching from afar and it was oppressive. They are here again. It is just as well. In order to step into the primary sea realm in the shortest period of time, I must have an invincible and courageous willpower. This war is just the right time to temper my willpower. Lei Donghai stood up and looked through the array to land on the dragon whale demonic general. One of them was an invincible grandmaster, while the other was an invincible demon general. In the previous battle, neither of them had been injured, but they had consumed a lot of energy. This kind of protracted battle was often a test of willpower. Whoever had the stronger willpower would have the last laugh. Let's fight. On top of the Iron Tower, the imposing figure appeared once again. His voice was filled with an indescribable iron will. Kill! Everyone rushed out of the formation and started fighting with the sea beasts. This time, there were a lot fewer Class 4 sea beasts. It was reasonable, as in the face of Reincarnation Realm experts and Battle Spirit Realm experts, Class 4 sea beasts were just cannon fodder. No matter how many cannon fodder there would be a day when they would be depleted. In the previous war, a large number of sea beasts were sent out mainly to force them to evolve. But evolution required time too. This time, if a large number of Class 4 sea beasts were sent out, the entire Red Sea would probably be emptied and it wouldn't be beneficial for the Red Sea's development. Even though there were fewer Class 4 sea beasts, the sea beasts' offense didn't decline at all. After all, in this war, Class 5 sea beasts and Class 6 sea beasts were the main force. Green Sun Sword Intent. Cloud Flame Thousand Incineration. Vicious Dragon Fist. After executing the 3 martial arts in turns, Li Fuchen was like a sharp blade that slaughtered in and out of the sea beasts with imposing prowess. Human, let's see how you are going to escape this time. The one-clawed flood snake that was over 10,000 feet long appeared in Li Fuchen's vision. Immediately after, the red water monkey appeared behind Li Fuchen. Why do I have to escape? Li Fuchen let out an indifferent smile. Before the mortal calamity reached completion stage, Li Fuchen was already able to suppress one of them. Right now, he was much stronger than before and didn't need to escape. What if I am included? A seahorse that was a few thousand feet in size appeared. The seahorse's body was bright yellow and it had a hollow mouth that was shaped like a long tube. It had a pair of massive eyes that were emitting blinding radiance. Class 6 Mid-Tier Sea Beast. Enchanting Seahorse. These 3 are rather interesting. Li Fuchen's eyes turned slightly grave. He wasn't sure how powerful the mortal calamity was. On the battlefield, there were countless changes and one must not be careless. Enchanting Wave. The enchanting seahorse was the first to attack. Its long tube-shaped mouth swelled up and immediately spat out a translucent wave of light. The light wave didn't have any attack power, but it was impossible to dodge. It instantly spread out and penetrated through Li Fuchen's body. Dragon Strength Technique. Red Water Divine Thunder. Making use of the opportunity, the one-clawed flood snake and the red water monkey burst out with their innate abilities and were preparing to kill Li Fuchen in a single move. In their opinion, Li Fuchen was dead for sure. The enchanting demonic general's enchanting wave was able to instantly make a battle spirit realm expert lose consciousness. The loss of consciousness might be very short, but it was enough for them to execute their killing move. It was a pity that the 3 demonic generals were destined to be disappointed. Li Fuchen might be countered in other aspects. But in terms of consciousness, Li Fuchen would never be countered. Only primary sea realm monarchs could restrain his consciousness. But primary sea realm monarchs were already able to suppress Li Fuchen with their strength and didn't need to use consciousness attacks. With his consciousness extremely clear, Li Fuchen circulated the Mortal Calamity technique and produced the profound and tyrannical Mortal Calamity power. Get lost! Li Fuchen blasted his fist on the one-clawed flood snake's claw. He forcefully endured the red water monkey's red water divine thunder. Bang! There was an explosion of blood mist. The one-clawed flood snake's indestructible claw had been forcefully destroyed by the mortal calamity power. This was after the demonic chi isolation, otherwise, Li Fuchen's mortal calamity power would be able to flow through the one-clawed flood snake's claw and extend into the one-clawed flood snake's body. Ah, impossible! The one-clawed flood snake shrieked miserably as he was sent flying. His claw was tougher and tougher than any other parts of his body. If his claw was destroyed, he wouldn't be able to recover without a few dozen years. Unless the demonic beast king bestowed him with a precious artifact, he wouldn't be able to recover within a short period of time. As for the red water monkey's red water divine thunder, it wasn't able to injure Li Fuchen. With the protection of the mortal calamity power, the red water divine thunder was merely able to shake Li Fuchen's chi blood. Not good. How did his strength increase so much? The red water monkey was stunned. Previously, when Li Fuchen burst out with his divine ability, he was only barely able to suppress them and wasn't able to injure them. Right now, Li Fuchen was already able to kill them in a one-on-one fight. He is actually immune to my enchanting wave. The enchanting seahorse was also very shocked. His enchanting wave was a killer move. Even high-level battle spirit realm experts would be enchanted if they were careless. Die! Li Fuchen caught up to the one-clawed flood snake and smashed his fist on the snake's head. Bang! The one-clawed flood snake's head exploded and even the demonic beast spirit was destroyed by the mortal calamity power. It was a clean death. Flee! The red water monkey and the enchanting seahorse were terrified as they fled. The red water monkey's strength was similar to the one-clawed flood snake. If Li Fuchen could kill the one-clawed flood snake, it meant that Li Fuchen could also kill the red water monkey. The red water monkey was adept at awareness attacks, but it was a pity that awareness attacks were ineffective against Li Fuchen. If he stayed, he would only be courting death. The two demonic beast generals fled with extreme speed and Li Fuchen wasn't able to catch up. Speed had always been his weakness and it was something that couldn't be helped. With my current strength, it is enough to kill regular class 6 mid-tier demonic beasts. This battle allowed Li Fuchen to have an accurate understanding of his own ability. In terms of strength, the red water monkey and the enchanting seahorse didn't have any incredible bloodlines and were just regular class 6 mid-tier sea beasts. The one-clawed flood snake might have the flood dragon bloodline, but it was a pity that its class was too low and was only at class 6 low tier. If the one-clawed flood snake was at class 6 mid-tier, Li Fuchen might not be a match. With the completion stage of the mortal calamity, as long as the class 6 high-tier sea beasts didn't appear, Li Fuchen would be able to slay gods and demons. Even a few class 6 mid-tier sea beasts with incredible bloodlines couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen easily broke through the encirclement and escaped to the Lookout Island. This battle continued for 1 day and 1 night. Li Fuchen's contribution points had increased from 24,000 to 43,000 and it was much lesser than the first time. This was mainly because there were fewer class 4 sea beasts and more class 6 sea beasts. The former could be farmed for contribution points, while the latter might give Li Fuchen a large amount of contribution points to kill, but if the class 6 sea beasts escaped, Li Fuchen would only be able to watch helplessly. Gradually, Li Fuchen started to receive the attention of formidable sea beasts. In 1 day and 1 night, Li Fuchen had escaped at least a dozen times and there were at least 10 times when he was pursued by class 6 high-tier sea beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that his awareness wasn't disturbed, he would have already died a few times when the sea beasts locked onto him. 43,000 contribution points. I can redeem the second half of the mortal calamity now. Li Fuchen immediately used the teleportation array to return to the Red Rainbow sect's headquarters. I want the second half of the mortal calamity. Li Fuchen didn't go to the second floor and spoke to the Tower Guardian Elder. The second half of the mortal calamity costs 150,000 contribution coins. The Tower Guardian Elder couldn't be bothered with Li Fuchen anymore and spoke. Here. Li Fuchen took out a large number of contribution coins and there were exactly 150,000. With the second half of the mortal calamity, Li Fuchen didn't stop and returned to the number 5 Lookout Island. On the short mountain, Li Fuchen flipped open the second half of the Mortal Calamity and read it page by page. The mortal world cultivates the heart, the calamity power produces itself. The summary of the second half was also a single sentence and it corresponded to the first half's. The mortal world is turbid, using one's body to deal with the calamity. The mortal world cultivates the heart. It seems like this 9 calamity divine fist emphasizes on the mental state and willpower. The rest is just techniques. After closing the second half of the mortal calamity, Li Fuchen slowly let out a turbid breath. Right now, Li Fuchen would let out a turbid breath every once in a while. This turbid breath was the impurities in his qi blood. Most of the impurities in his qi blood had been eliminated by the mortal world calamity power, while there were some remnants that were spat out through breathing. The third battle arrived very quickly and this battle was much more miserable than the previous one. In the dark, there seemed to be a pair of invisible hands controlling the battle. If someone flew into the boundless sky, they would notice that the 8 lookout islands were surrounded by a blood-colored sea. Within this blood-colored sea, there were traces of array waves. As the array waves got stronger, the inner sect elders that were guarding the 8 lookout islands were alerted. How is this array set up? Or perhaps this array has always existed and requires fresh blood and the willpower of countless living beings to activate it? Chapter 506. Kacha, Kacha. Countless cracks appeared on the formation barrier of the lookout island. The ground of the lookout island was also constantly shaking. In an instant, it was as if it had been slashed by a giant dozens of times. Every mark was dozens of miles long. Moreover, it was not only the 5th lookout island, but also the other lookout islands. Not good. On the iron tower, the pupils of the imposing figure shrank. The array that enveloped the entire island was a rank 7 array. Unless a monarch came out, the array would definitely not be broken. Even kings wouldn't be able to break through the array in 1 or 2 strikes. Only high-tier kings would have the strength to break through the array in 1 strike. It was obvious that the demon monarch was not destroying the array. Instead, it was the fluctuations of a stronger array formation that was destroying the array foundation of the island's array formation. Just the fluctuations from the array could gradually destroy a level 7 array. Even a fool would know that this was definitely a level 8 array. Apart from that, level 7 formations were unable to cover tens of thousands of miles or even hundreds of thousands of miles of the sea. The limit of a level 7 formation was around 10,000 li at most. Only a grade 8 formation could cover hundreds of thousands of miles, and its limit was said to be 1,000,000 miles. He didn't believe that the Red Flood Dragon King was able to set up a Class 8 array. Only Law Phase Realm Emperors were able to set up a Class 8 array. Perhaps many Primary Sea Realm Monarchs were able to set up a Class 8 array. The prerequisite was that the monarch was proficient in arrays and had extremely high attainments in the array Dao. Otherwise, even a Law Phase Realm Emperor wouldn't be able to set up a Class 8 array. If the Red Flood Dragon King was able to set up a Class 8 array, how could the Red Rainbow sect resist? They would have already been defeated. In fact, demonic beasts and demons knew nothing about array formations. Rather than believing that they could set up a Class 8 array formation, it would be better to believe that the Red Flood Dragon King had broken through to Class 8 and become a demonic Darch. Suppress. The stalwart figure pressed his right hand down and a vast and majestic force suppressed the entire 5th lookout island, stabilizing the array formation on the lookout island. The inner sect elders that were able to guard the lookout island were all at least at the 3rd level of Primary Sea Realm, otherwise, they wouldn't be able to deal with sudden situations. With his 4th level Primary Sea Realm cultivation, it was still possible for him to suppress an island that was a few hundred miles in size. However, he did not know how long he could suppress it. Everyone, return to the lookout island. The imposing figure roared, and his voice traveled thousands of miles. Hurry up and go back. Something big seems to have happened. Let's go. I feel a little uneasy. The Red Rainbow sect's elders and disciples were desperately rushing back. Unfortunately, under the obstruction of the sea beasts, less than half of the people rushed back to the lookout island immediately. The imposing figure was a strong middle-aged man with slightly gray hair. At this moment, his forehead was dripping with sweat. Suppressing a rank 7 formation that was on the verge of collapse was much more difficult than he had imagined. This feeling was like forcibly stopping a volcano that was about to erupt. The further he went, the greater the pressure he had to bear. The first batch will teleport back first. The muscular middle-aged man's voice was low and deep. It was obvious that he was lacking in energy. A huge amount of spirit stones were thrown into the empty space in the center of the teleportation platform. The first batch of several hundred people disappeared from the teleportation platform. Li Fuchen was also rushing back. He was out of luck. He was the first to be alerted when something strange happened in the sea. But at that time, he was surrounded by 4 mid-tier class 6 sea beasts, one of which had a powerful bloodline. It was impossible for him to break out of the encirclement in a short time. Until the inner sect elder's voice echoed, Li Fuchen risked his injuries to break out of the encirclement. But he was too far away from the lookout island. When the first batch of people teleported away, he was only halfway there. Soon enough, the second batch had also teleported away. This batch had more people than the first batch and there were close to 900 of them. Only a few dozen of them didn't make it back in time. I can only do this much. The strong middle-aged man vomited a mouthful of fresh blood and suddenly soared into the sky. Boom! The lookout island that was a few hundred miles in size had instantly collapsed and the array had collapsed. No! Those elders and disciples that didn't make it back in time had faces of despair. In this vast sea, without the protection of the lookout island's array, they didn't have any strength to protect themselves. Kill these humans. They have nowhere to escape. From the back, a large number of sea beasts were chasing over. Some of the class 6 sea beasts were extremely fast and had quickly caught up to the group. Get on the battleship. The remaining few dozen people gathered together without prior consultation. One of the inner sect monarch class disciples had an additional palm-sized battleship in his hand. But in the next moment, the battleship enlarged and everyone boarded the ship. Swish! This was a class 6 small-sized battleship. Its speed was comparable to a high-level battle spirit realm martial artist. Like a stream of light, the battleship shook off the class 6 sea beasts that were chasing after them. Only a few class 6 high-tier sea beasts were still lingering behind. Everyone, I am Su Heng. This class 6 small-sized battleship costs 10,000 contribution coins per day. I have only rented it for 2 days and there are 40 individuals here. Each of you will have to pay me 200 contribution coins per day. It isn't too much, right? The inner sect monarch class disciple called Su Heng spoke. It isn't too much, it isn't too much. 200 contribution coins per day is too much for you. I suggest that everyone should pay you 300 contribution coins per day. In addition, the spirit stones used to operate the battleship will also be on us. An outer sect elder quickly said. Without the battleship, they were just scattered soldiers and would be eliminated very quickly. As for the Class 6 battleship, as long as there were enough low-grade spirit stones, it would be able to burst out with the power of a mid-level battle spirit realm martial artist. If it was filled with mid-grade spirit stones, it would be able to burst out with the power of a high-level battle spirit realm martial artist. Most importantly, the battleship's speed was fast enough. Riding on the battleship wouldn't require any chi consumption. This was extremely important. After all, in the vast ocean, once one's chi was exhausted, it would be hard to maintain sufficient chi just by relying on spirit stones and elixirs. Elder Wan is right. We should pay you 300 contribution coins per day. It is fortunate that you rented a Class 6 battleship, otherwise, we would all be dead. The rest of the people nodded and didn't even try to bargain. At this moment, no matter how important resources were, it wasn't as important as their lives. Let alone 300 contribution coins per day, even if it was 500 or 1,000 contribution coins per day, they would still accept it. Boom! The battleship shook. At the back, there was a huge fish with wings that spat out a bubble and crashed onto the ship. It is a Class 6 high-tier sea beast, flying shadow fish. Don't waste spirit stones, let me deal with it. Elder Juan was at the 8th level of Battle Spirit Realm. He drew his battle saber and slashed at the flying shadow fish through the battleship's array. TSS TSS TSS, the saber light streaked across the sky like a thunderbolt and trembled 9 times. Each tremble would cause the trajectory of the saber light to change. The flying shadow fish didn't even have time to react and was struck by the thunderbolt saber light, causing it to fall from the sky. Such an incredible saber art. Li Fuchen could see that Elder Juan's saber art was also an Earth-class peak-tier martial art, and it wasn't any more profound than his Cloud Flame 1000 incineration. But Elder Juan was at the 8th level of Battle Spirit Realm. The higher one's cultivation, the more they would be able to display the true profundity of martial arts. If a primary Sea Realm monarch was here, a casual move would probably be able to reach the level of an Earth-class high-tier martial art. Only Earth-class peak-tier martial arts would be able to enhance the combat strength of a primary Sea Realm monarch. This was also the main reason why martial artists would pursue higher-tier martial arts as their cultivation increased. As the cultivation increased, some of the lower-tier martial arts would be useless. A casual move would already contain the essence of all the martial arts that were previously learned. It could be said that at the later stages of cultivation, plenty of the essence of martial arts would be fused into one's instincts. A casual move would contain the essence of countless martial arts. Elder Juan's saber art was also at the trance stage, but in terms of chi conversion and utilization, it was even more exquisite and meticulous. Li Fuchen's sword art might be at the same level, but due to his cultivation, it was hard to take care of some of the details. The Class 6 high-tier sea beasts launched their attacks but were all struck down by Elder Juan. With Elder Juan's strength, unless it was a Class 6 high-tier sea beast with an incredible bloodline, otherwise, it wouldn't be a match for him. High up in the sky, the robust middle-aged man didn't leave. He who was looking down from above finally saw what was going on. On the surface of the blood-red sea, blood-colored patterns appeared. The blood-red lines were clearly runes. The ripples emitted by the runes were extremely frightening, causing the seawater to boil. The wind and clouds in the sky also fluctuated. Waterspouts that connected the heavens and the earth were formed with a whistling sound. They connected with the dark clouds that filled the entire sky, emitting an aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Class 8 array, this must be a Class 8 array. The robust middle-aged man took a deep cold breath. He had never seen a Class 8 array, but only a Class 8 array could explain everything. The array patterns in front of him were just an insignificant portion of the entire Class 8 array. He couldn't even see the rest of the array patterns. With his cultivation at the 4th level of Primary Sea Realm, his awareness could only extend out to over 10,000 miles. In the Primary Sea Realm, there was a huge gap between each level. Such a huge gap was hard to make up for unless one cultivated a Heaven-class manual. In the Primary Sea Realm, there was a huge gap between each level of awareness. At the 1st level of Primary Sea Realm, the awareness could extend out to a few thousand miles. At the 2nd level of Primary Sea Realm, it would be 50%, and at the 3rd level, it would be 50%. As a 4th level Primary Sea Realm monarch, it was already very good for his awareness to extend out to over 10,000 miles. Despite the case, the detection range of over 10,000 miles was just the tip of the iceberg of a Class 8 array. Only Law Phase Realm Emperors were able to cover the entire Class 8 array with a single thought. However, was this Level 8 formation activated unintentionally, or was it activated intentionally? If it was intentionally activated, what was the Red Flood Dragon King planning? The Class 8 array is about to be fully activated. If we don't leave now, it will be hard to predict if we will survive. The robust middle-aged man's eyes landed on a Class 6 small-sized battleship a few thousand miles away. Swish! It was impossible to see the trajectory of the robust middle-aged man's movement. In just a short moment, the robust middle-aged man caught up to the battleship. I will send you off. You will have to rely on yourselves next. Chapter 507. 10,000 miles. 50,000 miles. The speed of the battleship was too fast. In just a short moment, it had traveled 50,000 miles. But at this moment, the battleship's speed had gradually slowed down. The monarch chi that enveloped the battleship was only left with a thin layer. Boom! Right at this moment, there was a torrential blood light that burst into the sky from the sea below. A blood-colored array that covered the radius of a few 100,000 miles appeared. In the center of this blood-colored array, there was a giant black python that was a few 100 miles long. No, this wasn't a giant python. Giant pythons normally didn't have claws, but this giant sea beast didn't just have horns on its head, it even had 4 claws. It was a flood dragon and a pure-blooded flood dragon. If it wasn't a pure-blooded flood dragon, it wouldn't be able to grow 4 claws. Even the red flood dragon king only had 3 claws. An adult pure-blooded flood dragon was undoubtedly a demonic emperor. Of course, only a demonic emperor could reach the size of a few 100 miles. The black flood dragon didn't die. As the blood-colored formation appeared, the black flood dragon violently struggled and roared. That terrifying roar contained a will of destruction. Countless sea beasts were shaken by the sound waves and lost their consciousness. They fell from the sky and were refined into puddles of blood by the blood-colored formation. The blood converged into the blood-colored array patterns, causing the array to become even more horrific. Blood-colored chains dug deep into the black flood dragon's body as though they were trying to extract something from its body. Seeing the situation, the black flood dragon quickly shut its mouth and didn't roar anymore. This is a sealing array that is sealing a demonic emperor. The robust middle-aged man had already flown out of the blood-colored array's range. He might not be able to see the black flood dragon, but just from the roar, he was able to distinguish that the array was sealing a demonic emperor, an invincible demonic emperor. The red flood dragon king is going to undo the array and release this demonic emperor. The robust middle-aged man was silently anxious. Once the sealed demonic emperor was released, it would be a calamity for the entire Red Rainbow sect. The strength of a demonic emperor was indescribable. The Red Rainbow sect's entrance might be able to defend against Law Phase Realm emperors, but it could only defend against regular low-level emperors. Without any incredible manuals, Law Phase Realm emperors wouldn't be as powerful as demonic emperors. The robust middle-aged man couldn't imagine who sealed a demonic emperor in the Red Sea's coastal waters. This method was too shocking. No matter what the Scarlet Wyrm King is planning, we can't let it succeed. The muscular middle-aged man was about to leave. Swish 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 swish. Terrifying figures appeared near the muscular middle-aged man. Greetings Sect Master, greetings Grand Elders. The robust middle-aged man was shocked at first, and then his face lit up with joy as he said respectfully. The Red Rainbow Sect Patriarch was the #1 monarch of the Red Rainbow Sect, the Red Rainbow Monarch. He was at the 9th level of Primary Sea Realm. The rest of the Supreme Elders were also high-level monarchs. Sect Master, a Class 8 array suddenly appeared here. Furthermore, there seems to be a demonic arch sealed within this Class 8 array. This must be the scheme of the Scarlet Flood Dragon King. We must not allow him to release the sealed demonic arch. The robust middle-aged man spoke solemnly. Elder Wang, you are saying the opposite. The King's Scarlet Flood Dragon isn't going to release the demon arch. Instead, he is planning to use the blood and willpower of countless living beings to circulate the array to the limits and refine the demon Thearch's demon spirit. The one who spoke was a Supreme Elder. He had white hair and a scar on his forehead which looked like a third eye. The three-eyed saber monarch was the oldest high-level monarch in the Red Rainbow sect. It was said that his strength wasn't inferior to the Red Rainbow monarch. The opposite? The robust middle-aged man couldn't understand. The Red Rainbow monarch, who was wearing a long red robe and had a handsome appearance, explained with his hands behind his back, Elder Bailey is right. The King's Scarlet Flood Dragon isn't going to release the demonic arch, he is planning to refine the demonic Thearch's demon spirit. As such, he will be able to seize the demonic Thearch's essence blood and make plans to break through to the demonic arch. The reason why he is so certain is because this Class 8 array is a legendary spirit refinement array. It is a terrifying array that can refine a demonic thearch's demon spirit or emperor's true spirit. The robust middle-aged man opened his mouth and couldn't help but ask, "Isn't the King's Scarlet Flood Dragon afraid that the demonic thearch will break out and settle the score with him?" The Red Rainbow Monarch sneered and said, "Even if the spirit refinement array doesn't have the enhancement of the blood and willpower, this demonic thearch won't be able to break out. Furthermore, this demonic thearch has been sealed for countless years and its strength is probably less than 10% of its original strength. With the horrific spirit refinement array, it will only get weaker." Before this, the King's Scarlet Flood Dragon must have planned for a long period of time. Once everything is ready, it will intensify the conflict and start a war with our Red Rainbow sect. The Spirit Refinement Array was an array that existed in the legends. This array was targeted at those terrifying existences that were hard to kill. Demonic thearchs had extremely tenacious vitality and some of the demonic thearchs were almost immortal. In order to kill them, one had to be several times stronger than them. As for the Spirit Refinement Array, it was targeted at the true spirit and demonic spirit. Once the demonic thearch's demon spirit was refined, the spirit's soul would definitely crumble. As such, no matter how powerful the body was, it would still be a dead object. In the records, there was a horrific incident where the Spirit Refinement Array refined everyone's true spirit from an Emperor-class sect. Of course, a demonic thearch was still a demonic thearch and its demon spirit was extremely powerful. Unless it was a top-notch Class 8 array master that set up the Spirit Refinement Array, it would take a long time to refine a demonic thearch's demon spirit. The King's Scarlet Flood Dragon obviously couldn't wait for such a long time and was planning to speed up the process. However, it was unknown how the King's Scarlet Flood Dragon found out that the blood and willpower of countless living beings could greatly enhance the Spirit Refinement Array. "Then what should we do now?" the robust middle-aged man asked. The three-eyed saber monarch said, "The Spirit Refinement Array is a Class 8 array and it is impossible for us to break it. Of course, even if we can break it, we can't do it. A demonic thearch, no matter how weak it is, still has countless terrifying methods. If it is released, it would be the same as bringing a calamity to the Red Rainbow sect. The only thing we can do now is to wait. After the Spirit Refinement Array refines the demonic thearch's demon spirit, we will stop the King's Scarlet Flood Dragon from snatching the essence blood. But the King's Scarlet Flood Dragon has been planning for such a long time. Wouldn't he expect us to stop him?" The robust middle-aged man was doubtful. The Red Rainbow Monarch let out a sigh, "We will do our best and leave the rest to fate." Once the Spirit Refinement Array refined the demonic thearch's demon spirit, it would automatically disperse. Once the Spirit Refinement Array dispersed, it would be time to reveal the truth. Boom! The monarch chi that enveloped the battleship had finally dispersed. At this moment, the battleship's speed had returned to normal. But Li Fuchen and the others couldn't be bothered anymore. The instant the blood light burst into the sky, everyone's head was in extreme pain. Li Fuchen had experienced this kind of pain before. Before obtaining the golden amulet, Li Fuchen would have intense pain in his head every time he cultivated and it would be worse than death. Later on, Li Fuchen found out that it was due to his spirit soul scattering. Not good. This is an array that targets the spirit soul. Chapter 508. A formation that targets the soul. Li Fuchen's spirit soul was extremely powerful, therefore, his pain was still within a tolerable range. After hearing that Elder Wan said that this array was targeted at the spirit soul, he was rather surprised. What kind of array could be effective on his spirit soul? Li Fuchen believed that his spirit soul's strength shouldn't be inferior to primary Sea Realm monarchs and might even be comparable to Law Phase Realm emperors. Gray, green, blue, purple. His spirit soul had metamorphosed 3 times and was now at the pale purple grade. His perception was so strong that he was already comparable with primary Sea Realm monarchs when he was at the reincarnation realm. In fact, in terms of pure perception, Li Fuchen didn't think that he would lose to primary Sea Realm monarchs. At the reincarnation realm, Li Fuchen's perception was already comparable with primary Sea realm monarchs. It was imaginable how high Li Fuchen's spirit soul was. Even so, he felt a sharp pain in his head. It was hard to imagine how terrifying this formation was. In fact, Li Fuchen didn't know that this array wasn't just targeting the spirit soul, it was targeting the true spirit or demonic spirit. The true spirit was born from the soul, but it was more condensed than the soul, like the soul armor. If Li Fuchen progressed to the battle spirit realm and his spirit soul produced a true spirit, this array might be ineffective against him. But now, he only had his spirit soul and would still feel intense pain, even though it was still bearable. Li Fuchen could tolerate it, but the others couldn't. The outer sect disciples were the first to have their souls dissipate. Soon after, the inner sect disciples followed suit. Next was Elder Wan, followed by the inner sect monarch class disciple, Su Hang. These people fell to the ground one after another, their faces contorted and their breathing stopped. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen secretly lamented the cruelty of the martial Tao. If not for the fact that his soul was strong enough, he would be no different from these people right now. At the same time, he lamented his own weakness. Before this sudden crisis, there was nothing he could do. He could only go with the flow and resign himself to fate. The temporary owner of the battleship, Su Hang, was already dead. Without a choice, Li Fuchen could only personally control the battleship and try his best to advance. A large number of low-grade spirit stones had been consumed, and the speed of the battleship was so slow that it made people's hair stand on end. It was barely moving, and like a mosquito in amber, it was directly frozen in the blood light. Gritting his teeth, Li Fuchen took out a mid-grade spirit stone and tossed it into the chi pool on the battleship. Buzz! The warship trembled, and then its speed doubled. But it was the difference between a snail and a tortoise. Li Fuchen didn't want to waste more mid-grade spirit stones. He let out a sigh and sat cross-legged on the deck. He did not believe that the formation could continue to operate. If he was not wrong, the reason why the formation had appeared was because of the previous 3 battles. As long as the formation disappeared again, he would have a chance to escape. Of course, it was mainly because there was no other way. If there was a way, Li Fuchen would definitely do something. The blood light was extremely tyrannical as it ignored the battleship's array and invaded Li Fuchen's mind. Chi. Li Fuchen felt his spirit soul evaporating bit by bit. Fortunately, the evaporation rate was very slow, roughly equivalent to the speed of a large river evaporating a pot of water with each breath. Li Fuchen believed that even after a few years, his spirit soul wouldn't be able to dissipate. At most, it would be a little painful. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's expression changed. The blood light's intensity was increasing and the battleship seemed to be pulled back by an invisible force. Looking down from the sky, one could see that the warship was moving from the edge of the blood-colored formation to the inner region, and it was moving at a fast speed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The battleship was forcefully dragged to the core area of the blood-colored array formation. The bloody light here was extremely dense, and the faint sound of chains could be heard. Bang! The battleship collided with a giant peak that pierced through the sky. The array instantly crumbled and half of the battleship disintegrated. This isn't a mountain peak. Li Fuchen sized up the giant peak and his heart tightened. This wasn't a giant peak, it was obviously a horn with circles of revolving patterns. It was an extremely giant horn. The battleship was flying a few thousand meters in the sky, it meant that the horn was a few thousand meters in length. It was simply appalling. In order to verify his thoughts, Li Fuchen stood at the edge of the railings of the battleship and looked down. Within the dense blood light, the horn pierced through the clouds. At the bottom of the horn was a massive black head. Right now, the eyes on the head were tightly shut and there was a painful expression on its face. As for the head's figure, it was impossible to see it completely. The body is at least 100 miles or a few hundred miles in length. Could it be a demonic beast ruler? Even with Li Fuchen's courage, he couldn't help but have difficulty breathing. 2 beams of light pierced through the blood light as the head opened its eyes. Each of the eyes were a few hundred meters in size and were simply like two small lakes. The eyes were cold and emotionless and emitted a willpower that looked down on the world. If Li Fuchen's spirit soul wasn't powerful, a single glance would probably cause his spirit soul to collapse. But Li Fuchen noticed that apart from the powerful willpower, the eyes also contained fear and unwillingness. "Human, do you have a way to unseal me?" The voice was transmitted into Li Fuchen's mind. Li Fuchen held his breath and shook his head. "I am just a puny martial artist and am unable to unseal you." It turned out that the enemy was sealed. The blood-colored array that enveloped the boundless sea region was actually to seal this demonic beast ruler. Li Fuchen's mind was a little sluggish. "Can't I?" The enemy closed its eyes and ignored Li Fuchen. This should be an adult pure-blooded black flood dragon. It is unknown which invincible existence sealed it here. Could the Red Flood Dragon King have started a war to unseal this demonic beast ruler? Or perhaps it has other intentions? Li Fuchen's mind was filled with distracting thoughts and it was hard for him to calm down. He couldn't be blamed as the blood light in the core region of the blood-colored array was too tyrannical. If the spirit soul was vaporizing a pot of water with each breath, it was now vaporizing a large vat of spirit soul with each breath. As the blood light vaporized the spirit soul at an increasing speed, Li Fuchen's pain was also increasing and it was hard for him to calm down and think. As days passed by, the blood light was getting more intense. This made Li Fuchen's heart sink. It was imaginable that it was a Class 8 array that was able to seal a demonic beast ruler. This Class 8 array might not be targeting him, but just the aftermath was enough for Li Fuchen to endure. Swish swish. Within the blood light, countless blood-colored chains were shaking and pulling back. The ends of the chains were deep into the void and it felt as though there was a hand pulling the blood-colored chains from the depths of the void. On this day, there was a roar that couldn't be suppressed. The battleship beneath Li Fuchen's feet had suddenly collapsed and Li Fuchen was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He felt as though his head was being hammered ruthlessly. The pain that penetrated deep into his spirit soul was indescribable. Floating in midair, Li Fuchen looked down and saw countless blood-colored chains pulling out an illusory black flood dragon from the black flood dragon's body. Demonic beast ruler's demonic spirit, huh? Li Fuchen muttered to himself. Another day passed by. The black flood dragon was finally pulled out from the body. Swish swish. Countless blood-colored chains were like a cocoon that wrapped around the black flood dragon's demonic spirit tightly. There weren't any gaps that were exposed. The chains were then wrapped tightly like a giant python. No, it was 10,000 times or 100,000 times more terrifying than a giant python. The chains contained terrifying Great Tao laws and were refining the black flood dragon's demonic spirit. When the blood-colored chains were wrapped to the limit, the black flood dragon's demonic spirit finally collapsed. An invisible roar was transmitted through the tight blood-colored chains and nearly made Li Fuchen faint. Chapter 509. This demon spirit was only as thick as a strand of hair. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to detect its existence. Arriving in Li Fuchen's mind, the black flood dragon saw Li Fuchen's spirit soul. Lavender soul. Since when did souls have color? The black flood dragon demon spirit was taken aback. As a demonic arch, even his soul spirit was gray. Of course, although they were both gray souls, the gray soul of a demon arch was thousands of times stronger than the gray soul of an ordinary demonic beast. A trace of soul spirit force was enough to annihilate the soul of an ordinary demonic beast. Li Fuchen's pale purple spirit soul wasn't much stronger than the black flood dragon's gray spirit soul, but the black flood dragon could obviously feel that Li Fuchen's spirit soul was of a much higher grade than his spirit soul. If demonic beasts evolved, their spirit soul would be greatly enhanced, but Li Fuchen's spirit soul was a transformation and wasn't as simple as an enhancement. With such a high-grade soul, if I were to successfully possess it, my future accomplishments might not be any weaker than my peak. In fact, I might even surpass my peak. The black flood dragon was overjoyed. Back then, the law phase realm emperor that set up the spirit refinement array was only considered ordinary in terms of array Tao. Therefore, the spirit refinement array that he set up was only an ordinary class 8 spirit refinement array. With the powerful innate abilities of the pure-blooded Black Flood Dragon, the Black Flood Dragon's demonic spirit managed to escape with a trace of the purest essence of the demonic spirit. Originally, the Black Flood Dragon thought that even if the possession was successful, it would be hard for it to return to the demonic Arch realm. Unless it had a heaven-defying opportunity, there would only be a trace of hope. But now, the Black Flood Dragon was extremely confident. With the pale purple spirit soul, his spirit soul innate talent would be far superior to the past. Li Fuchen was only at the reincarnation realm, which was equivalent to a class 5C beast. Once the Black Flood Dragon modified Li Fuchen's body and progressed to a class 7 demonic king, how terrifying would his spirit soul be? When he progressed to a demonic ruler, his spirit soul power would probably be comparable with a demonic overlord and might even surpass all demonic overlords, reaching an extremely heaven-defying level. The heavens don't want me dead. Martial Emperor Ling Yan, just you wait. One day, I, the Black Dragon Emperor, will return to my peak and take my revenge. The Black Flood Dragon gritted his teeth. He had been sealed by the Spirit Refinement Formation for 500 years. 500 years. He might be a demonic Arch and had a lifespan that was several times longer than Law Phase Realm Emperors, but 500 years was still a very long time. The possession must succeed. The Black Flood Dragon demon spirit pounced towards the faint purple soul. Whoosh! The faint purple lightning exploded and the Black Flood Dragon was bounced back. Under the intense headache, Li Fuchen finally reacted. Get out! His consciousness materialized and an illusory Li Fuchen appeared in his mind. The Black Flood Dragon sneered, if you had given birth to a true spirit, it might be a little difficult for me to devour your soul. But now, you don't even have a true spirit. You want to contend against me just by relying on your consciousness? The Black Flood Dragon's eyes were filled with ferocity as it pounced forward once again. Kill! Transforming his awareness into a sword, Li Fuchen slashed at the Black Flood Dragon. Bang! The sword of consciousness exploded, but the Black Flood Dragon was unharmed. The demonic ruler's demonic spirit was too powerful. Even if the current demonic spirit was only 1% of the Black Flood Dragon's prime, it was still a demonic ruler's demonic spirit and it was the purest and quintessential part of the Black Flood Dragon's demonic spirit. No matter how powerful Li Fuchen's awareness was, it was hard to injure the Black Flood Dragon's demonic spirit. This was the difference between quantity and quality. After tearing Li Fuchen's consciousness body, the Black Flood Dragon clawed at the pale purple spirit soul. Crackle! The faint purple lightning exploded and the Black Flood Dragon demon spirit was once again repelled. I don't believe it. The Black Flood Dragon lunged over again and again. Damn it, get lost! Gathering his awareness, Li Fuchen continued to obstruct the Black Flood Dragon. It was different from the past. Back at the tomb in the Land of Fog, Li Fuchen was also possessed by a primary Sea Realm monarch's true spirit. But back then, his spirit soul was only pale blue and his awareness was far inferior to now. Right now, his spirit soul had already transformed into the pale purple spirit soul. His awareness had devoured the quintessential part of the primary Sea Realm monarch's true spirit and was 100 times stronger. The demonic ruler's demonic spirit might be 100 times stronger than the primary Sea Realm monarch's true spirit, but it was more than 100 times stronger than Li Fuchen back then. Therefore, even if the awareness was destroyed, it could be condensed again. I would like to see how long you can last. The Black Flood Dragon wasn't angry. In order to devour Li Fuchen's spirit soul, it was necessary to destroy Li Fuchen's awareness. Once Li Fuchen's awareness was destroyed, the pale purple spirit soul would no longer have Li Fuchen's imprint. With a swing of the claw, Li Fuchen's awareness body was destroyed for the second time. It was followed by the third and fourth time. Towards the end, Li Fuchen felt that the speed at which he condensed his awareness body was several times slower and his thoughts were getting sluggish. But his unyielding willpower supported him to condense his awareness body again and again to resist the Black Flood Dragon. He didn't give up just because of the golden amulet. If he had to rely on the golden amulet for everything, then what was the use of having him? If he had to rely on the golden amulet for everything, then he, Li Fuchen, wasn't worthy of the golden amulet. In his opinion, the golden amulet was just a tool. He wanted to be the person who used the tool and not the slave who was the master of the tool. Even if his resistance was meaningless, he couldn't give up. This was his final dignity and also his determination to reach the pinnacle of the Sword Dao. Get lost! Li Fuchen roared with rage while his awareness body was emitting traces of radiance. The radiance was condensed and had traces of eternal and inextinguishable characteristics. You actually produced the true spirit radiance in advance. Interesting. The black flood dragon grinned and brandished its claw. Li Fuchen's awareness body was like a piece of paper that continued to get destroyed. The demonic tyrant's demonic spirit was too powerful. Let alone the fact that Li Fuchen had produced the true spirit radiance in advance. Even if Li Fuchen had condensed his true spirit, he still wouldn't be a match for the black flood dragon. It was just like a child. No matter how hard he trained, he was still a child. Any adult would be able to defeat the child in a single fist. 10 times. 20 times. 30 times. Li Fuchen's awareness body was destroyed countless times. Towards the end, Li Fuchen's awareness was blurred and he was completely relying on his instincts to condense his awareness. This child is indeed worthy of being chosen by me. There was an illusory voice that echoed and Li Fuchen's awareness was frozen. What is that sound? The black flood dragon demon spirit was shocked as it looked around. Demonic tyrant's demonic spirit is a great tonic. The golden amulet flew out of the pale purple spirit soul and appeared in front of the black flood dragon. What are you? The black flood dragon retreated. When facing the golden amulet, he couldn't help but feel fear. He didn't expect that apart from Li Fuchen's special spirit soul, his spirit soul actually had a golden amulet. The spirit soul could fuse with an object. This was simply illogical and going against the Heaven Dao. What I am isn't important. What is important is that you shouldn't have barged in. While speaking, the golden amulet released an eternal golden light. Ah! The black flood dragon screamed miserably. His extremely condensed and nearly indestructible demonic spirit had actually melted like a candle. No, I am a demonic tyrant, I cannot die, I am unwilling. The black flood dragon struggled violently. Let alone a demonic tyrant's demonic spirit, even if you are a demonic overlord's demonic spirit, you are just an ant in my eyes. The golden amulet released even more golden light. Splash! The black flood dragon couldn't hold on any longer and was instantly refined into a drop of resplendent liquid. This drop of liquid floated towards Li Fuchen's awareness body. The already fuzzy awareness body was condensing at a visible speed. When it was condensed to the pinnacle, the awareness body continued to condense and the resplendent radiance illuminated the void in the mind. It wasn't over yet. The awareness body was nourished and strengthened by the liquid and started to collapse. It instantly collapsed to the size of a fist, then to the size of a sesame seed, then to the size of a speck of dust. A spot of spiritual light was being nurtured inside. True spirit. Before progressing to the battle spirit realm, Li Fuchen had already formed his true spirit. Once the true spirit was formed, Li Fuchen's awareness would turn into spiritual awareness. Awareness and spiritual awareness didn't have a relationship of strengthening, it was a relationship of transformation. Even if Li Fuchen's awareness was powerful, it was still inferior to spiritual awareness in certain aspects. The spiritual light was getting stronger. If a battle spirit realm master was here, they would realize that Li Fuchen's true spirit was more than 1,000 times stronger than regular battle spirit realm masters' true spirits. Regular battle spirit realm masters' true spirits were around the size of soybeans and their spiritual light was far inferior to Li Fuchen's. The smaller the true spirit, the better. Because the smaller the true spirit, the more condensed it would be. Li Fuchen's true spirit was almost on the same level as primary sea realm monarchs and might even be beyond the primary sea realm. It contained the black flood dragon's demonic beast spirit's elements and also Li Fuchen's own elements. When the two elements were combined, it created this heaven-defying true spirit. When the true spirit stopped condensing, it was impossible to see with the naked eye. One could only see the resplendent radiance. It was unknown when the golden amulet had returned to the pale purple spirit's soul and Li Fuchen's awareness had recovered. Is it the effect of the golden amulet again? Li Fuchen wasn't surprised anymore. The black flood dragon might be very powerful, but as compared to the golden amulet, it was nothing. The true spirit trembled and the spiritual awareness body turned into Li Fuchen's appearance. The spiritual awareness body vanished and immediately turned into a layer of protective membrane to protect the pale purple spirit soul. This layer of protective membrane gave Li Fuchen an indestructible feeling. He believed that with this layer of protective membrane, even if the blood light was 10 times or 100 times denser, it wouldn't be able to vaporize his spirit soul. Is this the true spirit? Li Fuchen took a deep breath. The true spirit's meaning was too great. The appearance of the true spirit meant that he had an extra life. In the future, even if his body was destroyed, the true spirit would be able to reincarnate. Of course, it was best if such a thing didn't happen. How could someone else's body be as comfortable as his own? The true spirit is a brand that exists in this world. As long as the true spirit doesn't disperse, it will be able to reincarnate again and again. It is said that when the true spirit reaches the limits, it will be eternal. Unless this world is destroyed, otherwise, it will never die. I wonder what level is my true spirit at? Li Fuchen opened his eyes and released his spiritual awareness. The most basic method to test the true spirit's grade was to test the range of the spiritual awareness. Chapter 510. 1,000 miles. 1,500 miles. Soon enough, the spiritual awareness's detection range had already exceeded Li Fuchen's previous peak and had reached 1,500 miles. 2,000 miles. 3,000 miles. 5,000 miles. 10,000 miles. After his awareness transformed into spiritual awareness, Li Fuchen's detection range was far beyond his imagination. From what he knew, monarchs that had just progressed to the primary sea realm would only be able to detect a few thousand miles with their spiritual awareness. Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness was definitely beyond regular primary sea realm monarchs. Li Fuchen wasn't surprised at all. Previously, his awareness's detection range was already over 1,000 miles. After the birth of the true spirit, the spiritual awareness's detection range had increased by a few times and it should be easy. 15,000 miles. 20,000 miles. 25,000 miles. 30,000 miles. When the spiritual awareness's detection range reached 30,000 miles, Li Fuchen was shocked. It was obvious that this wasn't a regular primary sea realm. Only high-level monarchs would have a spiritual awareness range that could reach this far. 40,000 miles. 50,000 miles. When Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness reached 50,000 miles, it had finally reached the limit. 50,000 miles, huh? Li Fuchen let out a forceful breath. He had yet to progress to the battle spirit realm. Once he progressed to the battle spirit realm, his true spirit would continue to grow stronger. After all, the advancement of cultivation realms had always resulted in a significant enhancement in all aspects. Has the array vanished? All of a sudden, Li Fuchen realized that the array that was emitting blood light had unknowingly vanished. No wonder he wasn't able to release his awareness previously, but he could do it now. Of course, this might also be due to the birth of the true spirit. Previously, Li Fuchen couldn't see the demonic ruler's entire body. But now, with a glance that contained spiritual awareness, the entire demonic ruler's corpse was clearly visible. It was a black flood dragon that was a few hundred miles in length. There was a black horn on the head and 4 claws on the abdomen. The demonic beast spirit might have been destroyed, but just the pressure from the body was enough to make Li Fuchen breathless. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he got too close, he would be turned into a blood mist by the chi presence of the corpse. A complete demonic ruler's corpse. It is a pity. Li Fuchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Every part of the demonic Thearcha's corpse was a treasure. Let alone essence blood, even normal blood was an extremely rare body refinement material. It wasn't exaggerating to say that if a demonic ruler's corpse was exchanged for all sorts of resources, it would allow a monarch-class sect to flourish for a century or even a few centuries. If Li Fuchen could obtain this demonic ruler's corpse, he wouldn't have to worry about the body refinement resources before cultivating the dragon elephant body forging chapters to the extremity. No, even 100 Li Fuchen would be able to cultivate the dragon elephant body forging chapters to the extremity. It was a known fact that when a demonic beast evolved into a demonic Dharch, it would plunder countless heaven and earth resources. These resources didn't vanish, but they existed in another form. It's impossible for me to obtain the demon Thearcha's corpse. Fighting for resources also requires strength. I can't even get close to the demon Thearcha's corpse. Moreover, the array has disappeared. The mastermind behind the scenes should be arriving soon. Their target should be this demon Thearcha's corpse. After figuring out the crux of the problem, Li Fuchen didn't dare to stay any longer. He flew into the distance and concealed his chi presence with his spirit soul talent. Not long after Li Fuchen left, the seawater near the Black Flood Dragon ruler's corpse swelled up as a massive scarlet head emerged. This head was extremely similar to the Black Flood Dragon ruler's head, and it also had horns. But in terms of size, there was a huge difference. The Black Flood Dragon ruler's head was around a few dozen miles in size, but this scarlet head was only 10 miles in size. As compared to the Black Flood Dragon ruler, it was like a small snake's head. The Red Flood Dragon King was the king of the Red Sea. Its body contained an extremely concentrated Red Flood Dragon bloodline. During an accident, the Red Flood Dragon King found out that this sea region sealed a demonic Dharch that was originally a Black Flood Dragon. The Black Flood Dragon and the Red Flood Dragon were both flood dragons. The Black Flood Dragon's essence blood was extremely important to the Red Flood Dragon King. With the Black Flood Dragon's essence blood, the Red Flood Dragon King had a great chance to purify his Red Flood Dragon bloodline and evolve into a true Red Flood Dragon. By then, he would be able to roam freely in the endless sea. The Red Flood Dragon King didn't wish to stay in the Red Sea for his entire life. The Red Sea was too small. The sea outside was the true sea. That place contained boundless resources, but there were also a large number of demonic Thearchs. With the Red Flood Dragon King's current strength, he might be able to carve out a small world, but it was impossible to dominate the entire sea. He had once left the Red Sea, but during a battle, he was chased by a demonic Thearcha's subordinates and had to escape back to the Red Sea. Since then, he had never left the Red Sea again. Looking at the Black Flood Dragon ruler's corpse, the Red Flood Dragon King's eyes burst out with endless desire. It might only be a low-tier demonic Dharch, but its essence blood is enough for me to purify my Red Flood Dragon bloodline. The Red Flood Dragon King brandished his claw and left a deep claw mark on the Black Flood Dragon ruler's corpse. When the demonic Dharch was alive, just the chi presence was enough to severely injure the Red Flood Dragon ruler. But a dead demonic Thearcha's chi presence wasn't enough to stop the Red Flood Dragon King. Red Flood Dragon King, you are truly willing to sacrifice countless sea beasts' lives for this demonic Thearcha's corpse. Several horrific figures rushed over, and the leader was the Red Rainbow Sect Patriarch, Red Rainbow Monarch. The Red Flood Dragon King lifted his head and said, "Red Rainbow Monarch, are you trying to stop me? Aren't you afraid I will start an all-out war? So what if he sacrificed countless sea beasts' lives? As long as he could evolve into a demonic Dharch, it didn't matter even if he sacrificed all the sea beasts in the Red Sea. This world was a world where the strong ruled supreme. Once he evolved into a demonic Dharch, let alone the Red Sea, the 7-color continent's 7 inner seas and some of the sea regions outside the 7-color continent would all be ruled by him. By then, he would have plenty of subordinates. If I allow you to obtain the demonic Thearcha's essence blood, will you let my Red Rainbow Sect off?" The Red Rainbow Monarch sneered, and with a clang, a scarlet light appeared in his hand. After taking a closer look, it was obviously a scarlet-red artifact sword that looked like magma. Red Rainbow Sword, Quasi-Heaven class artifact sword. It contained the blazing flame sword intent that could greatly increase his strength. With the red rainbow sword, the red rainbow monarch was able to suppress the red flood dragon king. Otherwise, the red flood dragon king that had a concentrated red flood dragon bloodline was too horrific. Regular high-level monarchs would have a hard time injuring the red flood dragon king, let alone contesting with it. Red Rainbow Monarch, do you think I have meticulously prepared for so many years and didn't calculate that you would spoil my plans? The Red Flood Dragon King had a disdainful and murderous expression. Red Rainbow Monarch, just use whatever methods you have. My Red Rainbow sect will not allow you to obtain the demonic Thearcha's essence blood. The three-eyed saber monarch had also drawn his artifact saber. It was a black artifact saber and on the handle, there was an eye pattern. Heaven's Eye Saber, Earth-class peak-tier artifact saber. Red Flood Dragon King, hurry up and retreat. The other supreme elders of the Red Rainbow sect had also drawn their weapons. As high-level monarchs, they might not be able to threaten the Red Flood Dragon King, but with the Red Rainbow Monarch around, they were able to restrict the Red Flood Dragon King's movements. It was an easy task to defeat him. As for the robust middle-aged man, he didn't follow. Chapter 511. Mullet King, Silver Loach King, why aren't you guys coming out? When facing a group of high-level monarchs from the Red Rainbow sect, the Red Flood Dragon King was rather pressured. Walala! The seawater bulged, and a huge black fish and a huge silver loach emerged from the bottom of the sea. The Black Fish King was a Class 7 high-tier black marrow black fish. It possessed the bloodline of the Darkness Emperor Python. The Silver Loach King was a level 7 high-tier sea beast, the Silver Loach. Its body contained the bloodline of the Silver Flood Dragon. The two of them were the left and right arms of the Red Flood Dragon King and their strength surpassed regular high-level monarchs. However, the density of their bloodline was not as high as the Scarlet Flood Dragon King. Looking at the Black Fish King and Silver Loach King that were a few dozen miles in size, the Red Rainbow Monarch didn't mind and said, Red Flood Dragon King, the three of you aren't able to obtain the demonic Thearcha's essence blood. They had 5 people on their side. Although they might not be able to defeat the 3 great demon kings, it was impossible for the 3 great demon kings to defeat them. Count me in. A terrifying purple swordfish, over 100 miles long, darted out of the water. Purple Sword King. The Red Rainbow Monarch's eyes contracted. The Purple Sword King, the ruler of the Purple Sea, had the bloodline of the Stegosaurus in his body. Although the Stegosaurus was just an ordinary saint beast, a saint beast was still a saint beast. Its bloodline was extremely powerful. Fortunately, the Purple Sword King only had a small amount of the Stegosaurus in his body. Otherwise, no one in the entire 7-color continent would be his match. This is bad. The bearded Red Rainbow sect's supreme elder frowned and had an awful expression. The Scarlet Flood Dragon King and his right-hand men were already difficult to deal with. Now that the tyrannical Purple Sword King was added to the mix, their defeat was certain. Me too. A tens of miles long golden lobster tore apart the seawater. Golden Pincer King. The Red Rainbow Monarch had a bitter expression. The Golden Pincer King, the ruler of the Yellow Sea, contained the Golden Dragon bloodline. Unlike the Saber Dragon, the Golden Dragon was also an extremely tyrannical existence among the sacred beasts. Of course, the Golden Dragon bloodline in the Golden Pincer King's body was very rare, even inferior to the Saber Dragon bloodline in the Purple Sword King's body. The 7 Seas demon monarchs that had Flood Dragon or True Dragon bloodlines in their bodies were all present. This caused the Red Rainbow Monarch and the others to feel immense pressure, and they no longer had any battle intent. The Red Rainbow Monarch said, Red Flood Dragon King, you win. I didn't expect you to be willing to share the demonic Thearcha's essence blood. It was obvious that the Black Flood Dragon Emperor's blood essence was not only useful to the Red Flood Dragon King, but it was also useful to the Silver Loach King, the Purple Sword King, and the Golden Pincer King. It was even useful to the Black Fish King. The Black Fish King had the bloodline of the Darkness Python Monarch, and the origin of the Darkness Python Monarch was actually a true dragon. According to records, one of the origins of the sea beasts was the dragon race. Most of the sea beasts contain traces of true dragon bloodline. However, because the density of the bloodline was too low, it remained dormant. King Red Flood Dragon said, "There is so much demonic Darch blood essence. I only need 40% of it." The evolution of the sea beasts was similar to the advancement of the martial Dao realm. The further one advanced, the harder it was to make up for the gap between the major realms. As a peak stage demon king, he was only one step away from the demon Darch. However, the weakest demon Darch could easily devour him. Even if all the rulers of the seven seas were here, they still wouldn't be enough to be devoured by a demon Darch. 40% of the demon Thearcha's essence blood was enough for him. Besides, the other materials on the demon Darch were also useful to him. Of course, if he could monopolize the demon Thearcha's corpse, he wouldn't be foolish enough to share it. However, he couldn't monopolize the demon Thearcha's corpse by himself. Let's go. The Red Rainbow Monarch was decisive and left with the 4 Red Rainbow Sect Supreme Elders. After the Red Rainbow Monarch and the others left, the Red Flood Dragon King sneered and turned his head to the Purple Sword Monarch and the Golden Pincer Monarch before saying, "According to the agreement, the two of you will each have 20% of the demon Thearcha's essence blood and the other materials. I will have 40%, while the Black Fish Monarch and the Silver Loach Monarch will each have 10%. No objections, right?" The Purple Sword Monarch chuckled and said, "No objections. Our bodies contain the true dragon bloodline, and the Flood Dragon bloodline isn't as useful to us as you. 20% is enough for us. Red Flood Dragon King, the Golden Pincer Monarch, will wait for you to become a demon Darch. By then, don't forget to lead us out of the 7-color continent." The Golden Pincer Monarch laughed. He and the Purple Sword Monarch might possess the true dragon bloodline, but in terms of strength, they were inferior to the Red Flood Dragon King. After all, the true dragon bloodline in their bodies was too scarce, while the Red Flood Dragon King's body contained an extremely concentrated Red Flood Dragon bloodline. "Don't worry, once I evolve into a demonic ruler, there will be plenty of benefits for all of you." The Red Flood Dragon King was very confident. With sufficient Black Flood Dragon essence blood, he was confident he could evolve into a demonic ruler within 10 years. Of course, if he couldn't evolve, he wouldn't be able to evolve no matter how much time he had. With the combined efforts of the 5 demonic kings, the Black Flood Dragon ruler's corpse was quickly split up. With spiritual awareness that was comparable with high-level primary sea realm monarchs, Li Fuchen ascended the Red Soil continent without any mishaps and returned to the Red Rainbow Sect. More than 1,800 people died. The Red Rainbow Sect had a grave atmosphere. This time, there were a total of 7,800 elders and disciples that headed to the Lookout Island, but less than 6,000 returned. These were all elite 6-star and 7-star bone frames with top-notch innate perception. They weren't comparable to regular 6-star bone frames. In normal situations, the death of a top-notch 6-star bone frame was equivalent to the death of 100 regular 6-star bone frames. The death of a 7-star bone frame was equivalent to the death of a few thousand regular 6-star bone frames. The cruelty of the war had deeply stimulated everyone. Right now, be it the elders or disciples, all of them felt that they were too weak. In a large-scale war, they didn't even have the strength to protect themselves and could only drift with the flow. A strong sense of insecurity caused everyone to cultivate as hard as they could after returning. Seeing the situation, the upper echelons of the Red Rainbow Sect were slightly relieved. This was the meaning of the war. It could stimulate everyone to stimulate their potential. If they continued to live in a greenhouse, their future achievements were basically destined to be unable to exceed their limits. As for casualties, it was inevitable. After all, it was natural selection and survival of the fittest. This was the law of nature and it couldn't be violated. "Li Fuchen, you aren't dead." When Bai Lingshuang saw Li Fuchen, she was astonished. This time, the Red Rainbow Sect had suffered too many casualties. There were 8 Monarch-class disciples that perished. There were Outer Sect Monarch-class disciples and Inner Sect Monarch-class disciples. Li Fuchen had been missing for a few days and everyone thought that he had perished. They didn't expect for him to suddenly return. Li Fuchen said, "I was lucky and managed to escape." "Then your luck is truly good." Bai Lingshuang smiled and was rather impressed with Li Fuchen's survivability. If it was her, without the teleportation array, she wouldn't be able to return alive. The duo chatted for a moment before going their separate ways. 3 days after returning to Fuchen Peak, Li Fuchen's rewards for being ranked number 1 on the minor beast slaying rankings were released. The rewards were very generous. Apart from 50,000 contribution coins, there were also 10 red rainbow elixirs and 10 perception Dao elixirs. For the next 1 or 2 years, Li Fuchen basically didn't need to worry about not having enough red rainbow elixirs and perception Dao elixirs. He could even consume 1 elixir every month. I shall cultivate the mortal calamity to the perfection stage first. Chapter 512. Li Fuchen's perception was already astounding. After consuming the perception Dao elixir, his perception had a sudden increase. When comprehending the mortal calamity, there was an endless flow of inspiration. 1 elixir, 2 elixirs, 3 elixirs. In 1 month, Li Fuchen had consumed 5 perception Dao elixirs and forcefully comprehended the mortal calamity to the perfection stage. The current mortal calamity had indescribable power. A single fist was able to destroy Earth-class mid-tier equipment. In terms of material destruction, Li Fuchen was even stronger than high-level battle spirit realm masters. With the increase in the mortal calamity power, the impurities in Li Fuchen's Qi blood were all eliminated. Some of the deeply hidden Qi blood impurities couldn't escape the penetration of the mortal calamity power. Until Li Fuchen's spiritual awareness couldn't detect any impurities in his Qi blood, Li Fuchen knew that his body's limit had been broken through. I hope that I can cultivate the Dragon Elephant Body Forging 5th chapter to the perfection stage during this trip to the Dragon Pool. Li Fuchen walked towards the Dragon Pool. The Dragon Qi in the Dragon Pool was extremely pure and had very little impurities. As days passed by, the small elephant that was formed from the dragon elephant power in Li Fuchen's heart was constantly condensing and expanding. It was gradually developing into a giant elephant. At the same time, a surging and vast power was being produced. 10 days, 20 days, 1 month, 1.5 months, with 50,000 contribution coins, Li Fuchen could stay in the dragon pool for 100 days and didn't need to worry about not having enough contribution coins. With a good attitude and sufficient resources, Li Fuchen finally cultivated the Dragon Elephant Body Forging 5th chapter to the perfection stage after 2 months. At this moment, the small elephant in Li Fuchen's heart had already grown into a giant elephant. The pale golden luster had turned into a pure golden luster. The golden giant elephant trumpeted and a horrific giant elephant spirit soared. The void above the dragon pool seemed to have solidified and the prowess was astounding. Just the prowess of the body refinement should be enough to suppress the regular demon generals on the Demon Ring continent. Li Fuchen's mouth curled up. The Dragon Elephant Body Forging 5th chapter was an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. In terms of pure power, it was stronger than Earth-class peak-tier Qi cultivation techniques and was close to Heaven-class low-tier Qi cultivation techniques. By cultivating the 5th chapter to the perfection stage, it meant that Li Fuchen had reached the peak level of reincarnation realm body refinement. Furthermore, he had cultivated the Dragon Elephant Body Forging 5th chapter and was at the peak level of reincarnation realm body refinement. Those ordinary peak level reincarnation realm body refinement experts would probably explode and die under the suppression of Li Fuchen's giant elephant spirit. They wouldn't have the slightest ability to survive. Those peak-level reincarnation realm body refinement cultivators would probably explode and wouldn't have the ability to survive. For 2 months, Li Fuchen had spent 30,000 contribution coins. 50,000 contribution coins had suddenly turned into 20,000 contribution coins. With the addition of the sex rewards for the 2nd year, Li Fuchen only had 30,000 contribution coins. It was just enough to redeem the first half of the Earth-class high-tier body refinement art, Star Shatter Leg. But Li Fuchen didn't plan to redeem the Star Shatter Leg. He was more interested in the 9 Dragon's Claw for the second Earth-class high-tier body refinement art. After all, the 9 Dragon's Claw could cultivate the 9 Dragon Spirit. The venomous dragon spirit was already powerful enough, so the 9 Dragon Spirit would be even more terrifying. The Mortal Calamity might be powerful, but the attack range wasn't comparable to the spirit. As for why Li Fuchen chose to cultivate another Earth-class high-tier body refinement art, it was mainly to improve the Mortal Calamity. The Mortal Calamity was incomplete and the cultivation difficulty was extremely high. In order to cultivate the Mortal Calamity to the trance stage, a powerful body refinement foundation was required. Therefore, it was imperative to cultivate the second Earth-class high-tier body refinement art. There is no hurry. The body refinement Dao might be important, but in the long run, the Qi cultivation Dao is of utmost importance. In this world, the Qi cultivation Dao was the mainstream. The body refinement Dao might be powerful, but there were too few inheritances. Even the Monarch-class Red Rainbow sect didn't have an Earth-class high-tier body refinement technique. It was imaginable how difficult it was to reach the pinnacle of the body refinement Dao. Li Fuchen didn't wish to neglect the Qi cultivation because of the body refinement Dao. The earlier one broke through to the Qi cultivation level, the greater the future potential. A martial artist who broke through to the battle spirit realm before the age of 40 and before the age of 50 might not seem to have any difference. But as time elapsed, the difference would only get more obvious. The next time they broke through, the difference might be enlarged to 20 years, 30 years, or even 100 years. With over a dozen red rainbow elixirs, Li Fuchen cultivated without any restraints. He would consume one red rainbow elixir every 2 to 3 days to increase the purity of his qi. Middle stage of 7th level reincarnation realm. Later stage of 7th level reincarnation realm. Peak stage of 7th level reincarnation realm. Li Fuchen's qi cultivation was constantly climbing as though there was no bottleneck. Li Fuchen, the outer sect has a mission for you. Follow me to the outer sect Grand Hall. On this day, an outer sect elder arrived at the foot of the Monarch District's Fuchen Peak. Mission? After removing the array and allowing the elder to ascend the mountain, Li Fuchen had a curious expression. Didn't I have to accept the mission myself? The sect actually assigned a mission to me. The outer sect elder obviously knew what Li Fuchen was curious about. He smiled and said, the sect's missions are separated into 2 types. One is an optional mission and the other is an assigned mission. This mission isn't trivial and you must make a move in order to control the situation. During the battle with the sea beast, Li Fuchen's invincible strength in the reincarnation realm was already established. To be serious, some of the low-level battle spirit realm inner sect disciples might not be a match for Li Fuchen. For this mission, the other outer sect monarch-class disciples would only be able to maintain the situation. In order to control the situation, an existence like Li Fuchen was needed. Alright, I shall make a trip to the outer sect Grand Hall. Since it was an assigned mission by the sect, Li Fuchen couldn't reject it. Furthermore, he was curious what kind of mission required him. He reckoned that this mission had a cultivation restriction and inner sect disciples didn't meet the requirements. After arriving at the outer sect Grand Hall, Li Fuchen saw Bai Lingshuang and Xikong Zhan. Before Li Fuchen and Bai Lingshuang could greet them, the outer sect Grand Elder, Wang Kuei, walked out from the side hall. Since the 3 of you are here, let me tell you about the mission. Wang Kuei smiled and said, this mission is to head to the White Scale continent and stabilize the situation for our Red Rainbow sect. If possible, it is best to expand our territory. White Scale continent. Xikong Zhan's expression changed. The White Scale continent was a low-class continent. The so-called low-class continents were ordinary continents that had awakened the continent willpower. Low-class continents only allowed existences below the battle spirit realm to move around. Those whose cultivation was at the battle spirit realm or beyond would be rejected by the continent willpower. It was fine for a short period of time, but if it was prolonged, they would definitely die. The 7-color continent was a mid-class continent and only allowed existences below the law phase realm to move around. Of course, in the vast sea, there were still countless continents that didn't awaken the continent willpower. It didn't matter if these continents were big or small, they didn't have any cultivation restrictions. But these continents were easily destroyed and would gradually lose their spirit chi, turning them into abandoned continents. The White Scale continent might be a low-class continent, but it was very abundant in resources. Not only did the Red Rainbow sect have a garrison on the White Scale continent, the other 6 monarch-class factions on the 7-color continent also had a garrison on the White Scale continent. Apart from them, there were plenty of monarch-class factions from other mid-class continents that had also stationed their forces on the White Scale continent. According to the intel, there seemed to be more than 50 garrisons on the White Scale continent. This meant that there were more than 50 monarch-class factions operating on the White Scale continent. If there was a sentence to describe the White Scale continent, it would be that it was abundant in resources and had as many prodigies as the clouds. Sikong Zhan might be a monarch-class disciple, but he didn't have the confidence to roam freely on the White Scale continent. After all, there were too many monarch-class disciples there. Some of the monarch-class factions were rumored to be much stronger than the Red Rainbow sect. Any random monarch-class disciple would be able to wipe out the monarch-class disciples from the weaker monarch-class factions. White Scale continent. Li Fuchen had heard of the White Scale continent. Due to the special heaven and earth law, this continent produced plenty of precious resources. There were plenty of resources that the 7-color continent didn't have. Chapter 513. On the White Scale continent, our Red Rainbow sect has stationed a team of 2,000 individuals. Of course, most of them aren't our Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciples. They are the elite reincarnation realm experts from the 7 kingdoms. You will be heading over to command these 2,000 individuals and stabilize our Red Rainbow sect's unstable situation. If possible, occupy more territories and gather resources. Of course, you can also trade with other factions to exchange for some resources. In short, it will depend on the situation. Outer Sect Grand Elder Wang Kuei explained. The Red Rainbow sect placed great importance on the White Scale continent. As a monarch-class sect, the Red Rainbow sect had a terrifying demand for resources. If there was a day when the Red Rainbow sect's resources were depleted, it would be the start of their decline. Grand Elder, since the mission is so difficult, the reward should be plenty of contribution coins, right? Bai Ling Shuang asked. Wang Kuei laughed and said, "This mission is special, therefore, the reward is special too. The basic reward is 1,000 contribution coins per month, the subsequent rewards will depend on your performance. If you collect 30% more White Scale herbs per month, the 3 of you will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution coins. The distribution will be as follows: the leader will get half, the other 2 will split the other half. 50% more White Scale herbs will be rewarded with 2,000, double the amount will be rewarded with 5,000, double the amount will be rewarded with 12,000, triple the amount will be rewarded with 20,000. In short, the more the better, it will depend on your capability." The White Scale herb was an Earth-class high-tier herb. Its grade wasn't considered high, but it was only found on the White Scale continent. Then who is the leader? Sikong Zhan wanted to slap himself after asking the question. It wasn't obvious who was the leader. He might be unwilling, but he had to admit that Li Fuchen was much stronger than him. Wang Kuei didn't say who was the leader. He looked at Li Fuchen and said, "As the leader, you can order anyone and can also supervise if they put in any effort. The system is dead, but people are alive. If they don't put in any effort, you have the authority to take half of their subsequent rewards." The leader had a lot of authority and it was up to the leader to decide if the other party put in any effort. If the other party did their job but the leader didn't approve of it, the other party would have to suffer in silence and wouldn't be able to reason with them. Of course, everyone was monarch-class disciples and there was no need to have a grudge. You could cheat the other party once, but not the second time. Unless there was a grudge, it was rare for such vile behavior to happen. Li Fuchen said, "The White Scale continent doesn't prohibit killing, right?" He was afraid that if he killed the people of the other monarch-class forces, it would cause a war between the monarch-class forces. Wang Kuei smiled and said, "If there's no need to, then try not to kill. Of course, if the other side wants to kill, then there's no harm in killing them. Just don't kill the people of the 7 Color Continents Monarch class factions. There were more than 50 Monarch class factions operating on the White Scale continent. If killing was forbidden, there would be no way to carry out any operations. After all, as long as there was a conflict, there would inevitably be deaths and injuries. As for the consequences, the Red Rainbow sect wasn't afraid. Everyone was a Monarch class faction, and if they dared to kill their way into the 7 Color continent, they would be taught a lesson. The only thing he was worried about was that if he killed too harshly, there would be no powerful Outer Sect King class disciples to hold the fort in the future. This would incur the wrath of the other party. Therefore, Wang Kueizai said that if they could avoid killing, they would try their best to suppress the other party. Understood. Li Fuchen nodded. He was not a bloodthirsty person, but if the other party went too far, he did not mind killing one or two. Alright, Li Fuchen will be the leader now. Immediately set off for the White Scale continent. Remember, be careful. As compared to resources, your lives are more important. Do not risk your lives. Wang Kuei instructed. The 3 of them nodded and left the Outer Sect Grand Hall, flying towards the teleportation plaza. Buzz! One of the teleportation platforms in the teleportation plaza lit up with radiance and the trio vanished without a trace. The White Scale continent was a continent with extremely peculiar heaven and earth laws. On this day, in the northwest corner of the White Scale continent in the Red Rainbow Mountains, a teleportation platform lit up and 3 figures appeared. This is the White Scale continent. Li Fuchen took a glance and saw that the plants here were very peculiar. Most of them had white scales, and with Li Fuchen's eyesight, he could see that these plants were extremely aggressive and most of them were carnivorous plants. Bai Lingshuang said, Li Fuchen, speaking of which, this White Scale continent is rather suitable for you. The heaven and earth qi here is inclined towards the body refinement Tao. After absorbing and refining it, it will be beneficial for your body refinement cultivation. Heaven and earth qi contained heaven and earth laws, and different heaven and earth laws were suitable for different Daos. For example, the demon ring continent's heaven and earth qi contained demon laws, therefore, it was extremely suitable for demons to reproduce and develop. The White Scale continent's heaven and earth qi contained body refinement laws and was suitable for body refinement martial artists to cultivate. Indeed, the heaven and earth laws here are rather helpful for me to comprehend body refinement intent. Right now, he was already at the peak level of reincarnation realm body refinement. If he wanted to increase his body refinement to the battle spirit realm, he had to increase his body refinement foundation. It was fine if the heaven and earth qi contained body refinement laws, as it wouldn't be superior to the dragon qi in the dragon pool. However, the concentrated body refinement laws here would allow him to comprehend body refinement intent with half the effort. Perhaps, he might be able to break through to the trance stage of the mortal calamity here. Just as the trio arrived, in the Red Rainbow Grand Hall at the center of the Red Rainbow Mountains, a meeting was in progress. Those that could participate in this meeting were either the Red Rainbow sect's outer sect disciples or the leaders of the elite reincarnation realm experts from the 7 kingdoms. There were a total of over 30 individuals. Deacon Zhang, when will the Red Rainbow sect send their monarch class disciples over? During this year, we have reduced the number of mountains that we occupy from 3 to 1. With just this mountain range, the number of white scale herbs that are produced every month is extremely limited. If this carries on, the situation will be worrying. The one speaking was a leader from the Violet Flower Kingdom who was in charge of the garrison. As for the Deacon Zhang, he was called Zhang Dajiang, an outer sect disciple of the Red Rainbow sect and also one of the 5 deacons of the garrison. His strength was the strongest among everyone present. Zhang Dajiang was 45 years old this year and had a slightly rosy nose. He said, "This batch of monarch class disciples has a total of 13 individuals. After cultivating in seclusion for over a year, their strength should have improved greatly. I reckon that they will be dispatched here soon." The White Scale continent wasn't an ordinary place. Even monarch class disciples weren't eye-catching here. If they were dispatched here right after entering the sect, they wouldn't be of much use. Putting aside everything else, Zhang Dajiang believed that his strength wasn't inferior to monarch-class disciples. After all, he was already 45 years old and had a lot more time to cultivate. But in the White Scale Continent, there were too many individuals that were stronger than him. Regular monarch-class disciples wouldn't be of any use here. I heard that among this batch of monarch-class disciples, there is an extremely powerful individual. Not only does he have full points in perception, he is also ranked number 1 on the minor beast slaying rankings in the recent war. If he is here, we will have an easier time. Another Red Rainbow Sect outer sect disciple and also one of the 5 deacons of the garrison, the female deacon, Wang Mingli, spoke. Zhang Dajiang nodded and said, I have heard of him too. He seems to be called Li Fuchen. I hope he can stabilize the situation here. Monarch-class disciples progressed very quickly and would normally progress to the Battle Spirit realm after 2 to 3 years in the Red Rainbow sect. Furthermore, there weren't many Monarch-class disciples in the previous batches, causing the garrison to have a shortage of Monarch-class disciples. The situation wasn't good, therefore, Zhang Dajiang still had high hopes for Li Fuchen. He didn't expect Li Fuchen to seize more territory. It would be enough if Li Fuchen could restore the garrison's original territory. Report, the new commanders have arrived at the White Scale Continent. There are 3 of them. Outside the Grand Hall, a reincarnation realm expert spoke with an anxious voice. They are here. Let's go and welcome them. Zhang Dajiang quickly stood up. When monarch-class disciples arrived at the garrison, they would normally assume the position of the Supreme Commander. Supreme Commander, Deacon, Senior Captain, Junior Captain, and regular members. This was the hierarchy of the garrison. At the plaza of the Red Rainbow Grand Hall, Li Fuchen and the others landed. Welcome to the 3 commanders. With Zhang Dajiang as the leader, over 30 individuals bowed and cupped their fists. Zhang Dajiang's eyes landed on the trio and asked, I wonder if the 3 commanders' tokens are here. Li Fuchen and the others took out their monarch-class disciple tokens and the garrison's commander's token for everyone to see. After seeing the tokens, Zhang Dajiang quickly invited the trio into the Red Rainbow Grand Hall. In the Red Rainbow Grand Hall, Li Fuchen and the others were seated at the host seats. Li Fuchen was in the middle, while Bai Lingshuang and Xikong Zhan were on the left and right. Before coming, the trio's positions were already determined. Li Fuchen was the supreme commander, while Bai Lingshuang and Xikong Zhan were the vice-commanders and were responsible for assisting Li Fuchen. After sizing up everyone, Li Fuchen went straight to the point, tell me about the garrison's situation. Zhang Dajiang laughed bitterly and said, originally, our Red Rainbow sect's garrison had 3 major mountain ranges. They are the Red Rainbow Mountains, Red Sea Mountains, and Red Cloud Mountains. But now, the Red Sea Mountains and Red Cloud Mountains have been seized by other factions. Only the Red Rainbow Mountains still belong to us. Which forces snatched it? How strong are they? Xikong Zhan interrupted. Zhang Dajiang said, the Red Sea Mountains have been seized by the Black Saber sect while the Red Cloud Mountains have been seized by the Purple Sunset Guild. The Black Saber sect has 2 monarch-class disciples who are very formidable. With my strength, I can only exchange a few moves with one of them. The Purple Sunset Guild only has 1 monarch-class disciple, but this monarch-class disciple is very famous. In the northwest lookout corner of the White Scale Continent, he is one of the top 10 experts. I can't even withstand a single move from him. It also means to say that any random person can defeat you in a few moves? It doesn't seem that incredible. To be honest, Xikong Zhan looked down on regular outer sect disciples. He only looked up to monarch-class disciples. In his opinion, defeating Zhang Dajiang in a few moves was just a so-so. Zhang Dajiang frowned and didn't say anything. After all, he didn't know Xikong Zhan's strength. Perhaps, he was truly stronger than the 2 monarch-class disciples from the Black Saber sect? At the host's seat, Li Fuchen couldn't bear to see Xikong Zhan's arrogant attitude. Since that is the case, Xikong Zhan, Zhang Dajiang, the 2 of you shall spar so that I can judge the strength of the monarch-class disciples from the Black Saber sect and the Purple Sunset Guild. Yes. Zhang Dajiang nodded. On the plaza outside, Xikong Zhan and Zhang Dajiang quickly exchanged moves. 7 moves. A monarch-class disciple was still a monarch-class disciple. After more than a year of cultivation, Xikong Zhan had great improvements and only took 7 moves to defeat Zhang Dajiang. But Xikong Zhan, who spoke arrogantly earlier, was embarrassed. He had said that defeating Zhang Dajiang in a few moves wasn't a big deal. He didn't expect for Xikong Zhan to also need 7 moves to defeat Zhang Dajiang. This meant that his strength wasn't superior to the monarch-class disciples from the Black Saber sect. Bai Lingshuang, go and spar with Zhang Dajiang. Li Fuchen said to Bai Lingshuang. Swish! Bai Lingshuang flashed and appeared on the plaza. Chapter 514. Bai Lingshuang, Xikong Zhan, the two of you will lead 1,000 men and take back the Red Sea Mountains. Is there any problem? Li Fuchen reckoned that the duo should be able to deal with the 2 monarch-class disciples that were stationed at the Black Saber sect. No problem. Bai Lingshuang and Xikong Zhan nodded. The duo didn't come to the White Scale continent to idle around and wait for death. They were here to earn contribution coins, and the more territories they occupied, the more White Scale herbs they would be able to collect every month. Of course, they had to take back their original territories first. Zhang Dajiang and Wang Mingli, the two of you will pick 500 men and follow me to the Red Cloud Mountains. Li Fuchen said to Wang Mingli, who was one of the 5 deacons. Isn't 500 men a little too few? Zhang Dajiang frowned. The contest between the White Scale continent's garrisons was firstly dependent on the monarch-class disciples and secondly on the number of men. Furthermore, the monarch-class disciples stationed at the Purple Sunset Guild were one of the top 10 experts in the Northwest Lookout Corner. It was still unknown if Li Fuchen could deal with them. 500 men is enough. If it was just a simple slaughter, Li Fuchen alone was enough. As long as there weren't more than 1,000 reincarnation realm experts, they wouldn't be a threat to Li Fuchen. All right then. Zhang Dajiang laughed bitterly in his heart. This new supreme commander was overly confident. That made sense, monarch-class disciples were usually extremely arrogant. Just like that, 500 men were left to guard the Red Rainbow Mountains while the remaining 1,500 men were split into 2 groups to head to the Red Cloud Mountains and the Red Sea Mountains respectively. Along the way, Zhang Dajiang explained the situation of the White Scale continent to Li Fuchen. Apart from over 50 monarch-class factions stationed at the White Scale continent, there are also 3 Emperor-class factions stationed at the White Scale continent. These 3 Emperor-class factions have occupied the central region of the White Scale continent. The vast region is thousands of times bigger than the Red Rainbow Mountains. There are Emperor-class factions too? Li Fuchen raised his brows. Are there Emperor-class disciples overseeing the Emperor-class factions? Wang Mingli couldn't find a chance to interrupt and quickly said, Emperor-class disciples are very rare even in Emperor-class sections. They shouldn't be sent here to waste time. But the most powerful aspect of Emperor-class factions is their battle formations. Battle formations? Li Fuchen looked at Wang Mingli. Wang Mingli pushed aside the long hair in front of her forehead and revealed a smile to Li Fuchen. She explained, a battle formation is the high-tier form of a combination technique. A regular combination technique can only combine the combat strength of 10 individuals. But a battle formation can combine the combat strength of dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of individuals. A 50-man battle formation is probably enough to defeat most of the monarch-class disciples. A 100-men battle formation is enough to dominate among the monarch-class disciples. As for those battle formations that can combine hundreds of individuals, they are invincible. Even a mid-level battle spirit realm expert wouldn't have a good time. In response, Li Fuchen nodded silently. The combination technique was indeed incredible. The Red Rainbow sect's strongest combination technique was able to combine the combat strength of 20 individuals. During the battle with the sea beasts, there were plenty of people who used the combination technique to kill the sea beasts. It was the only way to greatly reduce the casualties. Otherwise, with the endless number of sea beasts, the Red Rainbow sect wouldn't only have 1 or 2,000 casualties. If the joint attack technique was already so powerful, then the battle formation would obviously be even more domineering. Li Fuchen wasn't afraid of scattered reincarnation realm experts, he was apprehensive of reincarnation realm experts who had combined their combat strength. A scattered reincarnation realm expert wouldn't have a significant increase in defense or offense. It was just that the attack range was wider and was like an overwhelming wave. But in terms of strength, it was still inferior. But the battle formation was able to form the battle formation power. By using the battle formation power to defend and attack, the power would increase by a few times or even 10 times. After explaining the distribution of the major factions, the duo started to talk about the natural environment of the white scale continent. Like the white scale herb. The white scale herb is the most unique herb on the white scale continent. As long as the roots are left behind, it will grow again after 5 years. The Red Rainbow Mountains can gather around 500 stalks of white scale herbs every month, 800 stalks in the Red Cloud Mountains, and 600 stalks in the Red Sea Mountains. Above the white scale herb, there are even rarer black scale herbs and purple scale herbs. The black scale herb is an earth class peak tier herb, while the purple scale herb is a heaven class low tier herb. The Red Rainbow Mountains can gather around 3 to 5 stalks of the former every month, while the purple scale herb is less than 1 or 2 stalks in a year. Li Fuchen was rather moved after hearing the explanation. The natural environment of the white scale continent was rather monotonous, but in terms of resource value, it was much superior to the East Unicorn continent. But it was understandable. The East Unicorn continent used to have abundant resources, but back then, the East Unicorn continent hadn't awakened its continent willpower yet. After the consecutive battles, the spirit chi was severely depleted. By the time the continent willpower awakened, the East Unicorn continent's spirit chi was already less than 10%. We have arrived at the Red Cloud Mountains. Zhang Dajiang pointed at the majestic mountain range ahead and said to Li Fuchen. The heaven and earth chi here seems to be more concentrated than the Red Rainbow Mountains. Li Fuchen scanned with his spiritual awareness and saw the entire Red Cloud Mountains vividly. The Red Cloud Mountains were 60% or 70% bigger than the Red Rainbow Mountains. There were Purple Sunset Guild members stationed everywhere to gather the white scale herbs. Who are you people? Hurry up and leave the Purple Cloud Mountains. In the outer region of the Red Cloud Mountains, one of the Purple Sunset Guild members yelled out. Li Fuchen spoke in a clear voice. What Purple Cloud Mountains? This Red Cloud Mountains originally belonged to my Red Rainbow sect. I will give you 6 hours to leave this place. Presumptuous, just you wait. That person went to call for reinforcements. An hour later, 500 to 600 people rushed over under the lead of a purple-robed young man. Seniorly, this person is the Purple Sunset Guild's only monarch class disciple, Tinglong, Zhang Dajiang said nervously. Tinglong wasn't a regular monarch class disciple, he was one of the top 10 experts in the northwest lookout corner of the White Scale continent. It was said that the White Scale continent had over 50 monarch class factions, but the number might be far more than 50. It was possible that there were close to 100. The northwest lookout corner had around 10 monarch class factions and over 50 monarch class disciples. There were so many monarch class disciples because some of the monarch class factions were extremely powerful and would always be able to maintain a garrison of at least 5 monarch class disciples. It was to maintain enough deterrence and to occupy more territories. To be able to stand out from over 50 monarch class disciples and be one of the top 10, it was imaginable how powerful Tinglong was. He wasn't someone that regular monarch class disciples could compare with. You are the new commander of the Red Rainbow sect's garrison. I advise you to leave immediately before I am in a good mood. Tinglong's chi presence was very powerful and he stood there like an ancient ferocious beast. Body refinement martial artist Li Fuchen could sense an extremely powerful and dormant chi power from Tinglong's body. Senior Tang, there is no need for you to make a move. Let me try him. Beside Tinglong, a youth with flat brows flew out and slammed at Li Fuchen. The force of his palm was like a violet cloud that covered the heavens and the earth without end. Earth class peak tier martial art. purple sunset cloud pushing palm. Get lost. A golden giant elephant spirit rose up and rapidly expanded. Boom. The youth with flat brows arrived quickly and left quickly too. He was sent flying while vomiting blood by the giant elephant spirit and didn't even have the strength to retaliate. So you are also a body refinement martial artist. I have underestimated you. Ting Long squinted his eyes. Li Fuchen's body refinement had surprised him. Li Fuchen was able to send several experts on his side flying with just his cultivation technique and chi spirit. This was something that even he couldn't do. Such power. Zhang Dajiang, Wang Mingli, and the others were appalled. Especially Wang Mingli, her eyes were glistening. Roar! The black flood dragon spirit rose up while Ting Long's body was overflowing with baleful qi. He cultivated the Earth-class mid-tier body refinement technique, Extreme Black Fiend Dragon Technique. Once at the sub-completion level of Reincarnation Realm, he would be able to cultivate the Fiend Dragon Spirit. So what if your body refinement is high? Receive my Rage Dragon Fist. Rage Dragon Fist, Earth-class high-tier body refinement martial art. Roar! There was an even more resonant and shocking sound wave. As Ting Long executed his fist, the malevolent and berserk enraged dragon spirit was enhanced by the evil dragon spirit. It crushed at Li Fuchen and there was a crackling explosion in the air. The vicious dragon fist is enough to deal with you. Li Fuchen raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist before executing a strike. Roar! The black vicious dragon spirit was enhanced by the giant elephant spirit and was unparalleled and extremely ferocious. Crackle! The rage dragon spirit was immediately ripped apart by the vicious dragon spirit that had extremely condensed power. The vicious dragon spirit was like a hot knife through butter as it blasted on Ting Long. Ting Long was sent flying while vomiting fresh blood. How can he be so powerful? Senior Ting can't even block a single fist from him. The Purple Sunset Guild's garrison members were in a daze. No wonder he has full points in perception and is also the #1 ranker on the minor beast slaying rankings. Previously, I had a low outlook and actually used my own worldview to evaluate Ting Long. How can Senior Li's strength be treated with common sense? Zhang Dajiang smiled bitterly and was in awe of Li Fuchen. This is a true heavenly prodigy. I wonder how I can attract Senior Li's attention. Wang Mingli might be older than Li Fuchen by a dozen years, but at their level, a dozen years wasn't much of a difference. After all, Reincarnation Realm martial artists had a lifespan of 250 years, while Battle Spirit Realm masters had a lifespan of 500 years. Form the Purple Sunset Battle Formation. The Purple Sunset Guild's garrison members weren't willing to give up. They formed a square formation with 30 men and formed 10 battle formations that were covered with purple clouds. As for the others, they didn't cultivate the Purple Sunset Battle Formation and weren't able to form it. The 10 battle formations were like 10 purple clouds that were sweeping at Li Fuchen with astounding prowess. Form the Red Rainbow Battle Formation. Zhang Dajiang was shocked and quickly yelled out. The Red Rainbow Battle Formation could link up the combat strength of 20 men. It might not be comparable to the Purple Sunset Battle Formation, but when complemented with Li Fuchen, it would still be able to resist for a while. There is no need to form a battle formation. Li Fuchen revealed a confident smile and punched at the purple cloud that was moving at the fastest speed. Rumble! The vicious dragon spirit was like a hot knife through butter as it immediately shattered the purple cloud. Boom 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 boom, 1 fist for 1, 10 battle formations were just a matter of 10 fists. After 10 fists, everyone in the battle formation was sent flying and suffered severe injuries. Only Li Fuchen was left standing in the air. From today onwards, this mountain range shall belong to my Red Rainbow sect. If you are not willing, I will wait for you to challenge me at any time. Li Fuchen said indifferently. Let's go. Ting Long had a pale expression as he led the group and left.